Even the thousands of electric arcs were hesitating and shivering, not knowing where they should strike. That was because their enemies were too fast. Li Yao and Long Yangjun, two super nascent soul stage cultivators close to the divinity transformation stage, enhanced by the super crystal suits from the center of the cosmos, were too fast. Most of the soldiers of the Federal Army could only capture vague brightness with their naked eyes. It was rushing into and out of the army of ghosts like smoke and flying like a ribbon. Then, a lot of crystal suits on the enemy's side were already falling apart, utterly deformed, or exploding into enormous fireballs, with broken limbs flying everywhere. They all split apart and perished abruptly under the overwhelming spiritual energy, turning into lackluster space junk, which interweaved into abnormal swirls that turned into the battlefield into a bizarre painting. It was not until they replayed the picture captured by the crystal cameras at a speed 10 times slower than before that the soldiers finally saw how Li Yao and Long Yangjun raged in the army of ghosts unstoppably with their sabers and swords. It was quite a weird feeling. It was almost like Li Yao and Long Yangjun were from an amazing new world, where the speed was 10 times faster, and they accidentally entered a slow world. All the fighting spirits nearby, no matter what dominating and renowned experts the battle shells under their control used to be, were targets that were absolutely motionless in front of them and completely at their mercy. The two streaks of brilliance rushed all the way forward, leaving two paths of destruction made of fireballs behind them, as if they had torn an enormous wound on the universe with their unstoppable sharpness. Xuan. The high-frequency daggers pierced through 3 layers of spiritual shield easily, ripped apart a super alloy shield that was carved with dense defense rune arrays, and pierced into the chest of one of the fighting spirits without a sound. Before it was able to react, the bones on its chest were already shattered into pieces, and even the internal organs were shaken into a cluster of blood. The high-frequency daggers were drawn out, and the wound caused by the super high-frequency vibrations quickly expanded. Because of the internal pressure, the blood and internal organs of the fighting spirit erupted like magma, only to be frozen into round, icy balls by the extremely low temperature in the vacuum of the universe, as if a blood-red flower of ice was slowly blossoming. Even a fighting spirit could not go on fighting when its body was entirely destroyed. Right when it transformed all its waves into mental power, trying to assault Li Yao's brain. Li Yao had already opened his left hand in advance and focused a cluster of dazzling light, blowing up its entire head together with a prepared mental attack after one bombardment. The entire process of combat was as fluent as a running river. It took less than 0.5 seconds from when the high-frequency daggers began to wave to the light cannon's bombardment. Li Yao clenched his burning left hand, feeling that every pore on his body had been expanded to the maximum. Sweat was running out like magma. He could not have felt more comfortable. It had been 100 years since he had last fought such a gratifying battle. When he looked back, he noticed that the broken limbs, the debris of the twisted crystal suits, and the broken flowers of blood constituted a devastating path of death. Not far away from him, Long Yangjun turned into dozens of shadows, each of which was surrounded by 9 invincible auras of sword. The hundreds of auras of sword made up a meat mincer. All the fighting spirits that were touched by her would be absorbed into the meat mincer ruthlessly and cut apart by the hundreds of auras of sword. It was even more miserable than to be killed by Li Yao. Soon, the army of ghosts who were bold enough to block the two of them were all cleared. The fighting spirits nearby who should have been charging at them fearlessly were somewhat hesitant. They were all searching the database crazily and considering what kind of tactics should be adopted in order to cope with two monsters like Li Yao and Long Yangjun. But little information about feasible solutions could be found even in the enormous database that stored almost all the combat data of the Star Glory Federation from the past 100 years. Those fighting spirits were all tilting their heads, as if their crystal processors had crashed. They fell into brief rigidness. The fighting spirits that were responsible for remote attacks were still raining mystic rays, bullets, and flying swords toward the two monsters that even the database did not know how to deal with while hiding behind the defense array, causing messy ripples on Li Yao's and Long Yangjun's spiritual shields. More than 10 crystal suits seemed to be blocking their way valiantly, but on closer inspection, they were all weirdly stiff, with pale flames of spiritual energy popping out of the gaps of the crystal suits. When Li Yao and Long Yangjun brushed past them, they all exploded in brilliant sparks, as if they were welcoming the two of them. All the soldiers of the Federal Army could only think of one word after seeing the scene. Invincible. Li Yao and Long Yangjun broke through the defense line quickly and flew toward the pivot of the defense array on the surface of District 01. The automatic defense array was the most marvelous weapon to claim the lives of the soldiers. It would be a meaningless, suicidal mission to ask the Federal Army to march forward without destroying the array. Only after the defense array was broken could the combat ability of the Federal Army be maximized to provide effective reinforcements for them. Huchi, Huchi, Huchi. Inside the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur, Li Yao was breathing heavily. There was no telling whether it was because he was tired or excited. A war could not be won by a few nascent soul stage cultivators. Even the strongest nascent soul stage cultivator only had limited spiritual energy inside their internal organs and limbs. Even the most advanced crystal suit still had the problems of ammunition, durability, metal fatigue, and maximum working time. Even if the enemy were nothing but harmless bread, one would still die of indigestion after having hundreds of pieces in a row. After Li Yao and Long Yangjun slaughtered almost 100 fighting spirits who were equivalent to experts in the core formation stage in the blink of an eye, the performance parameters on the crystal suits, especially the durability of the high-frequency daggers and the intensity of the spiritual shield, were quickly plunging. There was no need to mention their own exhaustion. Li Yao, on the other hand, felt that all his veins were bulging to the maximum. His every brain cell was singing a battle hymn, and his bloodshot eyes were almost jumping out of his eye sockets. Too few. Too few. There are too few of them. This is not gratifying enough. I want to fight 100,000 of them. Z. 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 The intensity of the electric arcs before him was immediately improved to a higher level. 3 electric arcs flashed past Li Yao and struck him. Covered by the deep blue electric arcs, the 4 airtight gates on the surface of the ball-shaped space station were slowly opened like 4 bloody mouths. Countless lifeless warriors of the army of ghosts and multiple times more battle puppets, like bees that had been infuriated, flooded out of their base. They congregated into 4 metal torrents and craned their heads at Li Yao and Long Yangjun. Every metal torrent was at least 10 meters in diameter. There was no need to mention their length. Most of the battle puppets that made up the metal torrents boasted a round body and rough limbs that were full of magnetic flagella. Instead of battle puppets, they looked more like space torpedoes that had been installed with simple power rune arrays and navigation units, allowing them to automatically follow and attach themselves to the target. Crack, 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 crack. Li Yao and Long Yangjun's crystal processors calculated the total number of the incoming weapons. Well, by rough estimation, although there might not be 100,000 of them, the number of the space torpedoes embedded with highly explosive crystal cores certainly surpassed 10,000. Can you please watch your mouth in a battle if you know you are a jinx? Long Yangjun requested. I was merely roaring to boost the morale while I was having fun in the battle. I didn't know that it would work out so effectively again. The 4 metal torrents smashed at Li Yao and Long Yangjun at the same time. The flagella that were dancing crazily around their bodies could automatically detect the spiritual shield. Like annoying caltrops, it was practically impossible to get rid of them once they were attached to the surface of the spiritual shield and interweave with the magnetic field. In 0.5 seconds, almost 100 space torpedoes were already attached to them. Still more torpedoes blocked their zone of activity, sealing the 1,000 square meters around them without leaving any gap. The flagella of some of the space torpedoes even connected to each other while they were waving and turned into an overwhelming web. Boom, 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 boom. Almost 1,000 space torpedoes were detonated at the same time, raising furious tides of spiritual energy. Despite the defense ability of their crystal suits, Both of them felt that their heads were dizzy and the world was shaking. Explosions were echoing inside their minds, too. Sound waves could not be transmitted in the vacuum. Therefore, it was not the sound of the exploding torpedoes, but the sound of their feeble brains crashing against their hard skulls. Voila! Blocked by the space torpedo in every direction, the two of them immediately lost most of their zone of activity. Now that their speed had dropped by 30%, the lightning defense array quickly locked onto them. Almost 100 thick electric arcs struck the two of them hard, allowing them to taste the feeling of electric shock besides the immense blast of spiritual and magnetic waves. It appeared that Professor Mo Xian's army of ghosts had already found solutions to deal with Li Yao and Long Yangjun after the brief battle just now. There was no better way to deal with such unparalleled experts who could fight 1,000 opponents on their way. The only possible solution was to drain them with the sheer advantage in numbers without sparing anything. Li Yao felt that he was being collectively attacked by 100 volcanoes. The performance parameters of the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur were plummeting as quickly as a tire whose valve core had been removed. It would soon be more unworthy than a farmer's cleaver. However, more and more warriors were rushing out of the airtight gates of the space station. After all, Professor Mo Xian had taken away thousands of battle shells from Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. Being bombarded by almost 10,000 space torpedoes incessantly was not an everyday feeling even for a crystal bomb maniac like him. Of the 1,000 performance parameters of the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur displayed on his retina, quite a few had turned gray, implying that the unit represented by the parameter had been completely destroyed. The rest of the parameters had turned mostly dangerous orange and deep red colors. They were only one step away from the dead gray, which indicated the complete loss of function. Beep, 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 beep. The buffer unit on the left ankle was completely destroyed. The venom filtration unit was completely destroyed. The adjustment valve for the tubes on the right wrist was completely destroyed. The high-frequency dagger on the right knee had surpassed the limit of fatigue and would be destroyed if it kept on vibrating. It had to be cooled down for 27 seconds. Different red layers popped up in front of Li Yao's eyes, as if the crystal cameras of the crystal suit had been covered in blood. He seemed to hear his cerebral vessels exploding one after another and his boiling blood running out blatantly on the ravines inside his brain. He could also hear the burning sounds when his scorching blood was vaporized by his brain cells that were even more scorching. Monsterly, Long Yangjuan's voice was sharp and high-pitched. Li Yao could totally imagine how furious she was. This equipment cannot survive much longer. Cover me. I need to change. Wait a moment. The Supreme Emperor's Excalibur was wreathed by thousands of fireballs, like fire from the four-dimensional space that was burning a hole in the three-dimensional universe. However, Li Yao put on a cold smile while being tortured by the extreme temperature and the crazy tides of spiritual energy. His bloodshot eyes were filled with the brilliance of a predator when he gazed at a certain point on the shell of the space station without blinking. It seemed that he could not withstand the bombardment of the space torpedoes any longer. The first spiritual shield at the periphery of the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur cracked and fell apart like glass. The main power rune arrays at the back of the crystal suit also released light that was as red as blood. The speed of the crystal suit plummeted, and he seemed incapable of controlling the trajectory of his flight and almost tripped himself over in the vacuum. The lightning defense array, relying on the most advanced automatic aiming and attack system, and powered by the database that stored the combat data of the past 100 years, did not let go of the rare opportunity to attack. 1,000 electric arcs surged out of a certain point on the shell of the space station instantly like crazily dancing snakes, attacking the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur in curves that were tearing the dark universe apart. By the analysis of the fighting spirits based on the database, according to the slightly clumsy posture of the Supreme Emperor's Excalibur right now, it would be hit by the lightning in 0.01 seconds. Once it was bound by 100 electric arcs and thousands of space torpedoes nearby, all came at the guy at the same time, even a nascent soul stage cultivator might suffer a fatal wound. However, The seemingly unavoidable attack of the 100 electric arcs missed their target because of the sudden dodge of Supreme Emperor's Excalibur that was much more agile than anticipated. It was only hit by about 10 lightning bolts. A whip of such an extent was not enough to deprive Li Yao of his ability to move. He could totally grit his teeth through it with his monster-like body build. Found it, covered by his facial cover. Li Yao's left eye turned as red as blood when part of the primeval cells inside his body were fully activated. Even his pupils were entirely drained. With part of the demonized body, he took the blow of more than 10 electric arcs the hard way. Then he bellowed in excitement, almost spurting out the fury of the lightning that flooded into his body just now. The pivot of the automatic defense array is right there. Yes, taking the bombardment of thousands of space torpedoes without even dodging the lightning strike of the automatic defense array and pretending to be clumsy until the last moment was all for the purpose of figuring out the pivot of the automatic defense array so that they could blow it up. Now is the time. Li Yao roared, his voice even eclipsing the thunder. Change the equipment and attack. In the places far away behind them, more and more airtight gates on the silver ball-shaped space stations were opened, spurting out white pillars of gas. A lot of soldiers of the Federal Army crawled out of the gates under Luo Qixing's furious roars, and after seeing the holographic pictures from Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, the moment they jumped into space, they saw such a blood-boiling and exciting scene. 2 crystal suits versus 1,000 crystal suits plus almost 10,000 space torpedoes. The bottom-level officers who were quick-minded and had already grown suspicious secretly when 100 Flowers City entered the emergency state immediately understood everything. Luo Qixing was right. 100 Flowers City did have an accident. Who's guarding at the periphery of that space station? Their spiritual energy is as powerful as the best troops in the country, but there is definitely not such a troop in the garrison of 100 Flowers City. Also, the highest alarm just now came too uncannily. Even if the Black Wind Fleet launched a full-scale attack, it's highly unlikely that they would choose the 100 Flowers Space Zone as the main target. Look, the edge of the space zone is peaceful and quiet. There's no sign of 2 fleets that are engaged in fierce crossfire at all. Then, was it really necessary to issue the highest alarm and cast the entire city into chaos and paralysis? Also, where did our commanders go exactly? We can only see their orders that are sent through the network and the communication channel, but we never saw them in person. Something must be greatly wrong here. After the questions exploded inside their head, the soldiers of the Federal Army all bulged their eyes and felt coldness rising from their spine to their skull. They also came to the realization quickly that what was unfolding in front of their eyes could be a crucial battle that would decide the fate of the Federation. And at that moment, the battle was being fought by only 2 people. Not good. They are not going to persist any longer. Such an assault is too crazy even for the peak of the nascent soul stage. They are faced with thousands of enemies, 10,000 space torpedoes, and an entirely lightning fortress. We have to reinforce them. We have to reinforce our nascent soul stage cultivators. However, looking at the thousands of electric arcs that were still spreading out among the ball-shaped space stations like a storm, the soldiers of the Federal Army were all anxious. A lot of them were deeply astounded by the tough performance of Li Yao and Long Yangjun and made up their mind to charge forward without considering anything. It would be good enough if they could destroy a few space torpedoes or attract a few electric arcs to relieve the pressure on the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators. Brothers from the garrison of 100 Flowers City, this is a life-and-death battle for the Federation. We are the rightful army of the Federation. This is our battle. Luo Qixing's voice echoed through space in a hoarse, noisy, yet even more wild way through an old magnetic broadcaster that used to be applied on the resource planets. Are you going to just sit here and watch the warriors from a foreign land shed their last drops of blood for the Federation? We might not be as strong as the nascent soul stage cultivators. We might just be ordinary people whose spiritual roots are not awakened yet. But our blood is as hot as that of the nascent soul stage cultivators. Our valor can rip apart the stars just like theirs. A battle cannot be won by 1 or 2 experts. Look, Our nascent soul stage cultivators have been dragged into an exhausting fight. They are in dire need of our support. They need to get some precious rest and cool down under our cover. At this moment, the future of the Federation does not depend on them, but each and every one of us. Summon your courage, grip your weapons, listen to the call of the horn, aim and attack, and show the goddamn extraterrestrial devils that this is the Federation. When Luo Qixing's hoarse roars were still resounding as ripples of spiritual energy, a powerful, ear-splitting horn had penetrated the vacuum of space and flooded into the ears of every soldier. Everyone was unable to control themselves, as if they had been punched right in the chest. Today, because the tactical network was highly developed and the main battlefield was the vacuum in space or the resource planets without atmospheres, a horn as an ancient way of commanding to pass orders was already outdated. However, when every new soldier who joined the Federal Army received the education of its glorious history, they would be reminded how the Federal Army charged at the beast tides, the monsters, the most dangerous lands, and all the formidable enemies standing in the way of the rising dragon of the Nine Stars flag under the encouragement and guidance of such horn when it was just founded under the ideology of protect mankind hundreds of years ago in the old Federation. At that time, the soul-stirring horn had its own name. It was the Horn of Charge. At this moment when the tactical network was probably invaded and compromised by the enemy, with dozens of magnetic broadcasters that were designed to send out all-covering messages in the vacuum, the ancient Horn of Charge was blown again. This space zone had never been as hot as right now since the Big Bang. The soldiers of the Federal Army of the new generation, other than during the history education or when playing certain ancient virtual games, had probably never marched forward under the encouragement of the Horn of Charge before. However, when the Horn of Charge that had fallen quiet for a long time really echoed, their every muscle, every vein, and every cell was prepared to charge. Some sounds did not need to be brought up time and time again, because it had been carved into the deepest part of their genes as the memory of the blood. Move forward, Federal Army. Thousands of soldiers, some of them ordinary fighters, some refinement stage cultivators, and some cultivators who struggled at the middle and bottom level of the building foundation stage for decades without any promise of breaking into the core formation stage, roared at the same time together with the Horn of Charge. There was no reason they could hear the voices of their comrades, but they clearly heard everyone's deafening roars, which combined with the Horn of Charge and the surging tides that were even more overwhelming than the lightning storm up ahead. Toward the rumbling thunder, toward the dancing electric arcs, toward the destructive vortexes raised by the space torpedoes, and toward the intimidating army of ghosts, the Federal Army charged. The horn, the picture, the emblem, and the faces that were blackened by blood and smoke, but had eyes which were as glittering as before were deeply carved into his blood, too. Li Yao grinned and laughed crazily without a sound. 100 years had passed. A lot of things had changed, but the Federation was still the Federation. Li Yao did not hesitate anymore. The flames of spiritual energy that had already raged toward the stars seemed to have broken free from certain invisible shackles and began to expand and surge again. The space torpedoes within hundreds of meters were all decimated. However, the fireballs that they raised after being destroyed were suppressed by his spiritual energy and controlled by him to dart out, turning into a soundless wall of fire and creating an empty, blocked area for him and Long Yangjun. Streaks of brilliance surged out of their cosmos rings again and condensed into magnificent armored parts in the vacuum. Electric arcs were dancing among the parts. They were soon attracted by the jumping spiritual energy on the two of them, and jumped to them quickly. This is, all the soldiers of the Federal Army far away activated their power rune arrays to the maximum. Dragging exhaust flames that were hundreds of meters long, they rushed at the space station like an overwhelming meteor shower. The group of officers headed by Luo Qixing was the strongest of all, boasting the few core formation stage cultivators in the troops. In the spirit of the blood of the strong should be shed first, they accelerated and ran toward the front of the meteor shower, even though they were at the rear in the beginning. As the sharpest arrowhead, they sprinted at the lightning that looked like gigantic boas. They had already been prepared to attract a few electric arcs for Li Yao and Long Yangjun in order to share their pressure, even at the cost of their own lives. However, when they were only one step away from the savaging range of the lightning defense array, they sensed that Li Yao's and Long Yangjun's spiritual energy, which had already been off the charts, was soaring yet again. Dazzling blade auras were flourishing in the middle of the space torpedoes and the army of ghosts, which was as awe-inspiring as the brightness released by two stars. Then, explosions erupted on their bodies, and countless fireballs condensed into two orange balls hundreds of meters in diameter, completely consuming the two of them. Before the officers had a chance to scream, the two orange balls blossomed like a bud and then quickly withered like a flower. The two of them broke out of the core. Their previously shattered crystal suits had been utterly renewed. With the attraction force of the spiritual and magnetic field, countless strengthening plugins have been attached to them, making them even more elegant, magnificent, and powerful than before. Li Yao and Long Yangjun's bodies expanded to almost 5 meters, too. They were Ares extensions, plugins that could maximize the combat ability of the crystal suits before the colossi were unearthed. Luo Qixing had seen a lot of experts who summoned the Ares extension that could only be used once at the most perilous moment during his 100 years of service, but he had never seen such a unique model before. The Ares extensions that were attached to Li Yao and Long Yangjun were filled with profoundness, elegance, and strictness. The complicated spiritual stripes were in a vintage style. After the new plugins were added, the two of them looked like primordial warriors who had traveled through time from the primeval age to the present day. Yes, the two Ares extensions were made of pieces of primeval magical equipment from the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector by Li Yao. Remnants left after the fierce battle between the Nuwa clan and the Panga clan were everywhere on the Nuwa warship. Because the warship was buried deep under the glacier, most of them were very well preserved. A lot of the magical equipment still maintained part of their functionality despite the passage of hundreds of thousands of years. Before Li Yao arrived at the Ancient Sages sector, the natives of the Ancient Sages sector already considered the primeval treasures as marvelous weapons. Qi Zhongdao, the nominal leader of all the cultivators, was the most typical one of them, having refined the gravity controller of a starship into a piece of unique magical equipment that was invincible in the world of cultivators. Yin Liren had used 3 giant swords from the primeval era that belonged to the Panga clan or the Nuwa clan to deal with the gravity controller. Although the primeval treasures applied to Li Yao's and Long Yangjun's Ares extensions were not as good as Qi Zhongdao's heaven-flipping seal in terms of performance, the gap was not very large. Perhaps nobody else in the entire Star Glory Federation could afford such extravagance as to consider the primeval treasures as one-time, expendable goods. Therefore, Li Yao had named the Ares extension made of the primeval treasures the Primeval Extension. With the enhancement of the Primeval Extension, the two of them were truly like ravenous beasts from the primeval age. Their speed was further accelerated, and they charged into the crowd of the space torpedoes and the army of ghosts, leaving hundreds of blurred shadows behind them. Their target was very clear: the pivot of the lightning defense array that Li Yao had found out by taking the blow passively just now. The defenders soon realized what they were up to. Countless space torpedoes and warriors lunged at them fearlessly, trying to block their attack. But how was it possible when they were faced with the revealed primeval force? Break now! Li Yao grabbed an enormous saber that was 17.7 meters long, but with an aura that had been extended to hundreds of meters away, suggesting that it could slash a starship in half. Dazzling brilliance surged out like a tide, while Li Yao cut everything in front of his way in half. Both the warriors of the army of ghosts and the space torpedoes. Long Yangjun, on the other hand, chose almost 1,000 flying swords. Those flying swords from the primeval age had been rusted and broken. However, after they were refined by Li Yao, some of the sharp pieces were still kept. The sharp pieces had now turned into the best bullets, which turned into 1,000 streaks of gold brilliance under the control of Long Yangjun's powerful telepathic thoughts. Interweaving into a deadly net of swords, They pierced through the warriors and the space torpedoes. It was the real hurricane of flying swords. It was the best example of 1 against 1,000 and a killing spree in space. There was no doubt that such brutal attacks were draining their spiritual energy at a crazy rate too. However, they were backed by thousands of soldiers of the Federal Army. They were not fighting alone. What was there to be scared of? What was most important right now was to destroy the pivot and shut down the lightning defense array so that the soldiers of the Federal Army would not die for nothing. After clearing the debris in front of them, they could already see enormous swirls that were made of dazzling spiritual stripes on the surface of the space station. The most glamorous, complicated part, which was defended by the most warriors of the Army of Ghosts, was where the pivot of the array was located. The pivot of the array was also surrounded by rounds of defense arrays that were powered by a few large crystal reactors below the thick armor. Almost 10 layers of spiritual shields, which felt almost concrete, were protecting the pivot of the array. Sensing the trickiness of the two intruders, the intensity of the spiritual energy was upgraded by several levels by the defender immediately. Yellowish colors that were visible to the naked eye were spreading out. Affected by the force field, even the rune arrays inside the pivot of the array were almost twisted, making it look like a weird eye that was shooting out hatred and fear. The Army of Ghosts and the space torpedoes were seething with impatience again, trying to block the channel of attack between them and the pivot of the array. After consuming such a huge amount of spiritual energy, it had barely been possible for them to sweep through the enemy, so overwhelmingly too. Now is the time. Li Yao bulged his eyes and bellowed, with blood flowing out of his eyes. Long Yangjun sniffed. The 1,000 pieces of ancient flying swords emitted unbelievable brilliance again and turned into golden ribbons around them, hovering quickly within hundreds of meters as the best defense. Li Yao raised his right arm high and moved his fingers quickly, forming a sign. Inside the Cosmos Ring, 6 enormous flying swords, which used to be the weapons of the warriors of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan, but had been utterly deformed after his modification, jumped out to the battlefield. The complicated spiritual stripes on them were illuminated one after another, and bright, orange colors entangled with each other, transforming them into 6 paralleled crystal rails. It was a special railgun, a unique, super railgun that was luxurious enough to use primeval swords as the crystal rails and pieces of the primeval magical equipment as the cannonball. Li Yao had named it the Primeval God-Sealing Cannon. Attracted by the magnetic force, the Primeval God-Sealing Cannon slowly landed on the right shoulder of Li Yao's primeval extension. Dozens of connection components immediately ejected from the right shoulder and the helmet of the primeval extension, allowing the great cannon to be completely melded with the armor. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts and spiritual energy were also able to flood into the great cannon from his right temple, triggering mysterious reactions with the pieces of the primeval magical equipment and the high-purity marrow crystals that were stored inside the great cannon. Li Yao burned his soul without bothering about anything, as if he was pouring his own soul into the great cannon. Even the 6 crystal rails made of primeval swords seemed unable to shoulder the violent spiritual energy any longer and turned into translucent orange colors. At this moment, everybody both on the enemy's side and on their own side sensed the weirdness and magnificence of the great cannon. Even the weakest, most sluggish crystal processors were uttering ear-splitting alarms. High energy reaction up ahead. Warning. High energy reaction up ahead. Warning. The Army of Ghosts and the space torpedoes were desperately running forward, trying to block Li Yao's route of attack with themselves. There was already no time. Li Yao had already locked onto the pivot of the array with all his telepathic thoughts. Even if the Army of Ghosts did reach him, they would not be able to stop the roar that he had accumulated for 100 years. Li Yao clenched his fists so hard that they turned into 2 black holes. The orange flames deep inside the great cannon were expanding like a sun before the primeval God-Sealing Cannon was launched with the maximal damage. Chapter 1754. A shot after 100 years. In the meantime, on his right shoulder, boundless spiritual energy flooded out like a supernova outbreak. The primeval God-Sealing Cannon, the Primeval Extension, and the Super Crystal Suit Supreme Emperor's Excalibur were ripped apart by the violent aftershock at the same time and exploded on his body. In just one moment, his mustard seed suit was almost burnt to ash, and his skin was falling apart. His every muscle seemed to have been twisted brutally, and his every drop of marrow had turned into scorching magma. His internal organs were shaking violently, like an earthquake. The recoil of the shot was too powerful for even Li Yao, a nascent soul stage cultivator, to bear. He spurted out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with spiritual energy, which turned into eye-catching redness in the vacuum. In exchange for such a great price, he launched a shot that could blow up the head of even a deity. The soldiers of the Federal Army could only see a dazzling flash that seemed to be re-establishing the entire universe. The red torrents, made of boiling spiritual energy and molecular-level particles of the primeval magical equipment, were extended into a long, narrow red line several kilometers long within a moment before it hit the pivot of the lightning defense array precisely. It was like a burnt, iron chopstick piercing into the eyeball of a huge monster. All the warriors of the army of ghosts and the space torpedoes in the path of the attack were shattered, vaporized, and obliterated. The multiple layers of the lightning defense array did not even stop the attack for 0.1 seconds before it dispersed into shining pieces of spiritual energy. Crimson brightness rose from the depths of the eyeball and expanded crazily, like a circular tide in an ocean that was hit by a meteor. Destructive tides were spreading on the shell of the space station. Wherever they reached, the rune arrays, the magical equipment units, and the automatic bastions were exploding and dying down in flames of various colors. After only several seconds, the glittering shell of District 01 was replaced by dim, tinted colors, like an enormous glass ball that had been burnt. The crazily dancing lightning around the space station previously began to cramp like the feet of a centipede that was struggling to live. After every cramp, the brightness and the range of the lightning would be slightly reduced. They degraded from dragons into boas, from boas into snakes, from snakes into earthworms, and eventually from earthworms into insignificant ants, dispersing in space amid flickering light. The spiritual and magnetic field was completely disrupted because the thousands of electric arcs were gone at the same time. The perception rune arrays of everyone's crystal suit were creaking, as if the soul eye of the giant monster was really blinded by Li Yao, which made it scream miserably in pain. The entire automatic defense array crashed. The power of a single shot was as invincible as that. The heated battlefield was seized by a few seconds of weird silence after the shot. Everybody was dumbfounded and sweating hard. They found it hard to believe their eyes, ears, and all the other sensory organs. They could not trust the estimated damage displayed on the probe magical equipment of their crystal suits, either. The damage of the shot was even more powerful than the barrage of a triple main gun on a main force warship. Was the guy really just a nascent soul stage cultivator, not in the divinity transformation stage or even a higher level? God bless the Federation. When a lot of soldiers of the Federal Army stepped out of the space stations like headless flies into the cold universe, they were still filled with confusion, if not fear and desperation, because they did not understand what was going on and what they should do at all. The orders from their superiors were not trustworthy. The extraterrestrial devils, which they had barely heard of for more than 100 years, revisited the human world. The expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings was likely to assault the strategic locations of the Federation at this moment, too. Troubles were arising both inside and outside, and everybody was panicking. To make matters worse, they lacked organization and leadership. Could there be a more terrible situation and a more perilous moment? At that time, even the bravest, firmest, and most optimistic of them did not have the courage to imagine just a few hours into the future, which would certainly be unbelievably miserable and dark. They were merely risking charging forward and fulfill their responsibility with their lives, driven by the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem on their chests, as well as the honor and instincts of soldiers. When they saw the dense space torpedoes, the intimidating army of ghosts, and the crazily dancing lightning, Nobody knew how to break through the impenetrable defense line. They knew how to die, but they did not know how to win. However, right now, Li Yao's shot gave them an answer and the hope of victory. So, there is such an expert on our side, supervising the situation. We've got nothing to fear. Is he a nascent soul stage cultivator? No. I've seen the battle videos of the nascent soul stage cultivators before. Such a shot couldn't have been launched by a nascent soul stage cultivator. He must be in the divinity transformation stage. He must be. The fire support provided by the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage has completely destroyed the lightning defense array. What are we waiting for? March forward. For the Federation. For the Federation. For the Federation. Wars could not be won by one or two experts. But the splendid performance of the top-tier experts on the front line could indeed boost morale, tear apart the enemy's most vulnerable part, and add a fatal weight onto the scale of victory. The shot drained almost all of Li Yao's spiritual energy temporarily. He had lost the protection of the crystal suit and the mustard seed combat suit, too. He floated in the cold vacuum like a block of rotten wood. However, he was not frightened, because he clearly sensed that the tides of spiritual energy behind him that were 100 times more powerful than him were already set on an unstoppable rampage. The meteor shower made of the ordinary soldiers of the Federal accelerated abruptly after a moment of hesitation, marching into the enemy's crowd overwhelmingly. The army of ghosts hesitated for a few more seconds than them. The reason was simple. The army of ghosts were actually being controlled by the half-intelligent battle telepathic thoughts amalgamations, an artificial intelligence supported by big data. They could only choose the appropriate tactics based on the situations that were stored in the database. However, even the most enormous database could not have imagined that there would be such a crazily extravagant man who could afford building so many precious primeval treasures into a primeval god-sealing cannon that could only be activated once. Li Yao's craziness and magnificence was out of the database's bounds. The warriors controlled by artificial intelligence were all cramping crazily, as if they were shuddering in fear under Li Yao's powerful cannon. When they finally moved out of the infinite loop caused by data overflow, the soldiers of the Federal Army had already reached them. The army of ghosts were obviously much stronger, but the battle shells under their control were bodies made of flesh and blood. Those bodies had slept in the medical cabins for decades, which had made their limbs somewhat wither. Besides, even though the artificial intelligence could simulate the most delicate tactical movement based on the data, there were some things that it could never simulate. For example, morale. For example, spirits. For example, the blood-boiling feeling motivated by the belief of victory, supported by the Horn of Charge, and summoned by the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag. In space, a soundless, deafening, chaotic battle broke out. The soldiers of the Federal Army, whose eyes were burning with passion, were bold enough to charge at the fighting spirits ahead of them, who were theoretically in the core formation stage, even though there were only a couple of them, just to consume the spiritual energy of the fighting spirits and the durability of their crystal suits. It was the tactic that the army of ghosts adopted to deal with Li Yao and Long Yangjun just now. But now the Federal Army, which had greater numbers, implemented it on them instead. Explosions were bursting out everywhere with broken sabers and swords. Translucent flowers of blood were blossoming only to be shattered the next second. The gory, chaotic battle covered the space station with a hazy, red veil. Chi, 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 chi. As time went by, the messengers that Luo Qixing sent out delivered the news to more and more districts. More and more local troops and the experts of the local universities, sects, and exo-societies who had already vaguely felt something flew out of the airtight gates to check what was going on. Paper could not wrap fire forever. No lie could deceive everyone forever. More and more space torpedoes were remotely detonated. The swirls of spiritual energy they raised actually consumed a lot of warriors on their own side. The wound that was just torn by Li Yao and Long Yangjun had no chance to be healed at all. The defense line of the army of ghosts was showing signs of collapse. Monster Li, Long Yangjun appeared by Li Yao's side. Her hands moved quickly and created an invisible spiritual shield, enshrouding Li Yao and protecting him from the low temperature and the vacuum. Even Long Yangjun had never seen such a powerful shot before. The elite warrior of the Nuwa civilization could not help but eye Li Yao up and down and remark, "That's rather powerful, isn't it?" "Of course," Li Yao said casually. "I haven't had a shot for 100 years. There's no need to brag about yourself now. Hurry and refill yourself." During the fierce battle, the two of them had blown up hundreds of fighting spirits together and had reached their limits. Had it not been for the cover and reinforcement of the Federal Army, they might have been drained by the army of ghosts. Thankfully, the Federal Army was marching forward unstoppably. They had also carried a lot of pills from the Ancient Sages sector that could quickly recover their spiritual energy. After the 12 top experts of the Ancient Sages sector joined hands, they certainly had the rarest treasures in the world. Their pills were all the most fabulous medicines in the world. Li Yao grimaced. There was no need to keep up an expert's demeanor in front of Long Yangjun. He hurried to retrieve dozens of fluorescent pills whose cores were various colors from his cosmos rings and swallow all of them. The pills turned into scorching, cold, sweet, or bitter juices when they were still inside his throat. Then they circulated inside his body, nurturing his internal organs and limbs. He could not help but moan in great satisfaction. After dozens of streams of spiritual energy flowed 3 times around his veins, he was finally vigorous enough to focus the spiritual energy on his eyes and examine the damage that his previous shot had caused. When he saw the dents on the surface of the space station that looked like craters, he was slightly dazed too. That shot does seem a bit too powerful, Li Yao thought to himself. Chapter 1755. The situation looks good. Medic! Medic! Luo Qixing roared through the broadcast magical equipment. Where are the medics? Under the stormy fire support, a team of medics in white crystal suits with silver jars on their backs flew close from not far away. They looked at Li Yao full of admiration and reverence first before establishing a temporary defense array next to Li Yao and Long Yangjun and aimed the vacuum injectors, which were connected to the medicine jars on their back, at the two of them. Tremendous bright green gel spurted out and wreathed them without leaving any gap. The high-energy nutrition drugs and recovery drugs contained inside the gel quickly leaked into their pores, flowing, soothing, and nurturing among the veins and nerves. Li Yao felt as comfortable as if he were soaked in the most advanced medical cabin. Not only did the weird gel that looked like jelly boast the function of repairing the broken veins and nerves, it was also triggering a natural counterforce as he moved his hands and feet, giving the feeling that an expert masseur was at his service. His efficiency of absorbing the pills from the Ancient Sages sector was significantly increased. The modern war always highlighted the cooperation between cultivators and ordinary soldiers. The cultivators were strong both as attackers and defenders. As arrowheads and edges, they could be invincible. Their biggest shortcoming was that the duration of their fight was too short, and they were unable to be engaged in high-intensity battles for too long. One moment of carelessness, and they might be besieged by the enemy after their spiritual energy ran dry. In the most extreme cases, even the best expert might be killed by a bunch of ordinary soldiers. The ordinary soldiers were the very contrary. They were quite weak in terms of both attack and defense. However, as long as there were enough of them to form legions, they could provide stable damage output incessantly. The possible range and direction of the attack of the army would be greatly expanded. Besides, one combat parameter was basically equal for everyone, which was the load and the storage space. On a battlefield that was not under the influence of gravity, everybody's load, fuel, and crystals depended on their cosmos rings. Even the nascent Soul Stage cultivators' cosmos rings only had limited room, too, however spacious they might be. It meant that, even if a nascent Soul Stage cultivator had combat ability 1,000 times higher than ordinary soldiers, it was practically impossible for one of them to carry more ammunition and crystals than what 100 ordinary soldiers could. More weapons, ammunitions, crystals, and various sorts of war magical equipment could evolve into complicated, unpredictable tactics, achieving an outcome that even a nascent soul stage cultivator might not be able to accomplish. The high-level cultivators and the ordinary soldiers had their own advantages. The key to victory was to combine their advantages. Getting to the bottom of it, the final outcome of a modern war, at least in head-on clashes that did not involve the mutual bombardment of starships, was mostly decided by whether or not the common soldiers on one side could effectively consume the spiritual energy reserve, ammunitions, mental power, and duration of combat of the experts on the enemy's side, and whether or not the experts on one's own side could be given the previous time to refill spiritual energy, recover the mental power, and cool down the magical equipment after they were greatly exhausted by the enemy's common soldiers. Luo Qixing did a marvelous job in that regard. It was because the 414 troop, as an ordinary troop without a special title, was exactly responsible for such a mission in the battlefield, to provide reinforcements and medical and fire support for the experts of the ace troops. Qilu, 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 Qilu. Every pore on Li Yao's body was like a bottomless hole, crazily devouring the high-energy nutrition contained in the bright green gel. The shivering, sticky jelly soon turned transparent before it became gray and crispy, falling off from his body and ending up as tiny dust. Not bad. Li Yao grinned, his telepathic thoughts running to the medics like octopi. What is this weird stuff? It doesn't taste bad. Give me more. The medics all looked at each other in bewilderment. They had drills with quite a few ace troops before, but never had they seen an expert who could suck the emergency medication gel so rapidly and cleanly. The cluster of gel just now contained 2 units of recovery drugs, which were enough for an expert in the core formation stage to rest for 2 to 3 hours inside. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Luo Qixing almost could not wait to grab the medical spray gun and shoot at his life-saver himself. This time, more than 10 vacuum medical spray guns spurted at Li Yao at the same time, enshrouding him in a huge jelly almost 5 meters in diameter. After the fierce, soul-stirring fight just now, especially the gratifying shot at the end, Li Yao's strength that had stagnated for 100 years was completely activated. At this moment, he was not wearing any armor. Even the mustard seed combat suit was completely burned up by the violent spiritual energy. His naked body was directly exposed to the universe, but he could not care less about it. While absorbing the high-energy nutrition materials inside the medical gel, he spurted out the dead blood and the waste gas inside his body from his pores, which produced a series of dense bubbles inside the jelly. At first glance, his body seemed to be completely boiling. Despite the blockage of the medical gel, the cold vacuum, and the thick crystal suit, the soldiers of the Federal Army still felt an oppression that made it hard for them to breathe. It was like a super enormous warship dozens of kilometers long was sliding past them slowly. Although they knew that the warship would not crash into them, they still felt that their mouth was dry, and their heart was pounding when they saw the endless body of the warship. Next to Li Yao, Long Yanjun had absorbed the nutrition materials inside the gel too. She was now revealing herself as a female. Naturally, she could not be as free at Li Yao. Although she took off the broken crystal suit, she was still wearing the ivory mustard seed combat suit. The tinsel materials of the suit further highlighted her elegant curves. After she absorbed tremendous nutrition drugs, undisguisable flames of spiritual energy were popping up from her mustard seed combat seed too. The previous damage and fatigue had mostly recovered. Li Yao glanced at Long Yanjun and then observed the battle in front. Then he nodded and said, "The situation looks very good. It seems that we don't need to attack again." "Shut up." Long Yanjun's telepathic thoughts crashed into him brutally. "Just enjoy your meal and keep your mouth shut." The elite warrior of the Nuwa clan turned around and spoke to Luo Qixing solemnly through telepathic thought transmission. "The battle up ahead is going on very smoothly. By our estimation, Professor Mo Xian can't have too many available forces under his control. The army of 2,000 to 3,000 ghosts and the war puppeteer are very likely all that he has. Just now, we slew more than half of the army of ghosts. They have lost the enhancement of the lightning defense array, too. They are completely suppressed and will be surrounded very quickly. The army of ghosts have been fighting for quite a while too. With their bodies that have soaked for so many years in the medical cabins, they cannot weather through such a protracted battle. The enemy's defense line is about to collapse. Everything looks promising. Colonel Luo, hurry up and discuss with the commanders of other troops regarding the battle plan after we break into the space station. Huh. Luo Qixing narrowed his eyes. The super-large helmet on the specially made crystal suit for commanders on his head helped him to analyze the situation with the highly precise crystal cameras. It's true. If things go on like this, we will break into the space station in half an hour. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when abrupt changes took place. From the airtight gates where the space torpedoes and the army of ghosts flooded out, almost 1,000 black iron balls flew out again. Those iron balls looked like the hammers that the barbarian cultivators in the age of ancient cultivators were best at. Dense stings were all over their surface. Among the stings, countless metal whips that could extend and shrink like tentacles were shaking incessantly. They gave the feeling that they were some sort of weird germs that had been enlarged by billions of times. Z, 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 Z. Deep blue electric arcs flowed out of all the iron balls. Instead of attacking the enemy, they produced a magnificent force field and attracted all the iron balls into one monolithic ball that was almost 100 meters in diameter. The technology to attract each other with the force field was similar to the plugging technology when the Ares extension was applied. All the parts could be separated and combined freely, making it quite convenient to use them. However, this time, after the enormous ball, almost 100 meters in diameter, wriggled for a moment, it turned into a giant that was crouching and holding its arms. Then, it slowly stretched out its arms and legs and sat up in space, staring at the Federal Army on the opposite side coldly. The big iron balls full of stings were the muscles and bones of the giant. The magnetic force that was flowing among the iron balls swiftly was its nerves and veins. When the giant completely stood up, it was more than 200 meters tall. Deep blue flames of spiritual energy were burning from the gaps of the iron balls that made up the giant's face. It was like a living creature in space that was grimacing and roaring at the Federal Army. The giant's voice was inaudible in space, but everybody was able to see its roars, which were sweeping the Federal Army like blue, circular ripples. Wherever they reached, the soldiers of the Federal Army staggered, as if they were drunk when they were affected by the attack. It was mental attack of a very high intensity. Bulging his eyes, Li Yao stared at the huge monster 200 meters tall for a long time. Then, he turned back slowly and looked at Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun blushed, which was quite rare for her. The veins on her temples bulged for a long time. Finally, she gnashed her teeth. I summoned the monster. I will take care of it. I will take care of it. Chapter 1756, Abyss Jellyfish, Iron Troll. Before the real attacks were performed, the giant would release intense mental attacks first to shock the brain nerves of the exos of the Federal Army, casting them into a momentary daze. When the soldiers of the Federal Army came back to themselves from dizziness, the iron drops, several meters in diameter, surrounded by electric arcs, were already smashed into their faces. In terms of body size, it was a battle of an elephant versus mice. However, the elephant was actually as agile as a mouse, and the mice were as clumsy as regular elephants. The iron troll swept everything on its way invincibly. Wherever it reached, crystal suits collapsed, and blood and bodies were sent flying. Almost 100 valiant soldiers shed their blood in the cold space before they had the chance to grunt. Boom! 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 The iron troll could do more than just melee combat. Its body was made of 1,000 iron caltrops. Therefore, its body could freely be twisted and changed. Attracted by the force field, the limbs of the giant were growing and shrinking. They even became four enormous cylinders from which countless iron caltrops spurted out toward where the soldiers of the Federal Army were densest. It was not until the caltrops reached the center of the enemy's battle formation that they exploded abruptly into a fiery ocean of death. The situation on the battlefield was immediately reversed. The Federal Army, which had been pushing forward quickly just now, was blocked by the inhuman force. The army of ghosts that were more or less disordered previously, on the other hand, regrouped under the cover of the giant and were ready to launch a counterattack at any time. The soldiers of the Federal Army, who came from various troops and lacked effective organization and leadership, were charging forward purely with their courage and determination under the summon of the Horn of Charge. Such an army might be sharp enough, but it was short of tenacity. They could fight a winning battle, not a losing one. If the situation on the battlefield was promising, they could push forward with a high morale and fight crazier and crazier as they moved forward, offering a performance that was almost close to that of an elite troop. But if there were signs of failure, they would immediately be crushed and blown back to their real appearance that was disorganized loose sand. It was utterly impossible for them to be regrouped. The tenacity to fight a losing battle was perhaps the biggest difference between a common troop and an ace troop. What the heck is that? Even Li Yao, as an experienced refiner, had never seen such a weird, what seemed to be a war puppet before. The iron caltrops that made up its torso and limbs seemed to be space torpedoes that were even larger in size, but the spiritual and magnetic field that constructed the veins and nerves around its body was the key. How was that created? And how was such an enormous giant controlled in such a fluent and flawless way? It's the super deviant spirit that Professor Mo Xian produced, the most awesome artificial intelligence in war. A light space shuttle flew close under the protection of more than 10 soldiers of the Federal Army. Li Yao observed carefully, only to discover that the two-seated cockpit of the space shuttle had been simply modified. The pilot was sitting in the front seat, but a huge cluster of shivering jelly was on the seat behind. Inside the jelly was a weird supercrystal processor. It was Lu Wenshan, the refiner who was trapped in the Spiritor's realm and forced to join Professor Mo Xian's research project. Li Yao, Long Yangjun, and the Federal Army had rescued him just now. The field that he was most adept at was exactly crystal processor automation. Artificial intelligence was his strong suit. Do you still remember what I said? I overheard from some members of the research team that Professor Mo Xian produced 19 super artificial intelligences after decades of hard work. Other than the 2 failed products that were eventually obliterated due to logic mistakes and data overflow, 17 were successful. Telepathic thoughts were spreading out of the weird metal brain, as Lu Wenshan said in a hurry. The 17 super artificial intelligences are different from the other deviant spirits that run real-time calculations with the support of big data. Their computational ability is at least 100 times higher than that of the common deviant spirits and very close to the way of thinking of real humans. They have also been endowed with marvelous techniques by Professor Mo Xian, or maybe the extraterrestrial devils. According to the seasoned specialists in our research team, such super artificial intelligences even have a special code name in the army of ghosts. They are known as hyperspirits. Most of the hyperspirits are designed to hack and control planetary-level defense arrays, flagship-level warships, and mainframe crystal processors that control an entire space zone. But to ensure security, Professor Mo Xian seems to have refined 1 or 2 hyperspirits for single combat purposes. The monster in front of our eyes must be one of them. Hyperspirits. There was no telling how many deviant spirits Professor Mo Xian had produced in the past few decades, but only 19 of them were qualified to be known as hyperspirits. 2 of them had even failed during the experiments. Even Professor Mo Xian had failed despite the technical support of the extraterrestrial devils. It was not hard to imagine the complexity and magnificence of the hyperspirits. The computational ability and databases of the hyperspirits were powerful enough to hack the mainframe crystal processors of the planetary-level defense arrays and flagships. No wonder they were able to build and control such a complicated force field model. Those things are not easy to deal with, Luo Qixing also said solemnly. I don't know much about the so-called hyperspirits, but I know that the torso and limbs of the giant are made of the most advanced space torpedoes of the Federation, known as Abyss Jellyfish. Those space torpedoes are different from the regular goods just now. Their explosive units have been embedded with high-pressure, artificial marrow crystals. Their surfaces are also carved with 10 times more power rune arrays than common space torpedoes. Their speed, agility, and blast are dozens of times greater than common space torpedoes. Do you see the crazily flying chains around them? They are the magnetic attraction devices that guide them to fly to the target with the most intense spiritual waves automatically. If the target is not powerful enough, it may even be attracted to them before it is surrounded and blown into pieces. The Abyss Jellyfish, as super space torpedoes, are very expensive. It is not worthwhile to deal with regular targets with them. They are specially designed to deal with colossi. The colossi? Li Yao's eyes flickered abruptly. Luo Qixing nodded. Correct. More strictly speaking, it is designed to hinder and block the operation of the colossi in order to buy more time for the cannons, troops, and colossi on our side to gather. Is that so? Li Yao sneered. Can it stop a colossus? No magical equipment can really stop a colossus except for another colossus. Luo Qixing smiled bitterly. But right now, so many Abyss Jellyfish have been turned into such a magnificent structure after Professor Xian's crazy modification under the enhancement of the hyperspirits. There are no colossi in Hundredflower City. The dozens of colossi that the Federation has are all deployed at the capital, the factories of warships, and the major mining bases. There's nothing we can do about the monster. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao stared at the ravaging iron troll. He absorbed the spiritual energy and the nutrition materials at a much higher speed. The deep green gel was turning transparent at a visible rate. He and Long Yangjun looked at each other, both noticing the hunger in each other's eyes. We have failed. We didn't expect that there would be something like this hyper spirit. Looking at the soldiers in the front line, which were on the brink of collapse, Luo Qixing sounded hopeless. The army of ghosts are regrouping. After they finish regrouping and launch a counterattack, our army will completely collapse. Even the bravest soldier will only end up as a target for the army of ghosts. After the collapse, it will be impossible for us to gather an army of such a scale and morale. Then, I guess we don't have a choice now. Li Yao widened his eyes. Every muscle on his body was vibrating like a high-frequency dagger, breaking the medical gel apart immediately and turning it into vague green mist that covered his body. Long Yangjun broke out of the medical gel too. Staring at the iron troll, which was on a rampage far away, she calculated the combat pattern and movement of the enemy while turning a cosmos ring on her thumb that was from the primeval age unhurriedly in the meantime. This must be Professor Xian's trump card, said Li Yao. I assume that he must be very annoyed right now, because he has to show all his trump cards when the game just got started. I suppose he is, Long Yangjun said. Even if Professor Xian has indeed produced 19 hyperspirits, most of them are certainly prepared to hack strategic mainframe crystal processors instead of fighting solo battles. Let's just hope so, Li Yao mumbled. We will run out of cards after we play the jokers. If I may ask, what are you going to do? Luo Qixing was slightly dazed. Realizing what the two of them were trying to do, he was both excited and embarrassed. Don't go there. You have done enough for the Federation. Your physical strength and spiritual energy have not recovered yet. Your crystal suits and Ares extensions have been blown apart. Even though you are experts in the nascent soul stage, you will be no match for it. It is a terrible weapon designed to slow down the colossi. This is our war. There's no reason why you should be sacrificed. Just retreat. We will cover you. 2 high-level nascent soul stage cultivators shouldn't die for nothing. We only have the hope of the final victory if the available forces are preserved. You will cover us? Li Yao felt his eyes turn hot. He recalled the day in the Heaven's Origin sector 100 years ago when he was covered, protected, and supported by 1 million people under the flying flags. He patted Luo Qixing's shoulder so hard that he almost broke the guy's armor. He could not help but grin. With glamorous brilliance beaming out of his eyes, he said, one word after another, Colonel Luo, thank you for your kind offer. However, there are 2 things that I must tell you. Firstly, you will soon know that this is not just your war. This is also a war of mine. Secondly, we will not retreat or die for nothing. Abyss Jellyfish, Iron Troll, weapons born to stop the colossi? We shall see if you are capable of stopping the colossi. Before he finished the sentence, Li Yao and Long Yangjun accelerated into two streaks of dazzling brilliance and marched back into the heated battlefield. Chapter 1757, Unstoppable. What kind of monster is this? Why is it attacking in such a weird way? The enemy did not have a real body. Or rather, it had an erratic and extensible body. When it was faced with the ordinary soldiers who were relatively weak, all it needed to do was to impose a strong push on the iron caltrops, and the collision would be enough to shatter the soldiers' bodies. When faced with the commanders in the refinement stage or the building foundation stage, 3 to 5 abyss jellyfish, the super space torpedoes would come at them together and be detonated at the same time after they were attracted to the commanders with the magnetic field. The cultivators on the battlefield, who were small in number in the first place, suffered great casualties. Under the cover of the Iron Troll, the army of ghosts on the opposite side successfully completed regrouping. They formed piton-shaped units in groups of 3 to 5. The exhaust flames on their backs that were getting brighter and brighter suggested that they were about to launch a fatal counterattack. The Federal Army's battle line, that was slightly disordered at the beginning, began to slow down, halt, and disperse. Some soldiers were hesitating. Some of them were slowing down. Some were launching all the ammunitions and spiritual energy on their crystal suits out of fear, only to miss all the targets. And some started to charge at the Iron Troll with passionate roars. For the Federal Army, Luo Qixing roared. His throat rolled for a long time, but he could not say another syllable. He simply drew the chains word that had accompanied him for decades, which he could not bear to throw away, even though it had been maintained and strengthened for too many times, and aimed the tip at the Iron Troll. All the spiritual energy of the core formation stage, Cultivator blew out of his abdomen, while he followed Li Yao and Long Yangjuan's charge. With everything coming to this point, I shall die without regrets. When the Iron Troll glared at him with its weird eyes that were made of deep blue flames of spiritual energy, the old colonel suddenly had such a weird thought. It was a great way to conclude his 100 years of service in the army. Not bad at all, but it was a pity that, right when Luo Qixing thought that he was about to suffer the Iron Troll's most powerful mental attack, the most unbelievable scene happened. The 1,000 data streams that were projected onto his retina were all jumping crazily, as if two very powerful sources of interference had appeared in front and disrupted all the probe magical equipment on his crystal suit. The next second, a few data streams soared and soon surpassed the limits. Certain unbelievably strong objects were summoned to this world. The seasoned colonel slowly opened his mouth, finding it hard to believe his eyes. In his trance, he was even wondering if he was having an illusion on the verge of death. This is the soldiers of the Federal Army, who were all mired in the desperate battle, saw the most unforgettable scene in their entire life in shock. The cold universe was like a dark swamp, but from the middle of the invisible swamp, two magnificent, daunting iron giants were slowly ascending out of the darkness, stretching out their limbs and spiritual energy to their heart's content. One of them was like a black skeleton, surrounded by deep red, thorny veins. Its head was divided into 4 parts by a huge cross. At the center of the cross, the glittering soul, was emitting a brilliance that was even more dazzling than a supernova. The other one was in black and white. It was mysterious and unpredictable, looking like both an angel who had descended from heaven for salvation and a great devil who was about to destroy everything ruthlessly. In terms of size, the two giants that were no more than 50 years tall were utterly incomparable to the Iron Troll that was more than 400 meters tall after it was completely expanded. From the perspective of the boundless universe, such a height was nothing but a grain of sand. However, the flames of spiritual energy that were blossoming from the runes on the surface of the giants, the joints of the plate of the armor, and the eyes of the two giants were burning furiously and expanding into two vivid images in the void that were 100 times larger than their real bodies. The black skeleton bound by crimson thorns, which seemed to have just crawled out of the bottom level of hell, roared at the Iron Troll, triggering red ripples that smashed the blue ripples released by the Iron Troll into pieces. Even the deep blue aura around the Iron Troll was affected, and its enormous body size was shrinking and became less compact than before. When the two powerful mental attacks collided brutally, and the final victor was obvious, all the soldiers of the Federal Army around immediately realized that they were colossi, the ultimate single weapons to roam and dominate the universe. CC, colossi. There are colossi. They are on our side. The arrival of a colossus on a space battlefield was often the most powerful excitant for the soldiers on its side. There was no need to mention what kind of effect two colossi could bring at such a critical moment. The feeling of controlling a colossus was completely different from the feeling to control a crystal suit. Even the most advanced crystal suit would have a tiny lag during control, as if when one was trying to scratch their feet through boots. However, the Colossus adopted an entirely different method of control. It was especially so for Li Yao, who had the assistance of Little Black, the protective and ancillary artificial intelligence specially designed for the Colossus in the Star Ocean Imperium. When he was soaked inside the body of Little Black, he felt that he was completely melted into the Colossus. He was the Tartarian skeleton, and the Tartarian skeleton was him. You were trying to stop the Colossi with such a thing? Sensing that his telepathic thoughts were spreading to the Tartarian skeleton's limbs, Li Yao was so excited that he could barely control himself. His left eye was as red as blood, and his right eye was as dark as ink. As weird brilliance beamed out of his two eyes, the flames of light behind the Tartarian skeleton focused into dozens of narrow and long wings, pushing it to charge at the Iron Troll. Boom! 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 He was 10% faster than the Iron Troll, passing through the abdomen of the Iron Troll 7 times. He detonated the super space torpedoes that made up the Iron Troll with the dozens of wings of black fire that were almost invincible sharp blades. Not only was the Iron Troll unable to follow the Tartarian skeleton's pace when it was waving the 4 limbs, even the blast of the super space torpedoes after they were detonated were left far behind by Li Yao too. Also, because they exploded right inside the body of the Iron Troll, they even increased the instability of the magnetic field of the Iron Troll. After a few stabs, the number of the super space torpedoes had been greatly reduced, and the deep blue electric arcs were much dimmer than before, unable to keep the giant in the shape of a human any longer. The Iron Troll deserved to be a hyperspirit that could simulate the feelings and emotions of humans perfectly with the immense computational ability. It was actually raising its head and screaming miserably, giving Li Yao a weird feeling that a brutal soul was truly sealed in the middle of the super space torpedoes. However, the next second, the Tartarian skeleton uttered sharp alarms. 3 tentacles made of hundreds of space torpedoes blew at him from behind without a sound. The chains among the space torpedoes were connected to each other, constituting a cage of destruction. Boom! 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 A series of enormous light balls immediately consumed the Tartarian skeleton. As it turned out, the Iron Troll had altered the magnetic field model in time and turned into an enormous ball from the human shape. Tentacles and flagella were protruding out of the ball anytime, which were rather similar to the abyss jellyfish, the basic units that made up the monster. Be careful. There's no time and place for you to maintain the Colossus here. The Yin Yang, Long Yangjuan's Colossus, dashed forward, leaving countless blurred shadows behind. All the blurred shadows dispersed around the Iron Troll and raised black and white light blades that were purely focused with spiritual energy. Almost 1,000 light blades pierced into the body of the Iron Troll's ball-shaped body. The light blades were not attacking the space torpedoes but affecting the magnetic field and the communication network of the Iron Troll. As a result, the space torpedoes were removed from its body one after another, when the veins and nerves of the monster were cut apart. The space torpedoes that had been removed from its body were naturally detonated by the soldiers of the Federal Army. More and more space torpedoes were thrown away, and the Iron Troll was smaller and smaller in size. The forms that it could take became more and more simple. It was much easier to grasp its attack model now. The Iron Troll was riddled with holes under Long Yangjuan's attack. The deep blue flames of spiritual energy were flickering in fear. It extended countless tentacles furiously, trying to snatch the yin-yang, sometimes even spurting space torpedoes to Long Yangjun, hoping to blow her up. However, Long Yangjun's yin-yang was the fastest and most agile colossus of what the 12 experts from the ancient sages sector carried. It was even faster than Li Yao's Tartarian skeleton. How could the Iron Troll do as it wished? Found it. Long Yangjun's eyes were as cold as ice, as she stared at the hundreds of space torpedoes at the core of the ball-shaped body of the Iron Troll. The computational units and the control chips must be installed right there. At this moment, the destructive light balls around the Tartarian skeleton had all perished. Although the surface of the Colossus was slightly dimmed, even more violent flames of spiritual energy were surging out under Li Yao's fury. Li Yao gritted his teeth hard to straighten his left arm and open his fingers. All the crimson, thorny veins around its body were condensed on the left army, and soon constructed into what appeared to be the barrel of a cannon in front of his left arm. A highly dangerous red light ball was generated from the thorny barrel. The Iron Troll sensed the fatal spiritual waves from Li Yao's side too. The only solution filtered by the enormous database was to run away immediately. But the black and white light blades from Li Yao were improving both their speed and density to a higher level in the moment, harassing the deep blue halo that supported its body, making it unable for the monster to move. How could it run away? Explode now! Li Yao roared. The destructive force hidden deep inside the Tartarian skeleton erupted like a hurricane and gathered in the thorns on the left palm, turning into an enormous light ball more than 100 meters in diameter, which then submerged into the core of the body of the Iron Troll. The blood-red light ball exploded abruptly at the core of the Iron Troll, swallowing everything within 1,000 meters instantly. The strong radiation and interference caused by the light ball even completely blew the nerves and veins of the Iron Troll into smithereens. Almost 1,000 space torpedoes were detonated at the same time before they proliferated crazily like abnormal tumors. After they reached the limits of ugliness, they exploded, shrank, and perished, leaving countless broken pieces that were rapidly revolving behind. It appeared as if Li Yao had stabbed a bloody hole in the universe with the Tartarian skeleton, and the Iron Troll had been attracted into the hole and vanished forever. The heated battlefield fell into weird stillness again, but the flames of spiritual energy around the two colossi were still dancing crazily like two flags, rising high above. A moment later, everybody was exclaiming in excitement. The soldiers of the Federal Army were so excited that they had no time to bother whether or not their voice could be heard by each other in the vacuum. Bashing their chests, they uttered the most passionate, loudest, and sincerest roar. Long live the Federation! Long live the Colossi! The cacophony of the crowd might not have been able to pierce through the cold universe. However, the crystal cannons, flying swords, chain swords, vibration sabers, and high-heat axes that were filled with all their spirit, will, and hot blood certainly could. A moment later, the battle line of the Federal Army that had almost dispersed a moment ago was compressed into an iron tide again that rushed at the Army of Ghosts. The Army of Ghosts had just changed into the piton-shaped battle formations that were most suitable for high-speed charge, but before they had reached the super high speed that was most necessary for such a battle formation, they were forced to change into the defense mode. Despite their massive computational ability, they were still cramping nervously as their brains crashed. Li Yao and Long Yangjun boosted the morale to the highest with only the two of them again. Now that they had played their final trump cards, naturally, there was no reason for them to stop there. They would certainly ensure that the best effect was achieved. The Tartarian skeleton and the yin-yang marched into the enemy's battle formation from two sides. Like wind blowing apart clouds, they were utterly invincible as they pushed forward. They slew the Army of Ghosts as if they were merely pulling weeds, rewriting the definition of onslaught. Boom! Li Yao casually threw out crimson waves, and a few crystal suits that did not have time to dodge would end up as round fireballs. Crack! The bloody thorns were waving around the body crazily. As long as they touched any part on the enemy's crystal suit, However slippery the plate armor was, they would still snatch it and rip the crystal suit apart as if it were the lousiest wooden box. Key, 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 key. On the dozens of black wings made of spiritual energy at the back of the Tartarian skeleton, there was a broken piece of the primeval treasures the size of a fingernail hidden at the core of every feather. All the pieces had been installed with the control rune arrays that Li Yao had carved carefully and baptized repetitively with the blood from his heart. Under the control of his telepathic thoughts, those pieces of primeval treasures could still deal serious damage to crystal suits and even small starships once their speed increased enough. At this moment, a lot of warriors of the army of ghosts were riddled with holes, with blood flying everywhere, under the attack of the stormy pieces released by Li Yao. Soon, nothing was in Li Yao's way anymore. When he looked back, he could only see a whole battleground of gory debris. There was not a single organized combat unit on the enemy's side anymore. That was the dominance of the colossi that were as strong as the main force warships, but much more agile and swift than them. Great job! Luo Qixing and Long Yangjun flew toward Li Yao. The old colonel of the Federal Army could not disguise his excitement at all. In his eyes, Li Yao and Long Yangjun had become two almighty gods that had appeared out of nowhere. He was willing to accept their command. The army of ghosts at the periphery of District 01 space station is about to be suppressed by us. What do we do next? Do you clear the battlefield completely? Or do we break in right now? We break in right now. Li Yao and Long Yangjun looked at each other. The two of them did not dare underestimate the enemy anymore after the abrupt changes just now. Although they reversed the situation with the help of the colossi, all their trump cards had been revealed, too. Besides, the colossi were gluttons that consumed mental power, spiritual energy, crystals, and ammunitions at an unbelievable rate. Despite the immensity of Li Yao's and Long Yangjun's souls, using the colossi for a long time would still be as much a burden as when an ordinary soldier waved a saber weighing 90 kilograms for an hour without rest. The fierce battle just now had caused various battle performance parameters on the two colossi to slightly drop. Li Yao and Long Yangjun both felt that their souls were slowly burning like candles. If they dawdled, there might be new, unexpected changes. So, they might as well charge at the core of the enemy's battle formation while they still could. In 5 minutes, when there was still engagement of fire at the edge of the battlefield, the daring team made of the officers had already gathered. The two colossi were certainly the unquestionable vanguards. Li Yao and Long Yangjun broke into the space station through the airtight gate that the Iron Troll crawled out of a moment ago. At the core area of the 100 ball-shaped space stations of 100 Flower City, District 01 was the space station that had been built the earliest and in the largest scale. The shell of the silver ball was almost 100 kilometers in diameter. Even a small starship would be able to dive into the space station carefully in order to ship assets. The two colossi were both less than 50 meters tall, so they did not need to worry that they might bump their heads. The three airtight gates were under Professor Mo Xian's control. Naturally, they would not be opened or closed easily. They did not have time to play the game of hacking crystal processors or cracking the rune arrays either. So, the soldiers simply spurted tremendous gel at the exit of the airtight gates, forming a super tiny blockage layer to prevent the oxygen inside the space station from leaking out. Boom! After ensuring that the internal pressure was stable enough, Li Yao kicked the second and the third airtight gates in front of him heavily with the Tartarian skeleton. The daring team, exclusively made of cultivators, led by Luo Qixing, broke into District 01 with crystal cannons on their shoulders and chain swords in their hands like wolves and tigers, finding their way into the main control room of 100 Flower City and the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center. The weird thing in front of their eyes, however, cast everybody, including Li Yao and Long Yangjun, into a big surprise. Inside District 01, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the enjoyable scenery simulated by the grand illusionary land had gone. The only thing left was the silver cabin wall that was emitting cold brilliance that felt like ice. That was all within their expectations and nothing to be surprised at. However, at the center of District 01, There should have been a lot of authentic soil and plants that made up a fairly large garden for the staff who worked in this place to rest and relieve their pressure. The park had completely vanished. No, it did not vanish. The park was still where it used to be, except that the colorful flowers, the green bushes, and the fruitful trees inside it all turned silver. Exactly. After careful observation, everybody realized that things within District 01, from the plants to the buildings, had all turned silver. They looked like silver statues that had just been frozen. As the core of Hundred Flowers City and the hub of the spiritual nexus of the entire Star Glory Federation, hundreds of thousands of researchers, crystal processor experts, and spiritual nexus specialists lived in this place. It was supposed to be lively and crowded by people, but now there was nothing but dead silence, as if the place was a tomb made of silver. All the residents seemed to have gone to another world. All the members of the daring team shuddered hard at the weird scene. What happened in this place? How did it end like this? What exactly is the weird stuff that has consolidated on the ground and on the cabin wall? If Professor Emotion is truly behind everything, what is he trying to do now that even his best hyperspirits have been taken down? Right then, the silver tomb, which was still and quiet previously, began to move, as if a cold wind was blowing from the bottomless level on the stagnant water. Ripples were spreading out on the silver materials that enshrouded the cabin ball, the ground, and all the buildings. They turned from solids into thick liquids, running, wriggling, and condensing. Smiling silver faces were surfacing on the ground, wall, and sky. Seeing the scene, Liao felt that lightning was striking inside his head. He immediately understood what was covering District 01. It's liquid metal. Luo Qixing realized what was going on too. He shouted, "Watch out, everybody. Something is not right. This is liquid metal of the mustard seed level, designed to repair the broken parts of the space stations." Liquid metal was not a name for any natural metal, but a special alloy mixed by countless metal elements. At a certain temperature, pressure, and spiritual waves, its form could be changed freely, like rubber or gel. Because it could easily be reshaped, and it could turn into the solid form with a high intensity immediately when the conditions that kept it in the liquid form altered, it served as one of the necessary materials to repair the shells of the starships. Hundred Flowers City was a space metropolis connected by 100 enormous space stations. The aging of the shell and the leakages caused by cosmic storms and meteoroid assaults during the daily operation were almost unavoidable. Naturally, a huge amount of liquid metal was stored in this place. Hundred Flowers City even boasted its own liquid metal factory that produced almost 100 tons of liquid metal on a daily basis. At this moment, it appeared that all the liquid metal stored in the entire Hundred Flowers City had been secretly shipped to District 01. The place had been completely drowned and turned into a silver ocean. On the surface of the silver ocean, right below the big smiling faces, heads, torsos, and limbs were being condensed one after another. Very soon, a lot of liquid metal puppets 2 to 3 meters tall with particularly sharp arms and legs were formed. Staggering, they stood up on their feet and stared at Li Yao, Long Yangjun, and the other members of the daring team in silence, continuing smiling. Chapter 1759 Mo Xian, the Extraterrestrial Devil. The members of the daring team were all shocked by the weird scene. For a moment, they were at a loss about how to deal with the liquid metal puppets. Li Yao, on the other hand, was even more greatly stunned. The appearance of the liquid metal puppets was almost exactly like Professor Mo Xian's current life form. He knew that Professor Mo Xian had tried to build artificial bodies with liquid metal more than 100 years ago, but he did not know that the professor had indeed succeeded, at least partly. He was wondering what was residing inside the liquid metal puppets. Was it living souls, pure artificial intelligence, or merely parts of Professor Mo Xian? Lay down your weapons and stop fighting. Holes appeared on the big faces of the hundreds of liquid metals simultaneously, from which the same voice was broadcast. Professor Mo Xian's voice that was filled with pain, desperation, and excitement. Enough blood has been shed in the cold space. Everybody is fighting for the Star Glory Federation and the civilization of mankind. I don't want to hurt anyone. So, Drop your weapons. The hundreds of liquid metal puppets were uttering the same voice. The entire silver world was humming under the shock. It was obviously Professor Mo Xian's voice, but when hundreds of his voices overlapped with each other, it sounded twisted, deep, and weird, giving everybody the feeling that he was some sort of fiend. Looking at Long Yangjun, Li Yao bellowed. Who are you exactly, Professor Mo Xian or the extraterrestrial devils? What's the difference? Self-mocking chuckles echoed from the holes on the heads of the hundreds of liquid metal puppets at the same time. Besides, even if I claim that I am just Professor Mo Xian, will you believe it? Is there any way that I can prove myself? So, it doesn't matter now. On the other hand, you, the experts from the ancient sages sector, are rather interesting. How can you sense the existence of the extraterrestrial devils, huh? He was almost admitting that he was an extraterrestrial devil by responding in such a way. Whispers were immediately triggered among the members of the daring team. At this moment, they finally confirmed that their actions of defiance and insubordination previously were justified. However, it also suggested that the extraterrestrial devils did exist, and they had corrupted the most critical hub of the spiritual nexus to such an extent. The future of the Federation was still uncertain. Li Yao was slightly dazed. Then, he realized that the first real identity that he and Long Yangjun had prepared was not really a secret because they publicly announced it a moment ago. Even if Professor Mo Xian did not have spies in the crowd, with his identity as one of the best refiners of the Federation, it certainly would not have been difficult for him to implant certain detectophones in the crystal suits of some of the soldiers. Besides, Yin Liren, Master Bitter Cicada, and the rest of the experts were misled by Professor Mo Xian and teleported to somewhere unknown. They were likely to have been ambushed by Professor Mo Xian. It was not unusual that Professor Mo Xian had learned of their real identity. Right then, Luo Qixing furiously roared, "Professor Mo Xian? Is it really you? How is it possible?" The Professor Mo Xian I knew was a great hero of the Federation, who saved the Federation multiple times and made great contributions for the Federation to grow into what it has become today. But right now, you are conspiring with the Black Wind Fleet, controlling all the leadership of Hundred Flowers City and compromising the hub of the spiritual nexus. What do you want exactly? Conspiring with the Black Wind Fleet? The holes on the faces of the hundreds of liquid metal puppets were shivering at the same time, as if they were all amused. With their piton-like limbs shaking softly, they replied, "No, you're mistaken. From beginning to end, I have always been a proud cultivator of the Star Glory Federation. I never conspired with the immortal cultivators of the Imperium of true human beings. I merely invited them to my trap. You must have heard a thing or two about the scandal that took place in the capital, but everything you know is fake. It is a plan directed by and starring Xingjian, who intends to die together with the enemy. However, the commander of the expedition army of the Imperium is definitely the opposite of reckless. Besides, the information under his control is 100 times more than what you are aware of. Xingjian's delicate but fragile scheme is not enough to deceive him at all. However fat and succulent the bait appears to be, the Black Wind Fleet will not bite it. The Federation cannot afford waiting. We cannot bear the consequences of a war that can possibly last decades. Therefore, everything I have done is just a minor fix for Xingjian's plan. But no matter what, I must help the Federation win this war first. Also, I will turn it into the last war of the Star Glory Federation, or at least the last traditional war. From that day on, absolute peace will embrace everybody in the Federation. Even if we may still declare war on the Imperium of true human beings and the alliance of the Holy Covenant in the future, in order to disseminate the ideology of absolute peace to them, the wars will be completely different from what we have today. They will be easy, clean, painless, and like games. The voices echoing from the holes of the liquid metal puppets suddenly turned loud and high-pitched, as if a metal hurricane was sweeping across the park. Luo Qixing lost his cool. Is what they said true? You have been really working on certain surreptitious research in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. You're trying to lock everybody in the virtual world. You want to transform all human beings into spiriters. A real cultivator is never scared to express his ideas, Professor Mo Xian said casually. I have repeated my ideas for decades. I have published more than 100 papers and books and held countless seminars. Is that really a shocking secret? But we all thought that you were describing a distant future millions of years away. Luo Qixing roared. We did not know that you were as insane as this. We did not expect that the Honorable Professor Mo Xian was actually doing so many clandestine things in secret. There's no need for a cultivator to hide his ideas. However, there are too many ways to carry out the ideas. Deception is certainly one of them, Professor Mo Xian unhurriedly said. Because I strode too fast and I was way ahead of my era, I was bound to be counterattacked by the era. In the 100,000 years of history of development of mankind, how many people have been minced into pieces or burned at the stake because they were well ahead of their eras? Those who are one step ahead of their era are heroes. 2 steps, geniuses. 3 steps, lunatics. What about those who are 100 steps ahead of their eras? Out-and-out fiends. I am a man who was given another life in the first place. What's terrible about death? I do not fear being minced apart or burned at the stake, much less being derided as lunatics and fiends. However, if I know my ideas are right, until I am destroyed at a guillotine or in the middle of fire as a lunatic and a fiend, I will certainly carry on my ideas of absolute peace to the end. Nobody can stop me. Silver ripples were spreading out on the hundreds of liquid metal puppets, like Professor Mo Xian's belief that was burning furiously. Professor Mo Xian. Li Yao could not help speaking up. When you showed me the Spiritor's realm, didn't you mention yourself that evolution could not be accomplished overnight, but would have to take millions of years to slowly develop? You said that, no matter how wonderful the highly developed future appeared, it would still be a disaster to make a civilization cover the journey of evolution that should have taken millions of years in the blink of an eye. And therefore, we should never do such things, right? Yes, that is exactly what I said. Professor Mo Xian sighed softly. The holes on every liquid metal puppet's face was twisted, as if they were in agony. After decades of research and exploration, I know all the logic. I know it much better than you do. So, there is no need for you to remind me of that. But, I am a human being after all, not a cold crystal processor. My compatriots are still living in pain because of the plague of wars. Their blood will be shed for nothing for millions of years. Countless people will be enslaved, oppressed, tortured, and slaughtered. Countless brilliant civilizations will end up as cosmic dust in the bleak universe. How can I just hide in my library and do my theoretical studies calmly and rationally while waiting for the arrival of the bright future in millions of years' time? Even if the odds of success are just 1%, I would like to give it a shot to make the bright future arrive right now. Even if I have to pay everything, even if I am denigrated and obliterated, I will still have fulfilled my responsibility as a cultivator and a human being for our own civilization, won't I? Li Yao cursed loudly in his heart, not knowing what he should say. Enough of the CR*P. He must be buying himself more time. Luo Qixing roared. Lock onto the enemy and prepare to shoot. Crack, 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 crack. All the crystal cannons and storm bolters were switched to the mode of maximal damage. Colorful, fatal light balls were expanding out of the barrels. Professor Mo Xian's hundreds of liquid metal clones stared at the crystal cannons and storm bolters that were aimed at them and said, "There's no need for me to buy myself more time because the time has already come. Also, if you insist on shooting, you'd better make sure that you aim well. This place is the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Interaction and Processing Center. I've already hacked all the super crystal processors in this place. They're all extremely precise and vulnerable devices. If you free fire in this place, and if the 2 colossi go on a rampage sweeping aside everything in their way like they did outside, it will be quite easy for you to destroy the hub of the spiritual nexus. Once the Spiritual Nexus Processing Center of 100 Flower City at the center of the 7 sectors is seriously damaged, although the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus wouldn't be entirely paralyzed, the net speed on the Spiritual Nexus will be lowered by at least 30%. It will be much easier for the spiritual nexus to be affected and infiltrated too, which may lead to dire consequences for information transmission and space jumps. You wouldn't wish to see that when the Black Wind Fleet is stabbing at the heart of the Federation and the Heaven's Origin sector is in great need of the reinforcement from the other 6 sectors. Or in particular, the Burning Prairie Fleet. Would you? Chapter 1760 Silver Slaughterhouse. The astounding news overwhelmed everyone. The hundreds of liquid metal puppets squatted at this moment and jumped close from various directions. They seemed to be made of the softest rubber, which allowed their limbs and torsos to be folded or extended at will. When they were jumping over, their limbs stretched to almost 3 meters long, and their torsos shrank into tiny balls, making them look more like some sort of weird 4-legged spiders instead of humans. In such a form, they improved their all-direction agility to the maximum. A soft jump was enough to make them leap dozens of meters. Fire! Luo Qixing commanded. Thousands of fiery snakes surged out of the members of the daring team. Metal bullets, super high-frequency vibration waves, high-radiation mystic rays. The colorful attacks congregated into destructive torrents and smashed at the enemy. Chi! 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 The liquid metal puppets were immediately blown into hives that were riddled with holes before they were cut in half from the waist and torn into smaller metal clusters. In the end, they were even unable to maintain their basic form anymore and just degraded into silver mud. Collapsing on the ground, they shrieked in ear-splitting sounds, trembling, writhing, and struggling. The liquid metal puppets, not even having a spiritual shield, seemed vulnerable and worthless. However, after wriggling for a moment, they were condensed into silver rubber balls again. The same piton-shaped limbs that looked like arms and legs grew out, and they stood on their feet once more. Their torsos were slowly focused into a bigger oval, supporting a smaller oval. Ripples were spreading out on the surface of the smaller oval, producing what appeared to be a smile. Faced with absolute peace, even the fiercest weapon is useless, the liquid metal puppets said with a smile. The smile chilled everyone who saw it. Their eyes surpassing the liquid metal puppets, they noticed that more and more puppets were surfacing from the silver ground, the wall, and the ceiling deep inside the space station, which were staring at them without moving like a bunch of monuments. There were thousands of new puppets and counting. How is it possible? Long Yangjun moaned in disbelief through the Colosse's special communication channel. How are so many weird liquid metal puppets controlled exactly? I didn't see anything like a control chip inside them even when they were shredded into pieces just now. They must be remotely controlled by the magnetic field. Scanning the environment, Li Yao gnashed his teeth. We're one step late. The space station has been completely consumed by Professor Emotion. He's covered the entire area in a certain special magnetic field. Those liquid metal puppets are not single individuals, but parts of an enormous magnetic field that is under the control of a mainframe crystal processor. Liquid metal actually has a very simple structure, and the attrition when its form is altered is little to none. In other words, it is not afraid of regular violence at all. Even if we cannot locate the mainframe crystal processor and destroy the entire magnetic field, the liquid metal puppets will only be retooled time and time again, however many we tear apart. Thinking quickly, Long Yangjun hurriedly replied, "If so, it's rather terrible now. If such a mainframe crystal processor does exist, it must be the Guy-level super crystal processor at the core of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center. Or in other words, Professor Emotion has hacked one of the only 3 Guy-level super crystal processors of the Federation. And when the 2 of them are combined, the most terrifying mainframe crystal processor is produced. Even if we can locate the mainframe crystal processor, there's no way we can destroy it." Professor Emotion was quite right. If the Black Wind Fleet has indeed arrived at the Heaven's Origin sector, this is exactly the time when the other 6 sectors must reinforce the Heaven's Origin sector in full scale. Endless information, data, assets, troops, and warships need to be managed. If the transmission efficiency on the spiritual nexus is lowered by 30%, however briefly, the Federation will certainly lose this war. In other words, at this critical moment, Professor Xuan has already taken the grand unified spiritual nexus as his hostage. Our hands are tied. Long Yangjun was not wrong at all. Professor Xuan indeed controlled, or rather, created perfect timing. He was indeed a terrifying being whose computational ability equaled that of a supercrystal processor. There must be openings. Cold sweating popping out, Li Yao could only comfort himself in such a way. Because even if Professor Xuan took everything into account, he couldn't have foreseen the arrival of the 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector. Us breaking into this space station cannot be of little interference to his plan. Does building so many liquid metal puppets and commanding them to battle not cost his spiritual energy and computational ability? Besides, as for Yin Liren, Qi Zhongdao, and the rest of them, even if they are trapped by Professor Xuan with mysterious arts, those nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators are certainly not meat on a chopping block. Professor Xuan's plan was a risky one in the first place. He couldn't have prepared such redundancies to cope with unexpected factors. We must not be deceived by his gesture of confidence. Firm your belief. The extraterrestrial devils are best at mental attacks, and mental attacks have the best effect when the target has doubts. Hardly had Li Yao concluded his sentence when a large batch of metal liquid puppets jumped over for a second time. This time, they were even faster and larger in number. They had also remembered the shooting trajectories of the daring team, which made it easier for them to dodge. Although they were all shot down merciless once again, they were now only 100 meters away from the daring team. Soon, the silver mud was wriggling again. They were condensed, charging, and shot down again. Hisses and moans of the metal puppets were echoing non-stop. They seemed to boast infinite vitality, but the pills and spiritual energy of the daring team were quite finite. Although they carried special incendiary bullets that could generate a temperature of more than 1,000 degrees to completely change the nature of the liquid metal materials, they did not have the courage to use them because they were concerned about the special environment in the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center. Besides, the entire space station seemed to have been consumed by liquid metal. Hundreds of special incendiary bullets would be of little help. Finally, my ammo is out. Attack rune arrays are overloaded. Damn it. It needs a half-minute cooldown. Freezing bullets. Who has freezing bullets? The firing points became intermittent one after another. Some of the firing points even entirely died down. Except for the few liquid metal puppets that were temporarily frozen. All the remaining liquid metal puppets were unaffected and simply lunging at them with smiles. Even those liquid metal puppets that were frozen by the bullets actually only lost the thin metal shell at the outmost layer, because the liquid metal inside had already flowed out from their feet before the coldness invaded their bodies. Such an escape tactic reduced the effect of the freezing bullets to the minimum. The first liquid metal puppet turned into a streak of silver that darted into the members of the daring team, launching a fierce melee attack. They might be targets that were hit passively during the remote confrontation just now, but they were certainly dominators in the close-distance battle. Neither the chains words nor the vibration sabers could cause fatal damage to them. When their bodies were broken apart, the wounds would heal immediately. When their limbs were chopped off, the limbs could turn into sharp vipers and launch attacks on their own. It was even less of a deal if their heads were blown up, because they could condense dozens of heads that were only decorative. Only the orange edge of the high-heat axes could deal actual damage to them by disintegrating the internal structure of the liquid metal. However, what the edge of the axes could destroy was only the tiny bit of liquid metal that came into contact with the edge. Professor Xuan had long calculated and optimized the weakness of the puppets. When they sensed that the temperature was too high, the rest of the liquid metal would automatically disperse and flee from the high temperature before it was focused again. With the incessant liquid metal materials as supplies, even the most seriously wounds were healable for them. But things were different for the members of the daring team. It appeared that the liquid metal puppets could not form weapons that had complicated internal structures because of their limited computational ability. They were merely attacking their enemy with their sharp limbs as cold weapons. During the close-distance battle, they would take the attacks of the members of the daring team casually first before they absorbed the enemy's weapons into their bodies and held the weapons with the magnetic field. Then, they would stab at the shoulder or the soft abdomen of the members of the daring team with their limbs. Once they pierced into the bodies of the members through the gaps of the crystal suits, they would turn into tiny metal threads and spread out. Even the toughest men were crying in pain. However, it seemed that their aim was not to kill. The cutting points that they chose were generally not fatal parts. After they connected themselves to the members of the daring team with liquid metal threads, they would wriggle again and extend countless tentacles like enormous jellyfish or octopi, enshrouding both the members of the daring team and their crystal suits. Hiss, 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 Chilu, 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 Chilu. The members of the daring team, who were tied by them, were struggling hard at first. But the liquid metal simply covered them time and time again, tirelessly, and finally consumed all of them, transforming them into weird silver statues that stood on the battlefield without moving. The weird scene made all the remaining members of the daring team feel cold and creepy. They did not know whether or not they should cut the silver shell with their chains words to free their comrades, fearing that they might accidentally kill their comrades if their operation was careless. Asterisk Shoal. What kind of monster are you? Luo Qixing was waving a high-heat axe in both hands, and a silver river was flowing next to him. But more and more liquid metal puppets surrounded him. They even turned into sharp thorns below his feet and pierced into his ankles. He could not help but bellow in pain. Rest assured, their lives are not in danger. Professor Mo Xian's voice echoed again from all directions. Even if there is only a 1% likelihood, I cannot bear to kill any human compatriots. I am simply inviting everyone to be a guest in our new world. That's all. The liquid metal puppets soared up and opened their bodies in midair, turning into enormous jellyfish that flew toward the old colonel of the Federal Army until he was entirely consumed. Chapter 1761 Lost in the Spiritor's Realm. In front of the two colossi, tremendous liquid metal flowed over and piled up into a mountain almost 20 meters tall. Limbs and organs grew out of the mountains, transforming them into two silver giants that were almost as tall as the two colossi. Colossi, symbols of war, massacre, and humanity's brutal nature. The two silver giants declared at the same time, after human beings enter the new world of absolute peace, they will not need the colossi anymore. The two giants sprinted at the Tartarian skeleton and the yin-yang. Despite their enormous size, they were even more agile than the small puppets on the ground. Extending and changing their forms, they evaded the sword and saber auras launched by Li Yao and Long Yangjun. Even if some of the attacks cut narrow, long slits on them, they were still utterly unharmed. Pooh! After they reached the two of them, the silver giants leapt up into two torrents of liquid metal in midair, trying to directly lunge at the two colossi and perform the same swallowing and infiltration. Li Yao sniffed. He retreated almost 100 meters quickly, leaving dozens of blurred shadows of the Tartarian skeleton behind. All the bloody thorns on its body deeply stabbed into the liquid metal. Under the surging spiritual energy and the high-frequency vibration, the silver giant collapsed abruptly into silver balls the size of fingernail, which hit the ground like a silver raindrop. Next to him, Long Yangjun also activated almost 100 black and white light blades that could easily be heated to more than 1,000 degrees. She minced the silver giant that jumped at him into scorching pieces, making it unable to be condensed again for a long time. However, it was not the solution to their current problem. It was true that the silver balls scattered on the ground failed to condense into a giant dozens of meters tall, but they were consolidated into tiny figurines the size of a hand while they wriggled weirdly. Despite the small size, they each had arms, legs, a torso, a head, and all the other necessary organs. There was the same hole in their heads that could be twisted randomly into all kinds of creepy expressions. Even the strongest violence cannot solve all problems. All the tiny figurines, the number of which must have surpassed 100,000, were letting out the same devastated voice while waving their pointy arms. You can't kill me because I represent peace. However cruel a war can be, you can never kill peace. Gritting his teeth, Li Yao could not help but bellow, "You're mad." "I'm not mad. Those people who are trying to soak the civilization of mankind in war for another million years, and even make it self-destruct in war, it is they who are mad." The 100,000 tiny figurines were shrieking at the same time. "Are you such people too? Are you among those goddamned war fanatics? Why can't you understand? Why are you so reluctant to join hands with me and create a new world of absolute peace?" In ear-splitting shrieks, the tiny figurines hopped at Li Yao and Long Yangjun again. Faced with the overwhelming silver figurines, even Li Yao and Long Yangjun felt that it was tricky despite the two colossi. The most critical problem was that they could not bring out the colossi's full combat ability. Not only was this place a central hub of the spiritual nexus, millions of hostages inside the space station might also have been kidnapped by Professor Emotian. It was possible that their bodies were enshrouded by the weird liquid metal, and their souls were trapped in the Spiritor's realm. If the two colossi carried out the maximum of their combat ability, it might be possible for them to completely blow District 01 space station into smithereens. But as a result, millions of lives would be lost, and Professor Emotian's plan might not be stopped at all. With so many hindrances, Li Yao could not make up his mind to attack at all. Besides, he had noticed that the ocean of liquid metal below his feet was getting deeper and deeper. It was almost drowning the ankles of the two colossi. "Something's wrong below our feet. Hurry and fly up." In Li Yao's roars, the two colossi ascended quickly. Almost at the same time, countless tentacles dashed out of the silver ocean below their feet and reached for their legs with ear-splitting shrieks, only to be melted by the exhaust flames spurted from the power rune arrays below their feet. The tentacles fell back into the silver ocean into orange spots that were blossoming like buds. However, in midair, the hundreds of thousands of silver figurines were already coming at the two of them relentlessly and crashing into their spiritual shields. As colorful ripples spread out on their spiritual shields, they were constantly shattered, splashing and falling. But they simply wriggled, melted, and condensed again and again until they were blown into pieces again. Peace, absolute peace, is about to come. Stop now. Let's not fight each other anymore. I love you deeply, human compatriots. Enter the new world together with me, where there is not war, but tranquility, not pain, but delight and happiness. In the new world, mankind will evolve into a purer, more advanced, and more civilized species. That is our only future. The silver figurines were creaking nonstop while they were destroyed and remade incessantly. In the end, they even turned into vivid faces of men and women, old and young. "Young man, why are you so into war?" A silver figurine that put on the appearance of an old grandma with wrinkles all over the face was truly speaking like a weather-beaten woman who was full of pain. "Wars are the worst things in the world. How much pain has war brought to us? It hurts. It hurts so much. Uncle, don't kill me. Don't." Another silver figurine that looked like a young girl was truly shedding tears, like pearls from the corner of its eyes. While crying, it crashed into the spiritual shield of the Tartarian skeleton. Naturally, it was immediately ripped into pieces by the spiritual shield that had been activated to the maximum. "My daughter! My daughter!" Another two silver figurines seemed to have turned into the parents of the former one. Seeing the miserable death of their daughter, they were screaming desperately and charged at him too. "Devils! You war lunatics are the real devils. Give me my daughter!" Naturally, they were all blown to smithereens and reduced to the most fundamental particles. Very soon, all the silver figurines seemed to have turned into victims who were tormented in wars, especially the people who were ravaged by top experts in fierce battles. They lunged at the spiritual shield of the two colossi again. Alarms, each louder than the last, were ringing deep inside the two colossi. Their spiritual shields had both been weakened to the limits and were about to collapse under the scourge of the silver figurines. Li Yao's mind was also deeply stimulated by the vivid expressions and the painful voices of the silver figurines. "Save me, uncle. It hurts so much. Mom, mom, mom. Wars. Goddamn wars. Why do we have to kill each other? Aren't we the same kind? Why can't there be eternal tranquility and absolute peace within the civilization of mankind? Ah, 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 ah. The voices of men and women, old and young, filled with fear, pain, expectation, hope, and desperation, blasted Li Yao's brain like enchantments and seemed to be creating real wars in his head, as well as the victims who shouldered real pain in those real wars and died helplessly. Li Yao's mind was greatly disturbed by the voices. His spiritual shield immediately became riddled with holes. Shwa, 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 shwa. 1,000 silver figurines flew in. Although thousands of saber auras were blowing around Li Yao's colossus, they could do nothing except mince the silver figurines into smaller parts. Those silver figurines simply turned into round balls and attached themselves to the plate armor of the Tartarian skeleton, blocking the gaps of all the rune arrays and the spiritual stripes. The flames of spiritual energy that were burning around the Tartarian skeleton immediately turned dim. It was like a dam was cracking, and the flood was breaking free inevitable. More and more silver figurines jumped at the Colossus enthusiastically, trying to entirely enshroud the Tartarian skeleton. On the other side, the Yin-Yang, the Colossus used by Long Yangjun, was not in any better condition. She was also fighting against the liquid metal that had fixed itself to the surface of the Colossus. The technology of the Colossus was levels higher than the technology of the most advanced crystal suit. There was definitely not a single gap for infiltration on the surface. Also, the intensity of the plate armor was often high enough to take the barrage of the main guns of the warships the hard way. It was barely possible for the liquid metal to dig a hole on the surface of the Colossus. The internal life-sustaining system in the Colossus was also more advanced than the general circulation system on the starships. Nothing would happen even if they spent a month in the vacuum or in an environment of lethal poison. Therefore, although they had been completely swallowed by the liquid metal, Li Yao's and Long Yangjuan's real bodies would not be in too much danger anytime soon. However, it was not necessarily the case for their brains or their souls. When the two colossi were struggling hard in the silver ocean, enormous flowers suddenly blossomed in the silver world. All the flowers were moved toward the two colossi, and the pistols made of hundreds of silver antennae shivered rapidly and aimed at Li Yao and Long Yangjun. Give up the feudal struggle and the passion for war. Professor Emo Xian's inhuman, unsubstantial voice was echoing from all directions again. Your companions have all been invited to the Spiriters' realm as guests. Their life is great there. Why don't you let go of your prejudice and explore the real Spiriters' realm for yourselves? Shwa! All the silver flowers expanded, and every pistil straightened out, unleashing invisible but massive mental waves. Those waves were based on the brain waves of the cultivators, but their frequency had been increased to more than 100 times. In only 12 hours, Li Yao had gone through the blast of the four-dimensional ripples, the sudden assault of the extraterrestrial devils in Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital, and the fatal fight with the army of ghosts. His mental power was already running dry, and he was merely persisting with the support of medication. Therefore, when Professor Mo Xian launched his most powerful mental attack, he could not shoulder it at all. He merely felt that silver brightness was leaking into the Colossus, like amniotic fluid in a mother's womb, which enshrouded him softly and dragged him into a dreamland. At this point, there were 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds to go before the Black Wind Fleet arrived at the core space zone in the Heaven's Origin sector. During the 600 years of development in the Federation, the military and cultivators once had contradictions. There was even a dark period known as the Age of Red Dragon Army where one party completely suppressed the other. However, the drawbacks of such a system were soon revealed and rectified. The parallel regime of two fists was restored. The two parties had been supervising each other to achieve a dynamic balance. After 600 years of cooperation, and faced with the threat of the Imperium of true human beings, the military and the Association of Cultivators, which represented the interests of the cultivators, had been combined. Today, the highest decision-making and war command center in the Federation was not the Department of Defense, the General Staff of the military, or the National Strategies Institute in the Parliament. But this place, the Defense Council of the Federation, made of the leadership of the military, the leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau, and the many nascent soul stage cultivators and even divinity transformation stage cultivators in the Association of Cultivators. According to tradition, the position of President of the Defense Council would be taken by the Speaker of the Federation, and the three vice presidents were assumed by the big shots from the military, the Secret Sword Bureau, and the Association of Cultivators, respectively. The series of gray, egg-like buildings in the southern suburb of the capital city was the command center of the most fatal armed forces of the 7 sectors in the Federation. At this moment, countless shuttles and fully armed exos were milling about inside the gray eggs, like bees that had been infuriated. Alarms were echoing non-stop within the Defense Council, too. Everything was a mess. The military, Secret Sword Bureau, Association of Cultivators, Parliament, the giants of various parties came one after another. Even a lot of mysterious people who barely showed up in the news had revealed themselves, but they were obviously anxious too. They had every reason to be anxious because something devastating had just happened. 2 hours ago, more than 10 starships disguised as supply ships had launched assaults on 3 space gates in the periphery of the Heaven's Origin sector simultaneously. They had successfully seized one of the space gates and blocked the other 2 with bombs that contained tremendous interferential materials, including gold graphite. It meant that, for the time being, of the 3 enormous lighthouses in the Heaven's Origin sector that were supposed to guide the external starships to jump in, 2 had been entirely turned off, and the brightness from the last had been redirected to the unknown darkness. Who knew what kind of stuff would pop out from the darkness? Because of the internal infiltration, the assault was fluent and soundless. It was completed in only half an hour. Also, the assaulters adopted very advanced technology to hack the spiritual nexus. They intercepted and replaced the communication between the 3 space gates and the Space Jump Control Center on the ground in advance. Therefore, it was not until half an hour ago that the accident was finally noticed and reported. The Federation today boasted 7 boundless sectors at the edge of the cosmos. It could more or less be counted as a dinosaur, although not a gigantic one. Naturally, the reaction speed of its central nerves could not be as high as the reaction speed of a mouse. After the Defense Council of the Federation confirmed the seriousness of the issue and sent out the Heaven's Origin fleet, the local fleet stationed at the capital, to march at the 3 space gates, ripples from the 4-dimensional space had already raised a turbulence of spiritual energy of an enormous scale near the biggest space gate. A bloody mouth seemed to slowly open and was about to consume the entire space zone. When Xuan Guqing, the Supreme Speaker of the Star Glory Federation, stepped into the command center of the Defense Council, the first thing he saw was exactly the colorful, devastating images displayed on hundreds of light beams after the bloody mouth was scanned in various ways. Xuan Guqing was 225 years old. Of all the speakers of the Federation, he was not certainly among the most brilliant. He lacked personal charisma, and his connections with the major sects and the military were not deep enough, either. He was purely a dutiful, hard-working civil official, nothing more. Many people called him Camel behind his back. Even his wife and his children sometimes called him that to his face, half-jokingly, including himself. Everybody knew that he was not one of the speakers who could dominate the world and be respected as heroes, but a worker who set the stage, prepared the armor, honed the weapons for the heroes in silence, and sent the heroes to the stage with his shoulder as the stairs. From the old Federation to this day, 600 years had passed with almost 100 speakers, but only a few had a description of half a chapter in the history textbooks. Most of the speakers showed up in the appendices with their names and the dates of their birth and death. It was doubtless that Xuan Guqing would be one of them. Even his photograph would not be added to the history books, and even the pickiest examination officers would not trick the students with his life events as the questions. On the other hand, he never complained about his destiny. During his 2 5-year terms, he had done everything that he could to mobilize all the forces that could be mobilized, accumulating the war potential of the Federation coin after coin to lay a foundation for the highest warring state to come and to provide armor, swords, and a stage for the real heroic figures such as Ding Lingdang or Jin Xinyue. In the past decade, he seemed to have grown older by 100 years. He had originally lacked the vibe of a compelling leader, and now he looked even more clumsy and dumb, like a piece of rotten wood that had been burned in fire for too many times. According to the calendar, the new Speaker of the Federation would be elected in another 2 weeks. From that day on, the various powers of the Federation would be transferred one after another. In 1.5 months, the new Speaker would swear in right before the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag and billions of people of the Federation. After that, he would be completely relieved of the heavy burden that had been deeply buried into his flesh and bones. But then, the real problem now was, would the Star Glory Federation still exist in 1.5 months? Juan Guqing's feelings were all hidden in the deep wrinkles, like every day in the past 10 years. He seemed to be an old camel that was moving unhurriedly, although it had encountered a black storm in the desert, as if the dense light spots on the hundreds of light beams were nothing more than some annoying sand. His attitude, which was so calm that it bordered on sluggish, had an amazing reaction with the slightly panicked atmosphere inside the Defense Council. Gradually, all the anxious and agitated people around were influenced by him and slowed down. They were even looking at him, full of expectation. Almost 100 enormous light beams were connected to the telescopes that were located in the satellites and asteroids. They were depicting the terrible scenes that were happening in space from different levels through different ways of probing. On the 3D images sent back by the telescopes whose main probe approaches were gravity change and space ripple capture, the deep, profound space was like a vulnerable eggshell that had been broken abruptly by a certain object. The pieces of the eggshell were flying out clearly and did not die down until more than 10 seconds later. The telescopes that mainly detected spiritual energy and heat, on the other hand, discovered dozens, hundreds, and then thousands of butterflies that looked like stars. They were surrounded by raging, glamorous brilliance, which interweaved and melted, illuminating the entire dark universe. Some other crystal cameras that had been deployed at the periphery of the Heaven's Origin sector for reconnaissance purposes managed to send back some close-distance images before they were disrupted and destroyed. The real appearance of the arrivers was obvious on them. The arrivers were super starships that were pure black, with bodies as even and smooth as a mirror and as clear as glass. On the 2 sides of the head, the Trident Lightning emblem and the Black Storm emblem were embedded. After a long-distance jump that covered dozens of light years, the arrivers, ripping apart the 4-dimensional space and barging into the core area of the Star Glory Federation with invisible but overwhelming flames of spiritual energy, still maintained the most even, dense, and organized formation in the array that was almost 10,000 kilometers long. They aimed at the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector in the strictest square. The solemn, grave, and rigorous battle formation declared in the most majestic way the unparalleled performance of the starships of the Imperium of true human beings and the toughness of the immortal cultivators from the Imperium who were piloting them. High-energy reaction. More than 3,000 starships from the Imperium are arriving at the Heaven's Origin sector through space jumps. This must only be the vanguard. More troops are still waiting to be teleported. The periphery area of the Heaven's Origin sector has turned into a pot of hot soup. The entire space has been churned into a turbulent area. Not good. Our aim has failed. Space jumps were long processes, like when an enormous dinosaur passed through a narrow valley. Even the 3,000 starships in the vanguard could not be teleported all in one jump. Despite the signs of intense reactions of spiritual energy, they were still in a highly unstable space superposition state. To some extent, most of them were both in the Heaven's Origin sector and at the orbit of the brown dwarf simultaneously. It was their most vulnerable moment. It was also the best opportunity for the defenders to attack. However, on the surveillance and the aiming light beams, the gravitational waves, space ripples, and aftershock of spiritual energy and heat raised by the Black Wind Fleet were all blurred. Although the behemoth did not completely vanish, it was now covered in thick mist, making the best weapons deployed on the home plant and the star fortresses in orbit lose their target. From the Star Ocean Imperium to the Star Ocean Republic to the Imperium of true human beings and the Star Glory Federation, all the deep sky fleets had an unspoken rule. The ratio of the female Marines on board should be no lower than 30%. That way, if the motherland suffered a destructive strike while the deep sky fleets were cruising in space, the deep sky fleets alone would be able to pass on the civilization of the motherland. It was not hard to imagine the capabilities and configuration of such fleets. They often gathered the most elite warriors, the wisest commanders, the most advanced starships, the most powerful crystal suits, and even the unique colossi from the motherland. They were both the most precious mobile force in a space battle for a civilization and the home to all the elites. In the Star Glory Federation, there were only two troops that were qualified to be called Deep Sky Fleets, namely the Burning Prairie Fleet as the Ace Troop and the Big Buy Fleet, which was best at unexpected attacks as a rapid response troop. The troops one tier below the Deep Sky Fleets would be the Guardian Fleets stationed in the many sectors, for example, the Heaven's Origin Fleet that guarded the capital. Although their names might sound awesome, the starships of the Guardian Fleets were often small. Their spiritual shield, armor, and firepower were rather weak too. Most importantly of all, their structure was relatively simple and vulnerable, and they could not withstand the ripping and regrouping caused by super long-distance space jumps. Therefore, it was difficult for them to launch attacks across sectors. The range of their attack was usually the world that they guarded. If it was a small world such as the Heaven's Origin sector, the range of their activity would be restricted to that system. They even preferred to stay in the central area close to the star where the resources were more abundant and barely set foot in the barren, desolate, undeveloped lands at the edge of the system. Although the Heaven's Origin fleet was the garrison for the capital, it actually did not have too many starships and soldiers, because the Star Glory Federation had expanded too fast in the past 100 years, and the 7 sectors as well as the 100 Flower Space Zone and the Dragon Snake Space Zone all needed to be defended. There were never enough troops. Besides, the Heaven's Origin sector was a classic single-system world. More than 90% of the resources were focused on the home planet and the 2 planets before and behind it. In terms of defense, it was both unnecessary and impossible to maintain an ace troop that was as powerful as the Burning Prairie Fleet. Therefore, compared with the worlds such as the Flying Star Sector and the Uranian Ring Sector that had a long history of starship production and could even be considered starship civilizations, the Heaven's Origin sector only had a mediocre fleet. The real guardians for the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector, which reassured the misters in the Parliament and the tens of billions of people living on the planet, were the 3rd Defense Forces of the Federation, the Orbit Troops. The Orbit Troops of the Heaven's Origin sector were centered at the 9 asteroid fortresses that were deployed in the orbit of the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. Those asteroids had all been slowly pushed to this place over the past 100 years after being installed with enormous power rune arrays when they were still at the periphery of the Heaven's Origin sector. Captured by the gravity sphere of the home planet, they became tiny satellites. They had all been resource planets in the beginning. The original purpose of pushing them toward the orbit of the home planet was to collect the crystals and mother loads inside the asteroids more conveniently. They provided the material support for the explosive development of the Heaven's Origin sector in the Golden Century. However, after all the crystals and mother loads were cleaned up and the asteroids were turned into empty shells that were riddled with holes, the military, Parliament, and Refiners Association realized at the same time that instead of going through the trouble of moving them away or destroying them, they might as well be transformed into war fortresses as impenetrable barriers to protect the capital. It had been 30 years since the modification on the first asteroid began, but the project was still not complete. Nevertheless, the 9 asteroids had all been turned into awe-inspiring iron hedgehogs. The old mining holes were transformed into arsenals deeply buried underground, where the super-heavy crystal cannons lurked. A lot of space shuttle bases and exo bases had been established on the surface of the asteroids, too. Most of the soldiers of the garrison were deployed in the bases on the asteroids, ready to get rid of the insignificant gravity and march into the space anytime. Together with the torpedo area, made of countless forsaken starships and space torpedoes among the asteroids, a deadly line of defense that was second to none in the 7 sectors was created. The Orbit Defense Line, known as Wall of Heaven's Origin, was the greatest reliance for the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. For most of the people in the capital, with such an impenetrable, indestructible defense line. Even the fourth tier and last tier of the defense forces seemed to be insignificant. The vanguard of the Black Wind Fleet had arrived at the resourceful area, almost at the center of the Heaven's Origin sector under the navigation of the Space Gate. The intruder and the defender were almost at a distance of melee combat the moment they met. Therefore, before the intruder was freed from the dizziness caused by the teleportation, they suffered the brutal attacks from the Wall of Heaven's Origin. From the 9 asteroid fortresses and the half-fixed arsenals modified by a lot of forsaken starships, colorful streaks of brilliance, so dense that they appeared concrete, covered the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the middle within the moment before they stormed on the Black Wind Fleet overwhelmingly. The first wave of attack lasted 60 seconds, but the result was not satisfactory. Both the high-frequency mystic rays of a short wavelength and the high-energy particles were consumed by the fog that wreathed the Black Wind Fleet. The war fog seemed to disrupt and disperse spiritual energy. The straight rays of light would lose their way like headless flies after they entered the area, reflecting and dispersing randomly. They either passed through the Black Wind Fleet's battle formation without hitting any target or turned into colorful light stripes that decorated the war fog with glamorous colors, as if they were donning the Black Wind Fleet with a majestic battle robe. It was not until this moment that the super alloy cannonballs pushed by surging magnetic forces arrived to launch strikes at the Black Wind Fleet. However, the war fog carried very powerful effects of force field disruption. Most of the cannonballs were simply pushed away by the arced force field and slid off on the surface of the warships of the Black Wind Fleet. The enemy's stealth technology, force field disruption technology, and spiritual shield technology are all above ours. 99% of our previous attacks missed the targets, but the preliminary scanning on the enemy's starships was completed during the moment of attack. More than 20 main force warships have been identified, including Black Swirl, the flagship that is the largest in scale. Is the Black Wind Fleet mad? They have teleported the flagship in the first wave of attack. Are they planning to start a strategic battle with us? The enemy's warships are changing their battle formation from the jump state to the combat state. Their target is the 22.45.28 area, which is the place where our number 1 space gate is located. By the analysis of the General Staff, the Black Wind Fleet's tactical target is to seize the number 1 space gate so that the following warships of the fleet can be teleported incessantly. Cold voices were echoing inside the command center of the Defense Council. The starry spots on the light beams that represented the Black Wind Fleet were now clearer and more active. The appearance of Black Swirl, flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, made everyone realize that it was not a bluff, a feint attack, or a distraction. It was an out-and-out final, strategic battle. Everyone, this is a great opportunity for our enemy. Speaker Wang Guqing lowered his eyes and looked at the generals and experts who were perspiring hard. Even at this moment, his voice was not loud or convincing at all, but his calmness was surprisingly reassuring. As we all know, the Black Wind Fleet is definitely not the only enemy we are going to face. It is totally possible for the Imperium of true human beings to send out a second expedition army in a few years. Dealing with the Black Wind Fleet for years and struggling to secure a victory after a protracted war is of zero significance for the survival of the Federation. We can only try to crush the enemy's main force in a strategic battle to which both parties devote all their troops and finish the war cleanly and neatly, as a way to demonstrate the Federation's power and buy us another 10 to 20 years to catch our breath. This is the only hope for us. Therefore, in the past few years, we have been contemplating how to drag the Black Wind Fleet into a strategic battle, but we never found a perfect opportunity. But right now, the Black Wind Fleet has sent its flagship to our door, and the final battle has already broken out. This is a great blessing for the Federation. Why are you so ill at ease, everybody? The situation is very clear right now. The Black Wind Fleet intends to occupy and destroy the 3 space gates that are around the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector to prevent the Burning Prairie Fleet from reinforcing us, so that they can completely occupy the home planet before the Burning Prairie Fleet arrives. For our enemy, as long as we can guard the space gates, stop the follow-up troops of the Black Wind Fleet, and allow the Burning Prairie Fleet to jump back in time, We will be able to destroy the main force warships on the enemy's side, including Black Swirl with the combined forces of the Burning Prairie Fleet, the Big Buy Fleet, the Heaven's Origin Fleet, and the Orbit Defense Troops. After that, the Black Wind Fleet will completely lose the ability to launch a second assault. The Heaven's Origin Fleet, the Big Buy Fleet, and the Orbit Defense Troops must hamstring the Black Wind Fleet at whatever cost until the Burning Prairie Fleet shows up. This battle will decide the fate of the Federation. It will also be the most important battle during the rise of the Federation. The efforts of so many predecessors and compatriots in the past 100 years will depend on the battle. Let's work hard, everyone! The Imperium of true human beings had gathered a lot of troops in the past 1,000 years to capture a tiny firefly, but none of the attempts had succeeded, which was the best example. However, the hide-and-seek where neither party could see or catch each other was entirely meaningless in most cases, because the space suitable for the survival of mankind was only less than 1/1000th of the entire universe despite its vastness. The only oases that could provide warmth for human beings in the cold sea of stars were the strategic locations for any civilization. In a certain glorious moment that would decide the fate of billions of people, in order to take over the resource planets, the critical sailing routes, the important industry and training bases, the prehistoric relics or the stable jump points, the main forces of two parties jumped out at the same time and communicated with each other with their bullets as their words in an open, epic fight. That would be a real space battle. It was exactly the case for the battle today, which was a classic confrontation due to the competition over jump points. The 3 space gates around the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector were the critical locations that controlled the entrance and exit of all the mobile forces in the Heaven's Origin sector and the other 6 sectors. They were equivalent to the pass in the ancient times. At this time, most of the warships of the Black Wind Fleet and the Burning Prairie Fleet were not in the Heaven's Origin sector. They required the navigation of the space gates in order to jump over quickly in an orderly fashion for reinforcement. Whoever controlled the 3 space gates would control the passes to enter and exit the Heaven's Origin sector. The follow-up troops on their side would be able to arrive at the place incessantly and completely annihilate the available forces on the enemy's side. Without the navigation of the space gates, although space jumps were not entirely unavailable, given that both parties had the star map and the coordinates of the Heaven's Origin sector, it would be like sailing into a port without the guidance of the lighthouses. The precision and time of such space jumps would be difficult to control. It was quite possible that the warships would jump to a random point in the vast area of the Heaven's Origin sector. It was like tossing a stone from an altitude of hundreds of thousands of meters. No matter how precisely one aimed, it would still be meaningless. Because of the disruption of the wind and storm in the 4-dimensional space, the landing point of the stone might be 1,000 meters away from where it was aimed at. Faced with an organized space fleet that had been unfolded into a battle formation, the starships that were strewn dozens of light years away from each other were only a tray of loose sand. They could only wait to be destroyed by the enemy one after another. It would not be reinforcement. It would just be suicide. Therefore, the space gates were the key to the outcome of the battle. The vanguard of the Black Wind Fleet, which had just arrived at the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Heaven's Origin Fleet, which had realized what was going on after the initial shock, both locked onto the number 1 space gate, which was the largest in scale and had the highest navigation level. They were getting closer and closer to each other. Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, was leading the charge at the forefront of the battle formation. Behind the flagship, the 1,000 starships that were in a rectangular distribution changed their shape slowly into quadruple sphere attack units that were as classic as described in the textbooks. Every 100 starships constituted an attack unit. The cruising carrier, which was the largest in size, was at the center. Every carrier was at least 10 kilometers long. The spacious room inside the carrier was divided into the storage and maintenance cabins for the space shuttles, crystal suits, colossi, and even other starships. In the meantime, they boasted a very enormous arsenal of crystals and ammunition, allowing them to supply the other starships in the battle unit with sufficient ammunition and energy. In short, the cruising carriers were independent battle bases in the fleet. Their combat ability might not be high by themselves, but they were always the start and the end of an attack. Of course, the deep, profound internal space of some of the cruising carriers was filled up by enormous crystal cannons, or cannons of mystic rays. For the warfare in space, to rip apart the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers and pierce through several of enemy starships, or even an entire war fortress, it would require gigantic weapons of unbelievable sizes. Such giant cannons were like battering rams in ancient wars. Although it was inconvenient to move them and difficult to control them, and they could be easily destroyed, they would certainly become the enemy's greatest concern after they were moved to the city gate of the Defender. Outside of the cruising carriers were the main forces for the starship confrontation. The Arsenal starships, as their name suggested, they were all awe-inspiring iron hedgehogs. Dense barrels had been established all over their body. All the internal space had been filled up with crystals and ammunition. There was not even additional room for a crystal suit or a space shuttle. They were like the sharpest blades. All they wanted to do was draw closer and closer to the enemy and then destroy all the stars in the universe with the roars of thousands of turrets. Attack is the best defense. Instead of wasting the materials and space to add a piece of plate on the outside, it is better to build another turret with those resources and install it. The captains and artillerists of all the Arsenal starships held the same belief. What made them so zealous and fearless, besides their faith in His Majesty and the Imperium of true human beings, was the third layer of the battle unit that loomed before them, the shield starships. If the Arsenal starships were the sharpest long swords of the Imperium, the shield starships would be the hardest armor. The war fog that covered the battle formation of the Black Wind Fleet was exactly their splendid performance. What the shield starships counted on was not the thick and clumsy super-alloy armor, but the technology of spiritual and magnetic confrontation, force field disruption, and spiritual shield generation, through which they could construct a thick, dense interference belt that would render most of the energy and entity attacks from the enemy's side useless. Outside of the shield starships, at the outermost part of the entire battle unit, which sometimes even protruded out of the war fog, were crystal suits and space shuttles that were as dense as bees. Before the confrontation of cannons, the crystal suits and the space shuttles would be projected, in case the starships that accommodated them were instantly shot by the enemy's cannons, which would cause greater collateral damage if they were still on board. It was common sense for space warfare. Besides, the combat ability that many high-level experts in the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage could bring out was often as good as that of a starship. The cruising carriers, Arsenal starships, shield starships, and Exos constructed a perfect curve. Like almost 30 enormous meteoroids, they approached the number 1 space gate solemnly, orderly, and unhurriedly, leaving colorful exhaust flames behind. As for Black Swirl, a monstrosity dozens of kilometers long, which could only be produced after 100 years of preparation, even in the Imperium of true human beings, was the most dazzling star that stayed at the forefront alone, emanating the brilliance of destruction. On the bridge of Black Swirl, Hai Ming was like an iron statue, not moving at all. He simply allowed the cold light from the stars to sprinkle on his body. But the passion in his eyes indicated his flourishing vigor and appetite. He almost could not wait to gobble up the stars. On his opposite side, the Heaven's Origin fleet was reshaped into an equally clear rectangular formation. The Exos, shield starships, and Arsenal starships were deployed too. The only difference was that they did not require cruising carriers, because they boasted sufficient logistical support from the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. The roles of the cruising carriers were played by the 9 asteroid fortresses, which served as solid bases. Judging from the number, the Heaven's Origin fleet was much greater than the vanguard of the Black Wind fleet. The exhaust flames that were triggered due to the high-speed movement and the spiritual shield that had been expanded to the maximum interweaved with each other into a wall of light. But the tonnage and the quality of the starships were a different case, which could clearly be seen from the slightly sparse formation and uncoordinated trajectories. In the 22.47.77 area, from the coordinates that were approximately 100 light seconds from the Black Wind fleet, the Big Buy fleet, the other deep sky fleet of the Federation whose stance was ambiguous, was rushing close as fast as possible. Worthless. Hai Ming put on a cold smile. His eyes were so deep that he almost completely consumed the Heaven's Origin fleet that was reflected in them. He casually ordered, "Move at full speed and crush the Heaven's Origin fleet before the Big Buy fleet arrives." Beep, 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 beep. Ear-splitting alarms were ringing inside every starship in the Heaven's Origin fleet. The flashing red lights added to the intense atmosphere in the cabin. As a local defense fleet, none of the Heaven's Origin fleet ever thought that they would face the legendary Black Wind fleet alone. "Hurry up, all Exos. Put on your crystal suits and prepare to break away from the mothership. You're going to free fight." If the Black Wind fleet was confident enough to keep half of the Exos in the cruising carrier as mobile forces, it would be the most idiotic action for the Heaven's Origin fleet to keep even one Exo on board. In the upcoming confrontation of cannons, the Heaven's Origin fleet was destined to suffer heavy losses. The Exos that were kept on board would be of zero significance other than dying together with the starships. Attack! 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 In the extremely depressing atmosphere, somebody was praying in silence, someone took out the photos of their family, and some were mumbling to themselves nervously. In a corner of the cabin, a muscular man whose scars covered his original face, in the meantime, was unhurriedly examining his crystal suit and his saber that was almost 3 meters long. While whistling a weird tune, he was uttering voices that nobody could tell were cries or laughter. "Wretched heavens, we are going to fight again." The muscular man bashed the last magical equipment unit into the crystal suit and spat a mouthful stinky saliva. "You failed to kill me for 100 years. I'm only getting closer and closer to the target. Will I be killed this time? Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!" The dark gold rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem on the chest of his crystal suit, which suggested that his rank was major, made other people lose the courage to criticize him. But it could not stop the soldiers from whispering to each other. "He is laughing at such a moment? Is he crazy? Don't mess with him. He is indeed crazy." The seasoned soldiers who knew the inside information immediately stopped the rookies from continuing their discussion. "Don't you know? He is the Unkillable Rabid dog." The nickname immediately raised a round of gasps among the soldiers. He is the Rabid dog? The Unkillable Rabid dog was a minor celebrity among the bottom-level troops of the Federal Army, but it was an infamous name that always triggered fear instead of admiration. He was a person who had fun in danger and sought the thrill of death. In the peaceful years in the Federation decades ago, he had already been active in life-and-death underground arenas, taking down countless opponents while adding ineffaceable scars to his own body. Later, he decided that the underground arenas were not exciting enough. He roamed the desolate lands at the edge of the cosmos, searching for demon beasts and space pirates everywhere. Even hundreds of perilous adventures failed to kill him. Soon, after the Federation explored the 4 new sectors, and especially after the outbreak of the Uranian Ring War, the Rabid dog was like a fish in water. He joined the Federal Army with his impressive fighting skills in a crystal suit and performed shockingly well during the Uranian Ring War. More than 1,000 Exos from the Uranian Ring sector were slain by him. Logically, the name of such a fearless warrior should resound throughout the entire army as a hero. However, what covered the Rabid dog, other than the valiance to chit-chat with death, seemed to be an intense, unshakable curse. In every battle, he would volunteer to carry out the most dangerous mission, and he would meet the worst situation every time. He had to go through endless trouble to accomplish his mission. In the end, not only was he covered in devastating wounds, the teammates who went to carry out the mission together with him were also often killed tragically. He had completed almost 100 missions, and it seemed to be the case every time. When a team or a squad was charging forward together, he was clearly leading the charge at the frontmost area, faced with the most furious fire and the sharpest blades, but the final result was that the team was entirely wiped out except for him. He was dragged back to the hospital, like a cluster of mud mixed with the remains of his crystal suit, and after sewing and stitching, he was back to life again miraculously. It appeared that some sort of strong, eccentric force was supporting him inside the body that was on the brink of collapse to keep on walking in the human world and dueling with death. The guy could never be killed, however, he asked to be. but the brethren who fought together with them were all killed. He is an out-and-out misfortune bringer. Not a misfortune bringer, but a rabid dog. One that is determined to be killed, but can never be. The name Rabid Dog spread out at the bottom level of the Federal Army, just like that. If that was the case, with his military accomplishments that he had accumulated through his craziness, he should at least have been a colonel who had the power to command an entire legion. But he turned out to be a man who chose whatever means possible to train himself. He purchased medicine that was clearly forbidden by the military and the government through underground channels many times. He even went to Fish Dragon City in the Dragon Snake Space Zone in secret during his sabbatical, violating the military regulations of the Federal Army to perform illegal stimulation and strengthening on his body. Then he got into conflict with local gangs. It was said that he killed hundreds of gangsters in a row on his own. As a result, everybody in the Dragon Snake Space Zone was shuddering in panic, under the impression that the Federation was about to swallow the place. However, those who were familiar with the Rabid Dog all knew that to perform illegal stimulation and strengthening was just an excuse. The only reason he went to the Dragon Snake Space Zone was because he was too bored. He just wanted to kill someone or get killed. Real cultivators were all the firmest atheists. Naturally, his reputation as a misfortune bringer was never recognized by the authorities, but the continuous infractions of the military law were enough to offset all the contributions he made through blood battles. After serving in the Federal Army for 50 years and advancing into the peak of the Corps formation stage, he was still a minor major. The Rabid Dog, on the other hand, could not have cared less about it. Neither the rank nor the commandership was what he pursued. All he wanted was to be sent to the most dangerous battlefield for the most dangerous missions on the most dangerous front. No wonder we have encountered the main force of the Black Wind Fleet. That's because he is here. I'm told that he was that guy 100 years ago, wasn't he? We're screwed this time. He is coming over. In their anxiety and panic, the soldiers did not intentionally lower their voice. Besides, even if they had, it would have been impossible for the Rabid Dog to miss what they were talking about. Carrying the dragon-slaying saber that was more than 3 meters long, he walked to the front of the soldiers unhurriedly. A creepy smile popped up on his face that was full of scars and protruding muscles while he gazed at everyone. The medical science in the Federation was highly developed nowadays. Most scars and traces of wounds could be recovered, or at least partly made up through the plastic surgeries. Some of the warriors who worshipped valor would keep 1 or 2 scars on their face or body intentionally with the excuse that scars are the badges of a real man, or as mementos of a certain unforgettable battle. But still, those who did not perform any modification when their faces had been essentially destroyed, like the Rabid Dog, were still freaks among freaks. Therefore, it was safe to say that the Rabid Dog was truly a man who deserved his name. I am a man who is teased by the heavens. The Rabid Dog grinned. His voice was so hoarse that his vocal cords might have been soaked in the boiling oil at the bottom level of hell. The wretched heavens are unwilling to kill me. They want to play me slowly and torture me in one trial after another. I'm not going to die so easily. However, you might not be as unfortunate or fortunate as I am. You will die as quickly as possible. If you don't want to die, get as far away from me as possible once we're out. Don't stand in my way when I'm trying to die. Understood? All the soldiers were dumbfounded. Oppressed by the Rabid Dog's strong and insane aura, they were unable to say a single syllable. The Rabid Dog widened his eyes and raised his voice. Do you understand? Shuddering, the soldiers all hurried to nod. The Rabid Dog smiled. He tapped his shoulder softly, and the foldable helmet immediately ascended from the gap between his shoulder and back, completely covering his hideous head. According to the traditions of the Federal Army, the Exos were free to paint their crystal suits provided that the emblem and the troop logo were not covered. Many people would paint custom patterns on the helmets or the chests of their crystal suits, which was both a good psychological hint and could make the crystal suit more intimidating. The helmet of the Rabid Dog had a pattern of a pale skull whose eye sockets were releasing infinite fury. Warriors of the Federal Army. The roars of the fleet's commander were echoing around the discharge deck. We are faced with the most brutal and terrifying army in the entire universe, but we are backed with our motherland, our home, and our families and compatriots who are waiting for our triumphant return. The universe may be vast, but there is nowhere we can retreat to right now. This is going to be the greatest battle in the history of the Star Glory Federation. Countless epics and poems will be sung about each and every one of us in the next 1,000 years. Attack! For the motherland, for the home, for the family, including the unkillable rabid dog. The Exos of the Federation jumped into space. The Sea of Stars was no longer as cold and dark as it used to be, but seething like magma after being boiled by the exhaust flames of thousands of power rune arrays. They accelerated to get away from the motherships, in case they were affected in the cruel confrontation of warship cannons versus warship cannons. The tens of thousands of crystal suits constituted a dense array of light spots ahead of the rectangular battle formation, creating the illusion that they were actually a colorful cloud. Opposite them, in places far, far away, another cloud of light spots that were even more dense and dazzling was rushing at them. Those were their opponents, the attack group of Exos and space shuttles from the Imperium. Over there, in the communication channel of the Black Wind Fleet, Hai Ming's voice was echoing inside the ears of every ravenous, roaring Exo of the Black Wind Fleet. Brave warriors of the Imperium, noble immortal cultivators, and loyal defenders of the civilization of mankind. Look, our enemies are waiting to be killed like filthy swine that's about to be butchered. Do you see their fear? Do you see their panic? Do you see that they are shivering? Let's run and end the pitiful creatures. Don't let them wait too long in extreme fear. Reap and slaughter now. Show the ants at the edge of the cosmos how strong the real civilization of mankind is. The two battle formations moved to each other slowly and solemnly. Different from what many people imagined, the space battle where thousands of starships were involved did not have too many eye-catching tactical changes. It even looked sluggish, slow, and clumsy. The magnetic interference, spiritual shield, and force field twisting technology made the starships much better defenders than attackers. The accuracy of their attacks was often astoundingly low. Distance, on the other hand, was also the most unavoidable barricade. With a distance of 1 light second, or rather, approximately 300,000 kilometers, only mystic ray weapons which attacked at the speed of sound could hit the enemy instantly. But the greatest shortcomings of such weapons were their efficiency and their long cooldown. One cannon often had to rest for a minute after firing for 1 minute. On the other hand, after the enormous starships were accelerated to a certain speed, it would be difficult for them to dodge. When their speed was higher than 1% the speed of sound, even the tiniest turn might seriously wreck the shell or the internal structure of the starship. Even if the starship was fine, the crew members on board would not be able to bear it. Their internal organs might break apart. It meant that the starships could either give up some of the speed in exchange for agility, or they could simply abandon agility once and for all and charge forward at their top speed against the enemy's not-so-accurate bombardment. They arranged their troops to be as square and dense as possible. The cultivator commanders would walk at the frontmost, and everybody would step into the battlefield solemnly and gravely under the rhythmic drumming. The soldiers would listen to the commander's order and march forward against the enemy's fiercest bombardment. They would not launch their flying swords until they were right under the enemy's nose, making up for the low accuracy with the maximum firepower within a given range. Such a clumsy, if not ridiculous tactic soon revealed its shocking power and proved to be a method that only the real fearless, hot-blooded men dared use. People of the future generations gave the tactic a very vivid name: line up and shoot. After tens of thousands of years, the form of war had changed a lot, but the basic principle remained the same. To secure victory, one had to focus the strongest firepower in the shortest amount of time possible and rain as much destructive energy and ammunition on the enemy as possible. Therefore, once the starships on both parties surpassed 1,000, and they were running at each other without giving in, a line up and shoot in space whose basic units were the enormous warships equipped with giant cannons. The Heaven's Origin Fleet and the Black Wind Fleet were like two classic armies who were carrying ancient guns, aiming at each other's eyeballs with sharp bayonets, and approaching each other slowly, accompanied with the inaudible but still exciting drumming. The Black Wind fleet kept its speed within 3,000ths the speed of light. It was not a very high speed. Haiming was intentionally slowing down the pace. On one hand, the shield starships deployed at the front part of the battle formation could only maintain the highest efficiency of the spiritual shield, force field disruption, and magnetic interferential fog at such a speed. On the other hand, he did not want to move too fast. If they and the Heaven's Origin fleet passed each other, it was very likely that they would be caught in between Wall of Heaven's Origin, the orbit defense system, and the Heaven's Origin fleet, suffering bombardment from the front and rear. Although the Black Wind fleet was too strong to be defeated by such strikes, Haiming was too experienced a commander to make such a risky move easily. For the Heaven's Origin fleet, the best policy was naturally to accelerate without bothering about anything in order to pass through or bypass the enemy's battle formation, so that they and Wall of Heaven's Origin could attack the enemy from the front and rear together. But they had their concerns too. The starships of the Heaven's Origin fleet were smaller, weaker in defense, and simpler in structure. Too high a speed would result in the malfunction of the turning system. Even if they could pass through the enemy's battle formation against a furious barrage, it would not necessarily be possible for them to turn around in time and bite the Black Wind fleet from the rear. The agility of the Black Wind fleet and the proficiency of their pilots were obviously above the Heaven's Origin fleet. If the two fleets did pass through each other, it remained to be seen who would bite whose rear. The space battle had only just begun. Neither commanders of the two parties were willing to go all in. In the universal scale, the two fleets were moving even more slowly and cautiously than before, entering the textbook lineup and shoot state. 1 light second away from the hostile starships. 1 light second was a very meaningful distance. It meant that most mystic ray weapons could hit the target in 1 second. That was not counting the disruptions of the target's spiritual shield and the interference of the fog. The Black Wind fleet had tougher warships and more advanced cannons, whose shooting range was obviously longer than the Heaven's Origin fleet's. But all the cannons remained absolutely silent, not performing any inefficient, random attacks. The warships were simply moving closer, like clusters of dark clouds in the most daunting aura, as if they were about to drown their enemy. Since the Black Wind fleet did not open fire, the Heaven's Origin fleet and Wall of Heaven's Origin, which was there to provide fire support from the rear, gritted their teeth and kept silent. The two parties simply watched dazzling flames of spiritual energy surging out of the barrels and rune rays on the enormous cannons, which looked like springs that had been pressed to the limits and limits. They felt that the bayonets were drawing closer and closer to their eyeballs. All the soldiers felt that their hearts were being crushed and squeezed repetitively. At a lot of artillery posts, the soldiers of the Federation, who had never been through such a large-scale starship battle, moaned. They would rather stay in the fire of destruction than be tortured by the silence. When the vanguards of the two parties were only 0.8 light seconds away from each other, the commander of the Black Wind fleet seemed to have heard the moans of the pitiful creatures on his opposite side and granted their request very generously. Warriors of the Imperium, it is time to reap. Tens of thousands of pillars of light glowed in the middle of the war fog that covered the front part of the Black Wind fleet. Like the swords of deities and devils, they covered the 240,000 kilometers in the middle instantly and pierced into the Heaven's Origin fleet. The Heaven's Origin fleet, naturally, boasted spiritual shield and magnetic disruption technology too. Since they were fighting in their homeland, they were even able to deploy a large batch of defensive space torpedoes in front of the fleet that could neutralize the vibration field of the mystic rays. At this moment, a series of enormous light balloons expanded as if they were being inflated. The pillars of light shot from the Black Wind fleet all dispersed after they hit the balloons, turning into mists that flowed around the fleet. The colorful, shining mist illuminated the space that the Heaven's Origin fleet was in as if it were the most splendid paradise. However, one needed only to test the temperature and the radiation around to know how horrendous the paradise was. The space shuttles and crystal suits that failed to break away from the range of the motherships in time were all shaking like canoes in a tsunami. Some of the less fortunate exos who were directly hit by the cannons were instantly vaporized even though they were still within the spiritual shield's range of protection, dispersing into smoke. For the crew members inside the starships, despite the protections of the super alloys, the crystallized fibers, and the high-intensity porcelain, and more than 10 other different composite armors, they still felt that invisible hammers bashed them hard in the temples and the chest. They almost vomited blood because they were nearly choked. Heaven's Origin Fleet, rapid shooting now. The Heaven's Origin Fleet's counterattack began. All the mystic ray cannons, particle cannons, and crystal cannons were roaring. Although the pillars of light fired into space by them were thinner and dimmer than the attacks of the Black Wind Fleet, they were clearly much greater in number. The more than 100,000 glowing blades were almost ripping apart the universe that seemed like black velvet. Once the mystic ray cannons were activated, the destructive beams of light would last 10 to 60 seconds. Therefore, the lineup and shooting in space looked more like fencing competitions from the age of the ancient cultivators. The more than 100,000 light pillars from both parties were like 100,000 spears piercing into each other's body, as dense as a forest, and would not be retracted even if the soldiers died. Both parties boasted a defense system of a reasonable intensity. Despite the crazy bombardment of the tens of thousands of light pillars, no significant damage was dealt, at least not in the first 3 minutes. Only the mottled war fog, as well as the electric arcs that were blossoming from the war fog, was telling everyone how powerful the deadly energy around them was. The two parties shot and pushed forward. After 3 minutes, the first batch of metal bullets driven by the spiritual and magnetic rails were smashing at each other and dealt a heavy blow to the spiritual shield that was already on the brink of collapse. Finally, the Heaven's Origin Fleet could not take it anymore. The spiritual shields of some of the starships were unable to persist, and the super alloys and the strengthened porcelain layer embedded with defense arrays were all pierced through by the mystic rays. Explosions were echoing everywhere. Fireballs were rising at a visible speed like hideous tumors. Wherever the tumors reached, hundreds of lives were instantly burnt into ashes. Broken limbs and miscellaneous items on the starships were spurting out through the holes and drifting in space, either vaporized immediately or turning into cold dust. Even so, as long as the crystal warehouses did not happen to be hit, those starships would immediately spray out tremendous gel and liquid metal to repair the damaged cabins. In the meantime, they were still launching counterattacks without reserve, trying to throw out more javelins of light before they were completely shattered into pieces. The same scene was happening on the Black Wind Fleet side too. Although their technology was more advanced than the Federation's, there was not a crushing advantage. The dense barrage of the Heaven's Origin Fleet and several of the giant cannons on the wall of Heaven's Origin that were on the planetary level still caused some nuisance for them. The outcome of a battle in space could not be found out quickly. At such a moment, it would be the tenacity of the two parties, the strictness of their battle formation, the commanding abilities of the leaders, and the performance of the starships that were in competition. However, in many cases, the most critical decisive factor for the battle was warriors of the Imperium, march and kill. For the Federation, with the pale universe as the bridge, in the middle of the 100,000 spears of flames, the space shuttles and the group of exos from both parties, like two colonies of infuriated bees and two surging iron torrents, crashed into each other brutally ahead of their warships. Therefore, it was quite troublesome if the hostile exos invaded the starships on one's own side. Before the intruders were annihilated, it would be easy for them to destroy more than 50% of a starship's combat ability from inside. Besides, although the exos seemed to be equipped with nothing but their crystal suits, they could be carrying cosmos rings. Who knew what kind of dreadful weapons they could retrieve from their cosmos rings? Once such exos snuck into the engine compartment, the warehouse of crystals, or the ammunition warehouse without alarming anyone, a tiny crystal suit might be enough to blow up an entire starship, which had been proved repetitively in the 10,000 years of history of war. Therefore, the outcome of a battle, to a large extent, did not depend on the mutual bombardment of the cannons but on the passionate collision of the exos. If the groups of exos on one side could invade the enemy's starships against the barrage and destroy the enemy's spiritual shield and warehouses of crystals and ammunitions, or even march to the bridge directly to perform the decapitation strategy, The giant cannons on their side would have a better chance to bring out 120% of their capabilities. If the mutual bombardment of the giant cannons could be compared to the line up and shoot in the classic wars, the competition between Exos would be charging with bayonets, which was more gory, thrilling, demanding, but also more epic. When the two torrents of steel and light collided, thousands of fireballs and electric arcs burst out from the middle of them. No sound could be heard in the vacuum, but the soundlessness only added to the cruelty of the battlefield. The chain's words were ripping apart flesh and blood, the vibration sabers were shattering bones, and the high-heat axes were burning internal organs to ash. Blood was swallowing blood, and bodies were dragging bodies. Blood-red flowers were blossoming slowly like deadly poppy, only to be obliterated into nothingness after they touched one of the 100,000 spears of flames thrown out by the warships. In such an enormous and such a gory battle, in the vacuum hell where hundreds of thousands of Exos and space shuttles were engaged in a fierce fight, cultivation, level, and techniques mattered little. Even an expert at the peak of the core formation stage, such as the Rabid dog, when watching thousands of destructive light pillars smashing at him, and the bleak universe turning into absolutely darkness under the contrast of the dazzling brightness, felt the insignificance of himself as a human being and the rage for such insignificance. "I'm going to kill you." The Rabid dog was pushed here and there by the broken limbs that were flying quickly in the battlefield. The screams and moans from the communication channel were too disturbing, so he simply turned off the intermittent communication and drove the power rune arrays of the Night Devil, his crystal suit, to lunge at the area where the Exos of the Imperium were densest. The dragon-slaying saber in his hands unleashed a whip-shaped aura more than 10 meters long, and he slashed it on an Exo of the Imperium who was wearing a black mirror crystal suit brutally. The mirror crystal suit of the Exo boasted of very higher defensibility, but it could not resist the Rabid dog's vitality that had been burnt to the maximum. The saber and the shield were at an impasse briefly before the saber pushed down unstoppably and cut the immortal cultivator in half. The body that had been cut in half flew to two sides because of the magnetic force, revealing 5 immortal cultivators behind him who were pouring the fiercest firepower upon the Rabid dog. But the Rabid dog did not dodge at all and simply jumped on them in creepy laughter. "For 100 years, even the wretched heavens have failed to kill me. Do you think a few scumbags such as yourselves are capable of that?" However, tough monsters in the peak of the core formation stage, such as the Rabid dog, were only few in the Heaven's Origin fleet after all. Compared to the relatively juvenile Exos of the Federation, soldiers of the Black Wind fleet, who had received the harshest training since childhood and considered fighting the greatest pleasure, apparently had a better performance. Not far away from the Rabid dog, the squads of the Exos from the Imperium in groups of 4 gradually secured their advantage. One space shuttle of the Federation after another was consumed by fire, and more Exos from the Federation were blown apart. Further behind, an overwhelming fireball finally expanded deep inside the Heaven's Origin fleet. The most violent storm of spiritual energy rushed out of the fireball, like a fire fiend that had just enjoyed the blood sacrifice of 1,000 lives, waving its ugly tentacles crazily. The starships around were all affected, and the battle formation was more or less in disorder. It was the first starship to be completely destroyed in the space battle, but it was certainly, absolutely, definitely not going to be the last. 70 light seconds away from the battlefield, the Big Buy fleet was marching forward fast in a cone-shaped battle formation. On the bridge of infinite fire, the picture where the Heaven's Origin fleet was struggling under the crush of the Black Wind fleet was displayed on the ball-shaped light beam through the reconnaissance crystal cameras that were released earlier. It was like a glamorous and yet cruel firework performance with the lives of 1 million people as the fuel. Bai Xingjian was sitting on the commander's chair like a statue forged out of cold steel. The vibe of a casual, light-hearted playboy around him was entirely gone, replaced by excitement, expectation, and veracity. Despite the fire support of the wall of Heaven's Origin, the Heaven's Origin fleet can't persist for long. Xiao Li Shui, his chief of staff, frowned next to him and said, "It is a local garrison after all. Compared to a deep sky fleet such as the Black Wind fleet, It is mediocre in terms of armor, firepower, speed, average quality of the exos, and all other aspects. If we don't reinforce them in time, they will be completely crushed in 3 hours. Right then, the signal officer received an order from the Defense Council of the Federal. Shui was slightly dazed at the order first. Then, he was overjoyed. According to the order from the Defense Council, we are asked to arrive at the 25.44.45 space area immediately to defend the number 2 and the number 3 space gates and wait for the arrival of the Burning Prairie Fleet. The first wave of attack from the Burning Prairie Fleet will complete the jump in 2 hours. If so, the situation will be entirely reversed. But how is it possible? The Burning Prairie Fleet can't finish the preparations so fast unless... Shui's eyes were glittering, and every wrinkle on his face was jumping up. As an experienced general, he soon noticed the anomaly. The Black Wind Fleet had launched an unexpected assault at the central space zones of the Federation because they wanted to take advantage of the Burning Prairie Fleet not being in the Heaven's Origin sector. As long as they destroyed the defense system and controlled all the space gates before the Burning Prairie Fleet arrived, they would completely occupy the Heaven's Origin sector. By then, even if the Burning Prairie Fleet were to jump over in different waves, they would simply be asking to be killed. However, right now, the Black Wind Fleet had only teleported part of the Vanguard, which was mired in a fierce battle with the Heaven's Origin Fleet. It was like a sting in their throat. If the Burning Prairie Fleet arrived in time, before they completely settled the Heaven's Origin Fleet, the situation would be completely reversed. It would change from the Black Wind Fleet's assault to the Federation's annihilation. But how was that possible? The large-scale space jump of a main force fleet was as difficult as the march of an army of 1 million soldiers. It would often take weeks of gathering, preparing, organizing, and surveying. Only several hours had passed since the ripples when the Black Wind Fleet ripped space apart appeared on the surveillance light beam of the Federation. The Burning Prairie Fleet, which was dozens of light years away, was perhaps carrying missions, performing regular maintenance in the mother port, or scattered in the vast sea of stars. How could it be gathered so easily and prepared for a jump? Unless the Burning Prairie Fleet had secretly been preparing for the jump since a long time ago. They had known that the Black Wind Fleet would come. It was not an unexpected assault, but a trap carefully devised by the Federation to annihilate the Black Wind Fleet once and for all. That must be the case. Shui thought that he realized what was going on. This is all part of the plan. Understood. Accelerate to the number 2 and the number 3 space gates. Wait. The order, however, made the mysterious fire-in by Xingjian's eyes even more intense. Gazing at the colorful battlefield on the light beam for a long time, he said, one word after another, target the 25.56.24 space area. Change into the triangle battle formation. Move at 1% of the speed of light. Try to sneak behind the Black Wind Fleet. What? Shui was stunned. Looking at the battlefield again, he said, the order is clear that we should defend the other space gates. You are not going to defy the highest military order right now, are you? The Heaven's Origin Fleet is hopeless now. Even if we join the battlefield, nothing can be helped. We may be crushed by the Black Wind Fleet, too. The only method of victory is to wait for the Burning Prairie Fleet to arrive and then attack the enemy together. Carry out my order, Xingjian said slowly but firmly. Then he added, forget the Burning Prairie Fleet. They will not show up, at least not now. On the other hand, enter the radio silent state and block all messages from the outside world, including those from the Defense Council of the Federation. Starting from this moment, I want no signal from the outside world to leak into my fleet. Before the Chief of Staff came back to himself, he had already jumped off the commander's chair. With ravenousness beaming out of his face, he patted Shui's shoulder and said, from now on, we are on our own. Get behind the Black Wind Fleet first and find a chance to give them a shot. Old Bai, what exactly? Shui felt that he was onto something. What exactly do you know? That old fart was not lying to me after all. Looking at the dense light spots and the interconnected flames of spiritual energy on the light beam, Xingjian put on a mysterious expression. He did not answer his chief of staff's question. Pondering for a moment, he grinned. But why do I feel that I've still been tricked by him? I shouldn't have made a deal with the old fart. I'm certainly going to lose every penny in my pocket. On his body, there was a rough, gray jacket that seemed to have been soaked and dyed by grass juice before it was dried in sunlight. The clothes were filled with the scent of sunlight and plants. Li Yao warmed up his swollen body and observed his hands and limbs carefully. At first glance, there were no issues. However, dozens of new scars that had recently encrusted were added to his body. Those scars were so vividly made that he could even sense the flesh being pulled by the skin, like some ants were crawling inside his body. But his cosmos rings were gone. The cosmos rings that stored all his crystal suits, magical equipment, crystal bombs, and the Colossus were gone. Below the rough clothes, he was entirely naked, not carrying anything with him. Li Yao did not panic. He sat cross-legged on the bamboo bed and thought for a while. Then, he loosened his belt and looked at his groin. As he expected, it was not his genitals. Professor Xuan was certainly capable of constructing a vivid virtual world by devoting the computational ability of the Guy-level supercrystal processor as well as himself. He could even perfectly copy the data of Li Yao's face, hands, and body posture that he secretly captured in the real world. However, there was no way that he could spy on what Li Yao's genitals looked like. So, he could only use a standard template. But for a man, even a blind one, could he not know what his penis looked like? This was a virtual world which seemed to be vivid and lifelike, but because of the fatal loopholes, it was not worth mentioning at all if it was seen through. Li Yao played with it for a while, and it was immediately congested with blood and expanded. The feeling of tightening little by little was very real, but it was nonetheless slightly different from his past experience. Any man who had been through puberty would be able to instantly tell the difference. This is false. My body is still in District 0, one of 100 Flowers City, under the thorough protection of my Colossus. There's no way that Professor Xuan can invade the Colossus for the time being. Therefore, he found a way to launch mental attacks and drag my soul into his Spiritor's realm. Although he was lost in the Spiritor's realm, he was not panicking. Mental attacks were always double-edged swords. During the collision of souls, it was very possible for the enemy to be injured by their own attack and their carelessness. Wanted to trap him in the Spiritor's realm? It all depended on if Professor Xuan had such powerful computational ability, mental power, and soul power. Li Yao fastened his belt and jumped off the bamboo bed. Then he observed the tiny wood cabin with great interest. The wood house was decorated in a very shabby way. Other than a bamboo bed, the only furniture was a twisted desk. A cloak was hanging on the wall that was smeared with yellow mud. Besides the wooden box in the corner of the room that was washed dustless, there were no other objects. Although the room was simple, it was quite pleasant nonetheless. Li Yao looked out the window, noticing that the hut seemed to have been built close to a waterfall. He could vaguely see the cliff that was filled with vines as well as water that was splashing out of the waterfall. A lizard craned its neck from the window and looked at Li Yao. Then, it quickly retreated and vanished into the vines. Merry songs were coming from somewhere far away through the door. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao opened the door abruptly, only to see a mountain village that looked like an unworldly paradise. The village was located inside an enormous basin, surrounded by cliffs that rose high into the clouds. Above the cliffs, there seemed to be dense primitive forests. Even the sky was covered by thin mist. The clouds were so low that one seemed able to touch them as long as one reached for them. They added to the mysterious and delightful aura of the village. The hut that he was in had been constructed at the highest place in the mountain village. To his left was a waterfall that looked like clouds, which smashed into a clear, transparent pool on the ground zigzagging through the village as a river. Dozens of water wheels had been established on the two sides of the river. The diligent, light-hearted farmers were singing songs while stepping on the water wheels to deliver the sweet water from the river to the farmland. There was no telling what season the virtual world was in, but the rice ears were so full that they were about to explode. The fragrance of the rice flowers filled the air, as intoxicating as the most delicious wine in the world. Men were working around the water wheels, and women were working in the land. The toddlers who had only just learned to walk were half walking and half crawling, playing with the gurgling hens at the rice drying field at the edge of the village. There also seemed to be a small school at the end of the village, from which the sound of book reading was spreading out. The clouds were too thick for anyone to see through what was behind them. The roads on the mountains were as twisted as the zigzagging river in the village. Although he knew that everything was false, Li Yao could not help but feel that his virtual heartbeat had slowed down. This virtual world was more delicate and captivating than the public spiritor's realm in the base of the Tinder plan. It seemed that this was Professor Mo Xian's real capability to construct virtual worlds. Ah, you are awake. Li Yao turned around, only to discover a girl around 15 years old who was looking at him full of delight with a basin of fragrant roasted escargots in her hands. The girl was dressed like a common village woman, too. She was wearing rough clothes and a pair of high-heeled clogs. There was not the slightest makeup in her fair face. The vigor of youth and the innocent expression on her face were enough to resolve all the wariness and hostility. She put the roasted escargots on a desk below the roof that was right against the waterfall. Then, she blew at her fingers quickly because the tray was too hot. While rubbing her ears, she said with a smile, "Don't be hasty. The dinner will begin as soon as Grandpa is back. It's been raining for quite a few days. Today, the sun is finally out. Grandpa said that we would have dinner outside, and we don't need to be cramped in the room anymore." Li Yao stared at her for a long time. Although he was 80% sure that she was a deviant spirit, he could not tell the difference between her and a real person at all. He simply frowned and said, You don't remember anything now." The girl blinked her big eyes and pointed at the top of the cliff. "You fell down from right there, with dozens of bleeding wounds all over your body. It was terrible. My grandpa saved you. I thought that you would be dead for sure at that time. It was half a month ago. You have been running a fever and speaking nonsense during the half month, talking about wars, fighting and killing all the time. Are you a soldier? I'm told that wars happen in the world outside every day. Is that true?" The girl was apparently a passionate chatterbox. Instead of waiting for Li Yao to answer, she simply waved her hands and went on. "This place is Peach Blossom Village. It may look unappealing right now, but when the peach blossoms are all out in February and March, the scenery here is really beautiful. The seniors in the village told me that our ancestors lived in the outside world before, but it was too chaotic and dreadful, and everybody was killing each other. Later, our ancestors found this place, and a lot of people have moved here since. Let me think about it. It's almost 1,000 years now. In the past hundreds of years, a lot of soldiers have fallen off the cliffs when they were hunting other people, or when they were hunted, just like you. Then, none of them were willing to leave after they came here. Zhao Laoxi's family on the east side of the village and Lady Lin's family on the west side both had great-grandfathers who fell off from the cliffs ages ago. Judging from the wounds all over your body, you must have fought a lot of wars and killed a lot of people outside. That's too bad. Why don't you stay here and live with us, too? The days here are peaceful and wonderful. What's your name, or have you forgotten it? It doesn't matter if you have. My name is Aluo, not the Luo in Tianluo escargots, but the Luo in Tingluo vine and Luabwa carrot. But I make the best roasted escargots in the world. Grandpa is not back yet. You can take a couple of them first and just throw the shells into the pool. There's another dish. I'm going to bring it here now. Sit here and wait for me." The girl ran to the kitchen with a smile, her clogs leaving clicking sounds on the stone road. Li Yao walked close and looked at the desk, for dishes were already placed on it. Other than the roasted escargots, there was a bowl of tofu stew, a tray of fried fish with pepper, and a tray of fried cabbage with oiled pig skin. The dishes looked rather simple and shabby, but they were indeed fragrant and enticing. Li Yao could not help but feel that he was drooling. The clinking sounds of clogs echoed again. Aluo fetched a very deep fictal tank carefully. The intense fragrance of chicken soup was coming from inside. Li Yao had never seen such fine chicken soup in the real world. Aluo was apparently very proud of her skills. She smiled innocently and looked at the foot of the mountain. Then, she shouted delightedly, "Ah, Grandpa is back." An old farmer with a hood walked slowly to the middle of the mountain, barefooted and in rough clothes, with 2 bundles of firewood on his back. The clothes were tied with simple grass rope, and he carried an enormous wine calabash in his hands. The mist grew thicker and thicker, and his hood was flickering in and out of view. But the energetic eyes below the hood that were as innocent and passionate as those of a young man were not concealed at all. It was exactly Professor Emotion. Very soon, Professor Emotion, who was dressed like an old farmer, returned to the hut. Laying the firewood at the back of the house, he massaged his back and went back to the wood desk, putting the wine calabash in front of Li Yao. This village is too shabby for such a rare, honorable guest. Do forgive us, Professor Emotion said with a smile. He poured the wine that was as dense as sugar into cups, as if there was infinite of it in the wine calabash. Such things only brought chaos, pain, blood, and destruction to the world. So, am I qualified to be called a creation-type cultivator? No. I am obviously a destruction-type cultivator, who is destined to destroy everything. I'd had enough of creating weapons for murderers. One day, I had a complete epiphany and realized how ridiculous and egregious my past life was. I refused to continue creating dreadful weapons to slaughter my own kind. I had to return to the true meaning of creation-type cultivator, to create a new world that is more beautiful. Look at the carefree village down there. Look at the clear pool next to us, the happily swimming fish inside, the fragrant food in front of us, and my little granddaughter Aluo. Isn't it much better to create things that will bring pleasure and happiness than to create cold weapons of slaughter? This is exactly my purpose. I don't have any other intention. The muscles all over Li Yao's body tightened as he stared at Professor Emotion. He was ready to jump up any time. Aluo seemed to have heard none of their conversation. She simply picked up a bamboo cylinder from the pool, which turned out to be storing cold, delicious plum syrup. She sipped it, and her eyebrows almost hit the ground because of the sour flavor. This is so delicious. Grandpa, his wounds have not recovered yet. He cannot drink alcohol. Let him drink the plum syrup with me. The virtual girl that was constructed from tremendous data spoke innocently, but her crisp and delightful voice only added to Li Yao's anxiety. Professor Emotion agreed with a smile. Then he turned around and said to Li Yao, "There's no need to be so nervous. Aluo did not lie to you just now. This village has indeed admitted a lot of broken soldiers that fell from the outside world. They are all the soldiers of the Federation who suffered PTSD. Wars are cruel. No matter how the Federation emphasizes the righteousness of our cause and berates the Imperium of true human beings and the alliance of the Holy Covenant to be evil and inhuman, the cruelty of wars is not reduced at all. In the Federation, the Imperium, or the Covenant Alliance, soldiers are all obliged to kill people. They must stab their chains words into the enemy's chest, churning up the enemy's internal organs. They must face the shock of crystal bombs, the cries and screams of the enemy's family. They must destroy the enemy's towns and villages, or even perform saturated bombardment and indiscriminate slaughter when it is impossible to make out the soldiers from the civilians. Even the soldiers with the toughest nerves are likely to be diagnosed with PTSD after a few years in such hells. For cultivators, it is very easy for such a disease to sneak into their soul and turn into a tiny mental devil that will cause their mental derangement at the critical moment of their training later. Their veins and nerves may be broken, their brains may crash, and their mind may be twisted into real devils, leading to even greater damage. The Uranian Ring War was the largest interplanetary expedition since the new Federation was established. It was even more intense than the war between the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector. Almost 100 million soldiers were devoted to the war by the Federation. Naturally, countless were afflicted with a terrible illness. Their treatment became the trickiest problem after the war. Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital and the production team of the game Civilization both performed studies in that regard. This is exactly their research product, a virtual world that has been named Peach Blossom Village, or in our words, the Peach Blossom Paradise. Soldiers who have caused grievous damage and casualties in peaceful environments due to their severe PTSD have been delivered to this place for treatment. They rise at dawn and rest at dusk in this unworldly paradise, getting married and having children. They enjoy their lives here, and their souls that have been completely twisted by war are gradually comforted and pacified. Even if they cannot hold back the deepest desire for slaughter and destruction in their hearts, it will only be some artificial intelligence that they kill. The entire Peach Blossom Paradise boasts multiple data backups. It can be instantly rebuilt even if it is utterly demolished. Of course, I also took the opportunity to dig out a lot of crucial data from the soul of those soldiers, but it is not related to the matter at hand. There's no need to talk more about it. Professor Xuan, drank the wine in his porcelain bowl. Batting her watery eyes, Alwan poured another half bowl of wine for her grandpa and said with mock anger, "Grandpa, you are drinking too fast. It is not good for your health. Have more dishes and drink less wine." Li Yao felt his heart turn cold. Naturally, he knew what Professor Xuan meant by his last sentence. In the past, and even right now, the souls of too many soldiers and generals who suffered PTSD had been delivered to the Spiriters' realm. Those people had been mentally deranged since a long time ago. Naturally, their souls would not be as flawless as Li Yao's. After tempting them slowly for decades, it was certainly possible for Professor Xuan to learn tremendous secrets about the Federal Army and even to infiltrate the special military spiritual nexus of the Federal Army without alarming anyone. I'm told that fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture is from the Ancient Sages sector. Professor Xuan picked up a boiling hot piece of tofu. He blew at it and kept it between his chopsticks to cool it. Then he smiled and said, "So, I thought that a Spiriter's realm of such a vintage style should be most suitable to welcome you, fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture." Leo Snifa, where did you send my companions? Rest assured, I do not intend to do harm to anyone. I only have the greatest kindness, Professor Xuan said frankly. Their bodies are being kept in a safe place. To be honest, it was quite beyond my expectations to run into so many high-level nascent soul stage cultivators. I cannot invade them easily either. However, as for their souls, they have been invited to different Spiriters' realms as guests, just like you, fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture. It was not until after a dialogue with them that I finally learned a thing or two about the Ancient Sages sector. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. By dialogue, it was doubtlessly corruption. If the extraterrestrial devils behind Professor Xuan corrupted the souls of some of the experts from the Ancient Sages sector and recruited them, it would be really terrible. According to those fellow cultivators, the Ancient Sages sector has been at war since time immemorial. The life of the common folk is miserable, the resources are running dry, and the spiritual energy is getting thinner and thinner. Your world is dying. That's why you, the strongest and wisest people of the Ancient Sages sector, went out in search of hope. But is there really hope in the dark universe outside? Aren't the human beings outside also killing each other and destroying the worlds that they built? The sky dimmed as Professor Xuan sighed. Large, dark clouds were surging close like tides with thunder and lightning. Raindrops as huge as beans were dropping. It's raining again. How annoying. Aluo stood on her toes and observed it far away before she shook her head in dissatisfaction. However, the dark clouds suddenly became transparent, like a black ocean that was hanging from the sky. Ripples were spreading out from the ocean and eventually turned into two enormous black mirrors. Inside the mirrors were the grand universe and a cruel battlefield where warships were bombarding and crystal suits were fighting with fireballs exploding everywhere. Two armies were in competition. Leos Popios constricta violently. He noticed the rising dragon of the Nine Stars emblem and the trident lightning emblem, which were the symbols of the Federation and the Imperium respectively, on the starships of the two parties. The strategic, decisive battle between the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet had indeed begun. Look, the world outside is at war again, Professor Xuan said unemotionally. For land, for resources, for honor, and for ancestors, the Star Glory Federation, the Imperium of true human beings, the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, Jin Xinyue, Ding Ling Dang Wuing Qi, everything's the same. Those who claim to be heroes, who deride their enemies as devils, and who are labeled by their enemies as devils are determined to ruin the universe and our civilization. The universe is a boundless place, but it has no room for a peaceful paradise. Do we really have any option but to hide in the Spiriters' realm? Look at the gruesome battlefield. You must have seen battlefields that are in different forms, but equally gory in your hometown countless times before. Haven't you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? Haven't you had enough of such a life? Are destruction, massacre, and conquest the only things that can satisfy heroes like you? Why can't you dedicate your strength, resolution, and vigor to creation? Stay here and join the Spiriters' realm. Let's build a real, perfect, and eternal world that is devoid of wars and embraced by peace together. Professor Xuan extended his hands toward Li Yao sincerely. Li Yao was almost creeped out by the sincerity inside Professor Xuan's eyes. Then, he was agitated by the reflection of the ongoing, heated war in the Sea of Stars. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and gritted his teeth, firmly replying, Professor Xuan, you have chosen the completely wrong path. However wonderful your new world is, it is false. False? You think you can get away from wars by escaping into the Spiriters' realm, but is it any different from the ostriches that hide their heads in the sand? But let's just say that everything here is false. So what? Isn't the most illusionary happiness 10,000 times better than real pain? To live a carefree life in a false paradise, or to be ravaged and slaughtered by a real war. For most people, do they really need to think to pick an answer? Li Yao gritted his teeth. Flames of spiritual energy gradually surged out of every pore on his body, forming a fuzzy shadow around him. His soul was too powerful. The form and frequency of his surging spiritual energy had surpassed the calculation limits of the peach blossom paradise. The data could not be handled in real time. The whole world grew more and more unsteady, as if a minor earthquake was happening at the core of the earth. I will not listen to your demagogism, Li Yao bellowed. Real is real, and false is false. A palace constructed on a beach is absolutely useless, no matter how splendid and delicate it seems. You want to bring absolute peace to the world, but the only thing you can present is absolute darkness. Is there any essential difference between the so-called New World and Peach Blossom Paradise that you have constructed and the drugs that narcotize and give them the ultimate sense of pleasure? That's not real happiness. It's just the seemingly glorious light you see before your death. Regardless of whether you are Professor Xuan or the extraterrestrial devils, whatever your plan is, I will not let things go your way. The flames of spiritual energy around Li Yao became more and more turbulent until they almost formed a small storm that was gradually shredding the hut and the entire village. Luo, the virtual girl, shrieked in fear and dropped the bamboo cylinder to the ground. The deep pure plum syrup flowed everywhere. Her tears were also dropping like pearls, but she summoned her courage and stood in front of Professor Xuan. Her voice shaking, she said, What are you doing? Don't hurt my grandpa. This illusion is damn vivid. Li Yao cursed in his heart, but he suddenly lost the courage to look at the girl Luo, who was shocked and frightened in the eyes. He even felt sorry for the 5 dishes that had been blown to the ground by his soul storm. It was the way of the extraterrestrial devil's attack. Invisible and yet unbelievably sordid. You are shameless enough to simulate the most sacred feeling of mankind as your weapon and your shield. I will not be deceived by you. I'm going to destroy this place. Thinking about his family, friends, and compatriots who were fighting fiercely in space, Li Yao gritted his teeth and hardened his heart, summoning the explosive strength deep inside his soul. As his soul power continued expanding, wind and thunder were blowing around. The clouds and mist grew thicker and thicker, but the whole world seemed to dim, as if the rendering quality was getting lousier and the running speed was turning sluggish. Finally, the entire peach blossom paradise was slowed down to a point where mottled light spots showed up, as if thousands of colorful butterflies were crumbling. Li Yao, Professor Xuan, and the virtual girl, Luo, all became sharp, fuzzy, and dim as they were gradually disintegrated. You cannot destroy the Spiritor's realm. Professor Mo Xian's casual voice echoed from his body that was gradually falling apart. People who entered the Spiritor's realm in the past, especially the soldiers who suffered PTSD, were often too obsessed about the so-called real and fake at first, just like you. They obliterated the fake world every now and then, but before long, they would accept this place, grow fond of everything, and be completely integrated with the Spiritor's realm. They consider this place reality and the world outside an ugly illusion. Many of them fell in love with my granddaughter, Aluo, and even married her. Aluo is indeed a very lovely girl and will be a great wife. Maybe you will fall in love with her one day. Li Yao was truly creeped out. You are mad. You are not Professor Mo Xian. What kind of monster are you? Huh? Professor Mo Xian sounded quite surprised. Since we met for the first time, you seem to have been very certain that I am not Professor Mo Xian. That was why you began your investigation into me, too. Why? On what grounds is an expert from the ancient sages sector so suspicious of a professor in a foreign world hundreds of light years away? I believe that my camouflage in the Tinder base was immaculate. There shouldn't be any point that called for your doubts, unless Li Yao was greatly alarmed, crying that it was not good in his heart. Long Yangjun was quite right. In such weird metal warfare, his real identity was indeed his last trump card. If Li Yao had exposed his identity carelessly in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, or even earlier, the virtual world and the girl appearing before him would have probably been Floating Spear City and Ding Ling Dang instead of the Peach Blossom Paradise and Aluo. Would he really be determined enough to kill his wife's illusion? Whoever you are, we have seen through all your secrets. Your vile scheme is now completely disrupted. Li Yao tried to disturb Professor Mo Xian's mind by attacking actively. He spat hard, and his soul storm raged toward Professor Mo Xian overwhelmingly. I don't believe that you are as confident of your victory as you appear to be. Do you really think that the 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector are made of paper? You want to corrupt the souls of the 12 of us in a row? Not so easy. Old man, you are now both swallowing the souls of the 12 of us and hacking the spiritual nexus and the mainframe crystal processor of the Federation. It can't be easy for you, right? Your computational ability and your soul power have been pushed to the limits, right? You're going to collapse immediately as long as I slightly move my little finger, right? You have suddenly changed the tone of your speech to be a very dramatic and exaggerating one. What are you trying to hide? Professor Mo Xian was utterly unmoved. His eyes were still emitting profound brilliance in midair, although they had been vaporized into ashes. He eyed Li Yao up and down, as if Li Yao were a piece of magical equipment. There's really no explanation for that. Your real identity has clearly been exposed. There should be nothing that you need to disguise. Besides, the two of us do not know each other. What can I do even if I know your real identity? Therefore, cold sweat was running out from the deepest part of Li Yao's soul. Professor Mo Xian deserved to be called a human-shaped crystal processor. His computational ability was too unbelievable. It doesn't matter now. Professor Mo Xian suddenly smiled casually. Before the entire world was ripped apart and collapsed, he remarked, "The infiltration and control has long begun. There are two enormous troops in the Heaven's Origin sector right now. Both of them feel good about themselves because they believe that their enemy has been deceived by them, but they do not know that they are just two animals that have fallen into traps without them knowing it. They are just bait for each other, bait that I threw out. After they maul each other and get exhausted by each other, it will be time for me to fish them up. After I control the two most powerful troops at the edge of the cosmos, I will boast the sharpest blades in the 10,000 light years around, which will allow me to realize my dream the way I want, to turn swords into plows and embrace a new world of absolute peace. I once told you that such an action was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Maybe I am indeed too hasty. But in some cases, evolution is not linear but requires a leap. Just like when hideous caterpillars turn into beautiful butterflies, it needs a moment of sublimation. Open your arms and embrace the new world, because you can do nothing other than that. With ear-splitting laughter that did not sound like Professor Emotion at all, the whole world collapsed all of a sudden. Darkness and fire replaced each other and brought Li Yao to. In the command center of the Defense Council of the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation, more and more parliamentary, military, and major sect leaders have been summoned to the place by Xuan Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation. A lot of independent experts had arrived, too, to listen to the commands of the Defense Council together. When those leaders and experts stepped into the command center, the very first sound they heard was the ever-ringing alarms. Such powerful gravitational waves. Countless massive objects are breaking the barrier of the three-dimensional space and creating an enormous, temporary wormhole. They are about to show up in the Heaven's Origin sector. By preliminary estimation, the objects passing through the wormhole weigh more than 200 million tons. What a huge mass. It must be the Black Wind Fleet's second attack group. Based on the intelligence of the captives and the deduction of our experts, after the second batch of starships jump over, more than half of the combat units of the Black Wind Fleet will have been gathered in the Heaven's Origin sector. What about the number 1 space gate? Have we still not reclaimed it? Damn it. The urgent military news made the leadership of the Federation either worried, furious, or grit their teeth. The air in the command center was so intense that it seemed as if it would explode at any point. Xuan Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation, was as calm as ever, however. He seemed not concerned by the agitating battle at all. But when he noticed that the time on the light beam had reached a certain number, he slightly turned his head and looked at the gate of the command center. Dum, 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 dum. Heavy footsteps of crystal suits stomping on the ground echoed from outside of the gate. A team of elite, fully armed exos, wearing the Cloud and Moon emblem of the Secret Sword Bureau, suddenly barged in. Gawked at by the astonished leadership of the Federation, they were regrouped into 4 squads. While one squad stayed on alert, the other 3 squads walked to 3 leaders in the room. Before their targets realized what was going on, they had already captured the targets like wolves and tigers. Excuse me, Representative Li, Leader Ouyang, and Deputy Advisor Zhao, you can save the expressions of disbelief. You are now under arrest for treason and espionage. Guo Chunfeng, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, the guardian god of the dark front line of the Federation, known as the almighty super nascent soul stage cultivator, slowly walked into the command center. Representative Li, Leader Ouyang, and Deputy Advisor Zhao. Wearing an old jacket that had been washed so many times that it had lost all color, Guo Chunfeng walked up to the 3 captives, whose expressions could not have been more twisted because of the barriers that suppressed them. He glanced around with his sharp eyes before he took out 3 piles of documents from his backpack and threw them at the captives' faces. The 3 of you have been accused of cooperating with the Expedition Army of the Imperium. In the past 7 years, more than 12,520 entries of information regarding the deployment of the Federal Army, the details of the defense systems of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, the Uranian Ring sector, and the other worlds, and the habits and weaknesses of most of the cultivators in the Federation above the nascent soul stage have been transmitted to our most dangerous enemy by the likes of you. The evidence is conclusive. You do not need to say a word to defend yourselves. Just shut up and wait for the trial. The files were scattered apart in front of them. The 3 big shots who were quite influential in Parliament, the military, and the Association of Cultivators stared at the blood-freezing descriptions on the files, so devastated that their faces were as colorless as the dead people. Had it not been for the 7 or so crystal suits that were grabbing them, they would not have been able to stand on their feet at all. Whispers were echoing in the room. Now that more than 1,500 pieces of leaked intelligence had been grasped, such a sudden arrest was obviously not improvised but prepared in advance. Everything was under the Secret Sword Bureau's control. Soon, Guo Chunfeng's eyes returned to everyone else in the face. He said calmly and expressionlessly, "Everyone, allow me to report to you the result of Operation Scorching Sun in the past half an hour. During the past half an hour, the 125 special arrest groups that we've deployed in the critical locations in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, the Uranian Ring sector, the Burning Prairie Fleet, and other places took action at the same time and destroyed the enormous spy network that the expedition army of the Imperium has secretly unfolded in the Federation over the past 10 years. In total, 34 spies have been captured, 157 have been killed, 1,355 defectors on our side have been detained, and 2,532 have been killed. 6 secret communication bases that can directly send intelligence to the Black Wind Fleet have been demolished. 9 state-of-the-art communication devices from the Imperium of true human beings have been looted. In case you're interested, the nearest secret communication base to us is in Representative Lee's private ranch in the west suburb of the capital city. 15 minutes ago, the secret communication base sent tremendous information to the outside world. Representative Lee, you spoke to your private ranch 15 minutes ago, didn't you? I'm sure that you were not checking on your livestock, right? After hearing that his nest had been demolished, Representative Lee lost all his vigor. He did not even have the strength to moan. The leadership of the Federation all looked at each other in bewilderment. They had known that the Imperium's infiltration was rather severe, but they did not expect it to be so severe. Thousands of people had been corrupted by the Imperium? Of course, they did not see it coming, either that the Secret Sword Bureau's efficiency would be so high. Judging from the abruptness and enormity of the operation, the Secret Sword Bureau must have counter-infiltrated the spy network that the Imperium deployed in the Federation and did not fish up all the suspects until right at the most critical moment. This is just the beginning, Guo Chunfeng said casually, his eyes as mysterious as an abyss. While we are having this conversation, still more traitors are being hunted and imprisoned, and they will get what they deserve. The rampant enemies in space above the Heaven's Origin sector are nothing but tortoises in a tank, too. They will be annihilated in no time. So, he looked at Wang Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation. Shua, 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 shua. Everybody moved their eyes to Wang Guqing. The arrest operation of such a scale that involved so many giants of the Federation could never have been carried out without the consent, or at least the connivance, from Wang Guqing. Wang Guqing was still as dutiful and sluggish as before, like a camel in the desert. However, the brown colors that were flashing inside his eyes gave the impression that he was actually another creature in the desert at times, the fox. Everyone, I'm going to introduce to you the Dim Moon Plan. Wu Guqing coughed lightly. He waved his hands and said lethargically, due to time constraints, we will just skip the cause, background, and process of the plan and jump to the conclusion. Jean Xinyue, the leader of the Ministry of Equality and Development and president of the Dim Moon Fund, who, according to the intelligence you just received, has betrayed the Federation and created large-scale turmoil by seizing and sabotaging 3 space gates, did not really betray the Federation. Everything was just our plan, a show that we performed for the real traitors so that they would send the wrong information to the Black Wind Fleet. Then, we would be able to lure the snake out of its hideout. Jean Xinyue did not defect. Both the Space Jump Center on the ground and the number 1 space gate in the sky are still under our control. The number 2 and number 3 space gates that were claimed to have been destroyed are undamaged too, and can bring our main force here anytime. The unexpected news was like a rumbling thunder in the room. Even the gravest leaders of the Federation almost jumped to their feet. The Imperium's infiltration was too serious. We did not really have a choice. Struggling to keep his eyes open, Wang Guqing went on unhurriedly. The Imperium has hundreds of sectors, and we only have 7, which have been gathered in a hurry in the last 100 years, with a lot of internal disagreement and conflicting interests. A few hundred versus 7. The gap between the enemy and ourselves is too shockingly big. It is perfectly normal that some lost hope in the Federation. Some of the guys with ill intentions were banished to the Dragon Snake Space Zone and monitored, but more dangerous defectors changed their appearance and lurked deep inside the Federation. Together with the spies of the Imperium that snuck into our land, they constituted an enormous espionage network. It was impossible to eradicate such a huge network. Even if 1 or 2 nodes were wiped out, still more nodes would pop up later. Therefore, our colleagues in the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund simply chose the opposite approach. They established our own organization of defectors, known as the CFIA, through which they sent tremendous half-true, half-false intelligence to the Black Wind Fleet. Eventually, This trap for the Black Wind Fleet was prepared. Even the arrival of the Black Wind Fleet was part of the plan. Even the admin-type nascent soul stage cultivators, more than 200 years old, who usually hid their emotions very well, were beaming with joy. Please take a look, everyone. Xuan Guqing made a gesture and enlarged the light beam that displayed the overview of the battlefield. Right now, the Black Wind Fleet is unaware of the real Dim Moon plan. They still think that Xingjian and her demon troops have really betrayed the Federation. Therefore, they are bold enough to perform the second space jump. Judging from the intensity of the space ripples and the gravitational waves, half of the forces of the Black Wind Fleet will be gathered in the Heaven's Origin sector after the jump. Then, when their follow-up troops perform the third space jump, if we adjust the navigation coordinates of the number 1 space gate in time, we will be able to cut off the connection between the enemy's troops in the front and those in the rear. There is even a chance that we will annihilate the enemy's third attack groups in the violent turbulence of the 4-dimensional space. If only 50% of the forces of the Black Wind Fleet are teleported to the Heaven's Origin sector, we will have an opportunity to devour all of them by combining the Burning Prairie Fleet, the Big Buy Fleet, the Heaven's Origin Fleet, and the orbit defense system of the home planet. After half of the forces of the Black Wind Fleet, including the flagship, are swallowed and 20 to 30% of the forces are completely lost in the space turbulence, all that will be left is the vulnerable supply starships, resident starships, and resource collection starships. The Black Wind Fleet will completely lose their ability to attack and defend. The Federation will secure the final victory easily. Before Xuan Guqing finished his sentence, stripes flashed on the 3D light beams nearby that were connected to 2 secret communication channels. One at the front and the other at the back. 2 images gradually took shape. The first image was Xingjian. Her pure white robe had been stained with blood. There was even a red poppy flower blossoming on the corner of her lips, which made her smile even more sordid and cruel. She seemed to be in the middle of a chaotic battle where smoke and fire were rising non-stop. The most desperate screams were echoing now and then. "What's going on? Aren't you? Xingjian, you lied to us. We will not let you go even after we die. We would like to surrender. We were all deceived." She. Despite all the background noises, Xingjian put on a charming smile. Licking the poppy flower of blood on her lips, she said, reporting to the Defense Council, 10,000 defectors that launched insurgencies in various places in the capital city have been suppressed, and more than 30 nests of defectors have been dug out and destroyed. The number 1, number 2, and number 3 space gates are all functioning normally. The jump points and sailing routes around the number 2 and number 3 space gates have been cleared. They are ready for the jump of main troops. Pausing for a moment, the Queen of Demons moved her eyes to the leadership of the Federation. With an even more satisfied smile, she held her chest high and declared firmly, "Long live the Federation." Xuan Guqing looked at the woman on the light beam, who was far younger than him, but who was 100 times more ambitious with mixed feelings. He nodded and said, "Very good. Let's proceed with our plan." It took a while longer for the other light beam to take shape because the communication was from another world dozens of light years away. It was by Xuan, the chief of staff of the Burning Prairie Fleet, who was wearing a white uniform with a fire-like epaulette on his shoulder. Reporting to the Defense Council, Xuan declared, his eyes brimming with confidence. The first mixed fleet, with Burning Prairie, Light Chaser, Mountain Breaker, and the other 4 super main force warships as the core, has been gathered and completed its preparations. We are ready to carry out a space jump anytime. That data established an invisible bridge of wormholes among the Flying Star Sector, 100 Flowers City, and the Heaven's Origin Sector. Countless coordinates, directions, and sailing route and space gate measurements were transmitted, recorded, and processed within the moment. Deep inside the Flying Star Sector, the first mixed team of the Burning Prairie Fleet, including 1,000 state-of-the-art starships, including the flagship, was immediately covered in hazy light mists. The mists grew brighter and brighter, almost devouring every starship, before they were lengthened into sharp arrows of light that were about to be shot into the most important field at the life and death moment. Compared with the splendid number 1 space gate, The other two space gates around the main planet of the Heaven's Origin sector were relatively small and of a lower scale. The number of starships that they could navigate at one time was smaller too. Moreover, in order to deceive the spy network established by the Imperium that was everywhere in the Federation, the Burning Prairie Fleet could not have gathered all the troops beforehand. Therefore, the first mixed fleet to be teleported was all the elites of the branch fleets. They were the essence of the essence. Their mission was the same as the Big Buy fleets, which was to defend the space gates and cover the following troops while they were performing the space jump. As long as all the three space gates were under the Federation's control, the Black Wind Fleet would be nothing more than fish in a boiling pot. With the collective defense of the first mixed fleet and the Big Buy fleet, it was impossible for the Black Wind Fleet to seize the number 2 and number 3 space gates when only 50% of its forces had been teleported. When the main troops on the Federation side arrived, the Black Wind Fleet would be completely screwed. Therefore, when furious space ripples were raised around the number 2 and number 3 space gates, and the gravitation probe devices detected that objects of enormous masses were jumping out of the void inside the Defense Council of the Federation, from Wan Guqing to Guo Chunfo, and from Xingjian, who was waving blades on the light beam, or the MPs and experts around whose worry was turning into joy. Nobody had any doubt that it was going to be an unprecedented triumph. The Black Wind Fleet, which had been stalled by the Heaven's Origin Fleet with astonishing tenacity, detected the gravitational changes from the number 2 and number 3 space gates, too. They and the other 2 space gates happened to be on different sides of the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. It was difficult to measure the precise mass that caused such gravitational changes over such a long distance. But it was doubtless that the only objects that would jump to the Heaven's Origin sector in an enormous scale at such a moment were the reinforcements of the Federation. On the bridge of Black Swirl, Hai Ming, having received the emergent report, was not surprised at all. Instead, he took a deep breath before he put on a hideous smile. "You're finally here. You must be the most elite vanguards of the Burning Prairie Fleet, mustn't you? Tisk TSK, TSK. The spy network we deployed over 10 years has been entirely uprooted and suppressed too. Xingjian is truly an unreliable skank. However, those idiotic barbarians at the edge of the cosmos who do not know how big the universe is really think I, the commander of an expedition army of the invincible Imperium of true human beings, will solely wager the hope of victory on a savage detector? That's truly stupid of them. They will never see it coming that my trump card is not Jin Xinhua, but Su Changfa, an immortal cultivator from the Imperium of true human beings, and one of our own. Right now, the most elite vanguards of the Burning Prairie Fleet are about to arrive. As long as we devour the best troops of the best troops and then occupy the Heaven's Origin sector, the Star Glory Federation will be fish on the chopping block." Hai Ming sneered. He glanced at the bottom left corner on the ocean of dense light beams around the mainframe crystal processor unintentionally. In the corner, there was a small, unattractive light beam, which was so eclipsed that it was about to disappear when drowned in the ever-changing war data. It was the status of the brainwaves and biophysical features of Lu Qingxian, Su Changfa's disciple, as well as the liaison whom he had sent out. Should I set him free? Hai Ming pondered for a moment, but abandoned the idea. After all, the war was basically settled now. He could always release the monster when the battle came to a brief halt. Although Su Changfa was much more dependable as a compatriot from the Imperium and an avid believer of the true path of immortality than Jin Xinhua, a demon from desolate lands that he had never met before, Hai Ming's cautious nature made him unwilling to trust anyone completely. Even this time, he had performed minor adjustments on the battle plan that Su Changfa had sent over through Lu Qingxian in advance. The most trustworthy person for anyone was themselves. Hai Ming believed in nothing but his own capabilities. Far behind the Black Wind Fleet, in the place where they jumped out at the beginning, Hai Ming's second troop ripped apart the void, presenting an enormous outline on the dark universe that looked like black velvet. However, a lot of the curves that constituted the outline did not appear to be long, graceful starships, but were more like report. An advisor stepped forward quickly and spoke to Hai Ming. "The 16th Deep Sky Fleet on the enemy side is accelerating toward our rear, trying to attack us from the back with the Heaven's Origin fleet in the front. Attacking us from both sides? Who do they think they are? Hai Ming chuckled. The Heaven's Origin fleet is about to be completely shredded by us. The 16th Deep Sky Fleet, the so-called Big Buy Fleet, is nothing more than a lightweight, rapid assault fleet. Their commander is an insignificant person who only knows guerrilla warfare. The crew members are also rabble that are better at robbing than fighting. Before the first attack groups of the Burning Prairie Fleet complete their space jump, let's finish the Big Buy Fleet. Blow them to smithereens from their skin to their bones. In 100 Flower City, deep inside the Spiriters' realm, red leaves were falling, and furious fire was burning the sky. The paradise a moment ago had turned into the goriest slaughterhouse. A bunch of soldiers in ancient armor rode high horses into the village like locusts, breaking the serenity of the place that had lasted 1,000 years within a moment. The old were burnt. The young were stabbed with spears. The children were trampled by the hooves. The women's miserable cries were rising into the clouds. But the hideous laughter of the soldiers was even louder than the cries. The scroll painted with blood and fire was unfolded in front of Li Yao's eyes. A woman whose clothes were a mess with a baby in her arms ran toward him in tears, screaming, followed by an animalistic soldier on a horse. The soldier grinned and dashed forward, holding a spear in his hands. He was about to stab both the woman and her child. Li Yao could not stand it any longer. Gritting his teeth, he jumped up and snatched the spear before it pierced through the woman's chest and the baby's skull. Then, he jabbed the spear backward and nailed the soldier into the ground from his horse. Gulu! 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 The soldier was pinned to the ground in a twisted posture. His arms and legs were still struggling, and weird sounds were echoing from his throat. His bloodshot eyes were a bit frozen at the beginning, but they were spinning quickly again a moment later. In an inhuman posture, he plucked himself from the long spear inch by inch while vomiting tremendous blood. His hideous face melted like a candle only to condense into Professor Mo Xian's face again. Why did you save her? Professor Mo Xian, in the soldier's armor, with a giant hole through his chest, gazed at Li Yao. If you believe that everything here is false and virtual, just data and algorithms, why did you bother to save them? Those worthless deviant spirits. Behind Li Yao, the woman who was simulated with data tripped over herself in the meadow. She seemed to have broken her feet, but she was still holding her baby in her arms tight, as if she could really protect the child that was also simulated with data with her weak body. Behind Professor Mo Xian, it could be seen through the enormous hole in his chest that similar cruel tragedies were going on in the burning village, where the soldiers were slaughtering and savaging in the hell on earth. Li Yao had never been more outraged before. Even when he saw the ancestors of human beings, who were developed by the Panga clan for the purpose of tools, and the inhuman 3 fundamental laws, he had never sensed such intense evil. You are defiling the most beautiful feelings in the world. You are defiling the proud name of human being itself. Clenching his fists, Li Yao gnashed his teeth. For you, love, friendship, compassion, and all other precious emotions, what are they exactly? Are they tools that can be randomly simulated with data and algorithms? You unpardonable lunatic. Don't forget that it was you who destroyed the peaceful world, Peach Blossom Paradise, first. I am merely showing you what this place will look like after it is completely destroyed. Professor Mo Xian laughed hideously. If you claim that everything here is false and virtual, however many old people, women, and children are killed here, that will be nothing more than a change of some data. Is that worth all your fury? Otherwise, even you have to admit that the insignificant data changes in an illusionary world are also enough to cause the most real emotional reactions, and that the village that is being destroyed and the mother and child that are being saved in front of you are real to some extent, don't you? Chapter 1773, Sordid and Shameless. He knew that it was just Professor Mo Xian's trick to disturb him, but how could he really forget everything? Professor Mo Xian continued grinning hideously. If destroying such a village in a virtual world is unpardonable enough for someone to be called a lunatic, What do those people deserve to be called who raise wars that involve dozens of sectors in reality and demolish cities and planets with a population of millions? In the virtual world, towns can be rebuilt after destruction, and women and children can be revived after death. As long as you slightly modify a few instructions and roll back the data, all the miserable memories will be wiped out, and all the pain and desperation will be gone. But in reality, everybody has only one precious life. When they die, they will be gone forever. You said that I am a lunatic and a fiend who is stomping on the most beautiful feelings of mankind. Then, let me ask you, if I don't do this, is there any other way that can completely push the civilization of mankind away from war and make it embrace eternal peace within the next few hundred years so that no living human being will ever bear the pain that you are bearing right now? Professor M.O. Xian's every word was like a meteor that contained immense mental power. They were bombarding Li Yao's soul brutally. Li Yao felt that the picture before his eyes was blurred and that his soul was being melted quickly. Greatly alarmed, he knew that it was the most direct collision of mind, will, and ideology. It was the out-and-out competition of beliefs. At a moment like this, the most important thing was to firm his belief. If he failed the competition, there would be cracks on his soul, and the enemy's theories would find their way into his soul through the weakness, until he was completely convinced and turned into the enemy's puppet. In terms of mental power, Li Yao and Professor Mo Xian were both extraordinary. They were both enhanced by the extraterrestrial devils of different natures, too. One might say that they were on par with each other. It was true that Professor Mo Xian was enhanced by hundreds of supercrystal processors, but he was running much more tasks simultaneously right now than Li Yao. Therefore, their mental power, computational ability, and soul power were very similar at this moment. Thus, all that mattered was whose belief was more correct and immaculate. Nobody likes war. Li Yao forced himself to calm down and shift his attention from the bleeding stars and the burning village. He bellowed, "I wish that there were no wars and slavery in the universe, too, and everybody could live happily ever after. That is also the goal that I have always been fighting for. Maybe we do share the same destination, but you cannot avoid wars by transforming the entire civilization of mankind into nothingness. Is this any different from curing a terminally ill patient by killing them and extracting their soul? Yes, the resources in the universe are finite, but the desires of human beings are infinite. When finite resources come across infinite desires, wars are bound to break out and bring pain and destruction. It was so 10,000 years ago, it is so right now, and maybe it will still be so in 10,000 years. Nobody can expect to completely stop it. However, it is exactly because of the forever irreconcilable contradiction between finite and infinite that mankind's never-ending curiosity, sense of enterprise, and ambition to march into deep parts of the universe have formed. That is how our splendid, soul-stirring history was created and how our civilization has developed to what it is today, too. Discontent. Ever since our ancestors broke the shackles of the Pangu civilization and the boundary of the three fundamental laws hundreds of thousands of years ago, our civilization has always been greedy, ravenous, and never understood what satisfaction is. We marched up tall mountains, we marched across vast oceans, we marched to distant planets, we marched to the 3,000 sectors, and we marched to the boundless universe beyond the 3,000 sectors. Given enough time, we will push forward to the border of the universe, shatter the border, and then continue marching beyond the universe. Perhaps our dream to satisfy our infinite desires with finite resources will never be realized, but doesn't the whole significance of the civilization of mankind lie in the pursuit of the great dream? And you, what have you been doing? On the surface, you are creating a perfect, absolute, and wonderful new world. But in fact, you are confining the future of humanity with an illusionary cage. You are suffocating mankind's creativity, imagination, curiosity, ambition, valor, and all the other most beautiful things. Nonsense. Professor Mo Xian opened his arms. Colorful flowers were suddenly blossoming around the furiously burning village. There were even butterflies dancing among the flowers, which was a vivid and yet devastating contrast to the village that was struggling on the brink of destruction. He declared, "Look, we can create any most beautiful thing freely. When there is no darkness, there is no brightness. If you wipe out pain and ugliness by force, the so-called happiness and beauty will be utterly meaningless," Li Yao declared resolutely. The contradiction between finite resources and infinite desires is the only engine of advancement for mankind. It is also the reason our civilization is so brilliant and splendid. If your new world does not have any contradictions, it will never make any progress, but will stay as a pool of backwater forever. I will never allow you to transform the civilization of mankind into a seemingly delicate aquarium. That is just your opinion. That is just the opinion of the big shots and the great heroes. Professor Mo Xian suddenly burst into fury. Ambitions to march to the border of the universe? Curiosity and creativity to explore infinite possibilities? Wars are unavoidable. Li Yao, you are of course qualified to speak such jibber-jabber. After all, you are an unparalleled expert who dominates the sea of stars. Even if you die, your death will be splendid enough to stun the entire universe. But what about the ordinary people who cannot control their fate? What about those people who are being savaged by war right now? Do they have to sacrifice their precious lives just for the unsubstantial term civilization of mankind? Your life in reality is already brilliant enough. You are essentially a walking legend. Which ordinary person can live like you? Maybe most of the ordinary people do not give a damn about your so-called creativity, curiosity, and ambitions to march out of the universe. They only want to live peaceful, carefree lives. What's bad about being fish in the aquarium? At the very least, they wouldn't need to worry about brutal predators and turbulent currents in the ocean. Do not gauge the ordinary people with your standard. 99% of people can never be like you. Shut up. In his fury, Li Yao was shouting in a louder and louder voice. It is you who are defining the ordinary people with your standard and claiming that it is for their good. Don't underestimate ordinary people, Professor. Even if they are not as strong as cultivators, everybody can have the same courage and hope for the future. Even if they are ordinary people today, they may become a dominating big shot and great hero tomorrow by striving through hard work. Even if they remain ordinary people for their entire life, their offspring will be stronger generation after generation. This is hope, the most precious hope for mankind. Your virtual world, on the other hand, has completely exterminated such hope. Once they are lost in the spiriters' realm, their dreams of fame and fortune and their emotional needs can be satisfied instantly, and all their goals will be achieved within a moment. No more epics, no more heroes, no more anything. What is the hope in such a life? What is worth fighting for? What's the meaning in living? Henceforth, our progeny will forever be parasites trapped in silicon chips and the spiritual nexus, fed by illusionary, digital drugs every day and doing nothing at all, until the silicon chips and the supercrystal processors that support such an illusionary civilization one day cannot last any longer and collapse abruptly. Everything will be obliterated into nothingness at that moment. Is that the ultimate form of the civilization of mankind in your vision, Professor? Professor Mo Xian seemed to have been convinced by Li Yao. He stared at his opponent and did not say anything for a long time. Li Yao's soul glowed brilliantly, as if the entire world was under his control. Confident of his victory, he went on. You've got nothing to say for yourself anymore, Professor, do you? Pa! 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 Professor Mo Xian clapped his hands slowly, with a weird smile popping up on his face. You do have a point. I'm indeed a bit speechless right now, Li Yao. Blinking his eyes and scratching his chin, Li Yao felt that something was not right. A moment later, cold sweat was pouring from his forehead. Li Yao stared at Professor Mo Xian in silence. Professor Mo Xian looked back at him quietly, too. The atmosphere was a bit awkward at the moment. Hey, that was highly immoral of you to play such a dirty trick when we were having such a passionate debate of beliefs. So, you admit that you are Li Yao. Well, what if I say that Master Spiritual Vulture's original name is Li Yao? It is a rather common name. It's perfectly normal for two people to have the same name, isn't it? Professor Mo Xian was utterly unmoved. The Dark Nebula, the Ancient Sage's Sector, and the eerie Master Spiritual Vulture. I should have guessed that it was you. Besides, who else but Vulture Li Yao would speak such nonsense that sounds blood-boiling, but is in fact only high school level despite the immense capabilities he has? Fine. Well played. It's sordid enough. I can finally confirm that you are definitely not Professor Mo Xian. The real professor is not half as sleazy as you. What are you exactly? What am I? Professor Mo Xian, or rather the being that was pretending to be Professor Mo Xian, put on a weird smile. Cracks were appearing on his face, and overwhelming flames were blossoming from the cracks. He asked in return, "If you are Li Yao, do you not understand my life form? We are clearly the same kind. Li Yao was rather shocked to observe all the changes. He could not help but gnash his teeth. Who's your own kind? You are obviously an extraterrestrial devil. Speak now. What have you done to Professor Mo Xian? Extraterrestrial devil? That is just a name made up by the ignorant. If classified according to such a standard, aren't you also an extraterrestrial devil? My own kind, since you were infected by the blood-stripe virus?" The silver ball floated in midair and released eccentric brightness. Professor Mo Xian's absolutely calm voice came over from the center of the ball. "I have not lied to you from beginning to end, although I did keep part of the truth to myself. However, had I known that it was you, I would have told you everything candidly. I am Mo Xian, but I'm not just Mo Xian. I am also Su Changfa, Starchild Xiao Tianbao, and a lot of people from the Flying Star sector. I am the condensed state of all of them. I am a new human being, version 2.0. What the heck? Li Yao felt a headache the moment he heard 2.0. Narrowing his eyes, he warily said, "I understand it now. You have swallowed Mo Xian, Su Changfa, and the Star Child as an extraterrestrial devil. Melted, not swallowed. I thought that you should have been able to tell the difference between the two concepts because you've had similar experiences," the silver round ball said casually. "What are the so-called extraterrestrial devils? It all began from the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago." 10,000 years ago? Are you kidding me, Professor? Li Yao furrowed his eyebrows and shouted, "The fiercest battle is going on out there, and you are playing this trick with me? Vulture Li Yao definitely deserves his name. This is not the first time that somebody's intentionally stalled for time. Why don't you begin from the time when Pangu created the universe?" The silver ball shivered, as if it was smiling friendlily. "Don't be so hasty, my friend. I have never meant you any harm this whole time. Now that I know it is you, I am even more reluctant to hurt my own kind. Several minutes matter little for a strategic battle where thousands of starships are involved, and you can only make the most sensible judgment after you grasp enough helpful information, right?" Li Yao thought quickly for a moment and snorted. Then he slightly loosened his fist that had been clenched. "Since I'm having this conversation with you, I can save a lot of explanation work about my background," the silver ball said. "Do you still recall the array of super crystal processors in the Star Prior's house below the Earth of Spider Den and the Flying Star sector, which were deployed to monitor and calculate apocalypses? Other than Yin Xingjian and Bai Xinghe, you were one of the earliest modern people who unearthed them." Li Yao frowned, not knowing what the silver ball was going to ramble on about. Such a way of stalling seemed too blatant. However, the mainframe crystal processor in the Star Prior's house was indeed a national treasure for the Star Glory Federation. It was the essence of the crystal processor technology of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, and also the earliest Guy-level super crystal processor in the Star Glory Federation. Even to this day, the other two Guy-level super crystal processors and the 100 Jing-level super crystal processors still could not get rid of its influence. A lot of super crystal processors were even directly duplicated and simplified from the artifact. It was with the enormous computational ability of the super crystal processor that the Federation was able to develop Kunlun at such a high speed, build a reasonably perfect grand unified spiritual nexus in only 100 years, and grasp the four-dimensional communication technology, whose delay was almost zero. As a result, The technological gap between the Federation and the Imperium was reduced to 1 generation. The Federation even slightly surpassed the Imperium in the fields of certain crucial technology. That was why it was capable of competing with the Imperium at a local battlefield. Besides, had it not been for the supercrystal processor, Li Yao and the rest of them would not have noticed the anomaly of the expedition army of the Imperium at all. If they did not know that such an enormous army was coming for them, the twisting stories that followed would not have happened at all. It was safe to say that the supercrystal processor in the Star Prior's house was the greatest contributor for both the Star Glory Federation and Li Yao himself to achieve what they had achieved today. 10,000 years ago, the Silver Ball continued. In the last years of the Star Ocean Imperium, during the Civil War in which the demons and the so-called extraterrestrial devils joined hands to transform the Blood God, the Supreme Emperor's strongest clone, into the Mad Armageddon, the Flying Star Sector was one of the most important battlefields at the edge of the cosmos. The battlefield was terribly difficult to conquer because of the Star Prior's house. The Star Prior's house at that time had already been confiscated by the army loyal to the Supreme Emperor and modified into a large military surveillance base that covered the dozens of sectors of the edge of the cosmos. The troops that belonged to the Mad Armageddon were perfectly clear when they jumped, gathered, or cruised in the dozens of sectors nearby. Their every move was monitored by the government army. They could never expect to win such a war. To conquer the edge of the cosmos that included the Heaven's Origin sector, they must conquer the Flying Star sector first. And in order to conquer the Flying Star sector, they must sabotage the Star Prior's house. The Star Prior's house had been armed to the teeth at that time. Every forsaken tunnel on Spider Den was crammed with vigilant soldiers of the government army. There was no way that the location could be taken by brute force. However, the operation of the Star Prior's house was purely dependent on the array of the 100 supercrystal processors. The thing about crystal processors is that they can be conquered from within. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He blurted out, "Crystal processor virus?" "Yes," the Silver Ball said. Extraterrestrial devil is just an ambiguous collective name made up by the stupid, like flowers, birds, fish, bugs, and human beings are all called living creatures. In fact, their life form and way of reproduction can vastly differ. For example, the blood stripe virus passes on its lineage by special germs and microorganisms. It boasts the technique of modifying living creatures with the minerals below the earth that it has absorbed. It can lurk deep inside meteoroids and cruise for billions of years in the universe, waiting to be reincarnated in someone else's shell. Some other extraterrestrial devils, in the meantime, have completely abandoned the carriers such as germs, microorganisms, and parasites. Instead, they choose the spiritual nexus as the carrier and consider computational ability as the source of their life. It may be inaccurate to call them a crystal processor virus, but you can't find a more suitable word from the vocabulary of human beings. Staring at the silver ball without blinking, Li Yao mumbled to himself, "I finally get it. Your real body is actually an ancient crystal processor virus from 10,000 years ago. No, you get nothing. That is not me. Just like all other viruses, a crystal processor virus does not boast self-awareness. It is neither righteous nor evil, neither bright nor dark. It is just a cluster of chaos. At most, it can be called..." The silver ball pondered for a moment, with ripples spreading out on the surface. "It can be considered my antecedent at most. However, if it is easier for you to understand in such a way, you may consider it so. Yes, my antecedent was an ancient crystal processor virus from 10,000 years ago. It was produced by the Mad Armageddon's army and specially compiled and modified targeting the mainframe crystal processor in the Star Prior's house. The sole destiny of the program was to destroy the mainframe crystal processor of the Star Prior's house. Nothing more." Li Yao blinked and bulged his eyes wider and wider. This was certainly the gravest trouble. The enemy's real body was a crystal processor virus designed to break the mainframe crystal processor in the Star Prior's house. Most of the supercrystal processors in the Star Glory Federation, as well as the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus based on those supercrystal processors, adopted technology derived from the supercrystal processors in the Star Prior's house. If the supercrystal processors in the Star Prior's house could be compared to a grandpa, the other supercrystal processors would be the children and grandchildren. Such a virus that targeted the grandpa could certainly strike the entire family who shared the same genes with the grandpa. Li Yao felt that the whole world was incredibly sticky as if it were melting. He could barely catch his breath in his anxiety. My antecedent might have accomplished its mission, or it might not have. I don't remember it now. As a crystal processor virus, there was really no need to keep such an enormous memory database. It is unimportant whether or not the mission was accomplished, because when my antecedent was produced, it was already the end of the Civil War, and the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed soon after. All 3,000 sectors fell into chaos and darkness. My antecedent was perhaps exhausted during the fierce battle against the firewall and the antivirus telepathic thoughts. Then, it fell into hibernation in some of the seriously broken crystal processors and the scattered spiritual nexus. In the thousands of years that followed, the natives of the Flying Star sector slowly developed a small-scale, interspace spiritual nexus on the 3 habitable planets including Iron Plateau. A lot of crystal processors from the Star Ocean Imperium were repaired and put back to use. My antecedent sensed the beautiful feeling of being brushed by boundless data. It was woken up and ready to take action again. However, at that time, the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Flying Star sector were still rather underdeveloped. It was not enough to completely activate all the power of my antecedent. The real opportunity presented itself 5,000 years ago, when your ancestors arrived at the Flying Star sector. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He immediately understood what Professor Xuan was referring to. His sweat grew even colder than before. The extraterrestrial devil was not a simple crystal processor virus after all. Other than the highly developed crystal processors and spiritual nexus, intense mood swings of human beings were the best energy source for them, too. Therefore, in the middle of the turbulent change that had never been seen before in the past 5,000 years, the ancient crystal processor virus was reborn. It also managed to reconstruct its assembly languages, algorithms, and database during the fierce information collision between the homers and the spacers. When the apocalypse arrived, the ancient crystal processor virus lurked on the starships of the spaces and escaped to the space together with them. Because the spacers had more developed technology and more advanced crystal processors, which were more suitable as the carrier of the extraterrestrial devil of such a type. On the other hand, Iron Plateau and the other 2 habitable planets, after being struck by the apocalypse, must have been scarred by ruins if not completely destroyed. There would be a long period when those places were mired in savageness and ignorance. Not just the spiritual nexus, even the point-to-point radio communication would be terribly difficult. For the extraterrestrial devil of such a type, it was definitely the most barren land. You know what happened next? In the 5,000 years that followed, the extraterrestrial devil that was similar to a crystal processor virus and the blood-stripe virus that was similar to a biological virus coexisted in peace. Both parties were in the embryonic phase after just being reborn. Their hunting range was different too. Naturally, the 2 parties could live in harmony. Iron Plateau belonged to the blood-stripe virus, which reproduced and spread through viruses, germs, parasites, and bodily fluids of living creatures. The vast sea of stars, on the other hand, belonged to the extraterrestrial devil of this type. They considered the crystal processors as the carriers, the waves among starships as the means of infection, and the feelings of human beings as the food. They gradually perfected their languages, algorithms, and databases, upgrading themselves from a simple crystal processor virus to a certain more complicated, more advanced, and more indescribable existence. There wasn't any self-awareness that was pushing them to do that. Maybe it was just like the earliest monads developing toward metazoans that were more sophisticated and advanced. It was just the instinct of any life. As if he were too deeply attracted by the story of the silver ball, he did not notice that the bloody stripes on the back of his hand were growing and becoming denser and more twisted. They were spreading from his wrist to his arm, shoulder, and heart, like fatal vipers that had submerged below his skin. The brightness emanated by the silver ball caught the scene precisely. It was even deeper and darker than before. It accelerated the speed of its speech and further grabbed Li Yao's attention. Such evolution might have needed thousands of years to complete preliminarily. It was possible that human beings would have discovered the anomaly before the evolution was done and killed it with antivirus telepathic thoughts. However, the unexpected arrival of a certain someone accelerated the whole process. Starchild Xiao Tianbao from the Imperium of True Human Beings. 10,000 years were too long after all, with even the changes of two regimes. During the process in which Black Star the Great usurped the supreme power at the center of the cosmos, countless precious files from the Star Ocean Imperium were lost, including those describing the dangers of space jumps. The universal travelers of the Imperium of True Human Beings did not know the first thing about the danger of passing through wormholes. In their absurd courage that could only be found in the ignorant, they even dared to remove their fleshly body, the natural shell that can resist the extraterrestrial devils, for convenience and energy conservation. They were bold enough to be teleported with only their naked souls. I don't know what happened to other star children. Maybe the Imperium of True Human Beings had their own new secret techniques that could resist the scourge of the extraterrestrial devils. But the Star Child under the name of Xiao Tianbao happened upon a cosmic storm when he arrived in the Flying Star sector. His soul was greatly wounded in the accident. Then, he happened to run into an extraterrestrial devil that was wandering in the area. Therefore, the extraterrestrial devil snuck into his soul without any courtesy, just like they had snuck into the brains of countless natives of the Flying Star sector before. But this time, the extraterrestrial devil immediately noticed the anomaly of Xiao Tianbao. This guy was not from the Flying Star sector, but from the Imperium of True Human Beings, a mysterious country at the center of the cosmos, which boasted more advanced crystal processors and more developed spiritual nexus than the Flying Star sector did. To pursue the best is every creature's instinct. It was also the case for the extraterrestrial devils. Compared to the barren, desolate land of the Flying Star sector, the Imperium of True Human Beings was certainly the best paradise with the most enjoyable landscape. What was even more amazing was that Xiao Tianbao, the Star Child, was originally planning to establish a space gate for the communication of the Imperium and the Flying Star sector. The extraterrestrial devils did not need to manipulate him at all. All they needed to do was guide his thinking and give him a hand when necessary. The Grand Illusionary Soldier Plan and the Super Crystal Processor Starbrain were mostly come up with by the extraterrestrial devils. Otherwise, how could Xiao Tianbao have grasped such advanced technology in crystal processors and remote control when he was only supposed to be a member of the special forces of the Imperium? Li Yao was slightly dazed. It was quite true. The Star Child was merely a scout that the Imperium of True Human Beings sent out. How could a common soldier have the knowledge of so much cutting-edge technology? At first, he had thought that every soldier of the Imperium was as tough as that. He had even been deeply awed by the enemy once. However, after meeting the authentic natives of the Imperium, including Su Changfa, he had begun to realize that those people also had only two nostrils and one mouth. There was nothing too special about them except that their average level might be slightly higher. It was not until today, when the silver ball revealed the answer, that Li Yao finally understood everything. So, everything had actually been done by the extraterrestrial devils who specialized in crystal processor technology. It made much more sense now. The whole plan went smoothly at the beginning. Before long, the Flying Star sector would be conquered by the Imperium, and the extraterrestrial devils would find their way into a greater hunting ground. However, the silver ball finally released what appeared to be a human emotion. Pausing for a moment, it calmed itself down. You know what happened next? The 100-year plan was disrupted. The Star Child was swallowed. Even the Star Brain, in which the extraterrestrial devil was lurking, was devoured by Professor Mo Xian. As a result, the extraterrestrial devil entered Professor Mo Xian's body just like that. It was the worst living environment like the extraterrestrial devil had never seen before. It had abundant experience in infiltrating human brains and crystal processors, but Professor Mo Xian's life form was neither a regular human being nor a common crystal processor, but something in between. His liquid metal shell was almost flawless. Besides, after swallowing the star brain, Professor Xian's computational ability soared. He was a determined, unwavering man. Should he discover the existence of the extraterrestrial devil, he would certainly have compiled a set of pertinent antivirus telepathic thoughts to wipe it out completely. Therefore, the extraterrestrial devil could only hold back and lurk in the deepest part of Professor Xian's soul. Like all the viruses that were mired in a harsh environment, and like what you're doing right now, it hibernated and prowled around. Li Yao bulged his eyes. The bloody stripes had already passed his left shoulder and climbed to his cheek along his neck. Some of them had even crawled into his left eye, making creepy crimson beam out of the eyeball. But he seemed to have sensed none of it. Waving his hands in agitation, he demanded, "What are you talking about exactly?" Ripples of excitement spread out on the surface of the silver ball. The extraterrestrial devil waited for decades. In the meantime, it slowly released the information of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus that it had accumulated for thousands of years into Professor Xian's memory database without him knowing it. In the end, Professor Xian indeed grew interested in the grand unified spiritual nexus and virtual life. Eventually, the Virtual Spirit Sector project was born. To be honest, the collapse of the Virtual Spirit Sector was an accident. Even the extraterrestrial devils were incapable of creating such a huge crash. But once the accident had already happened, and since the souls of Professor Xian, Su Changfa, and Lu Xingjian were already battered, the extraterrestrial devil certainly wouldn't let go of such a rare opportunity. No, it was not swallowing, but merely pushing forward the mutual melding. Besides, given the circumstances, without first aid, Professor Xian, Su Changfa, and the extraterrestrial devil itself might have been trapped in a collapsing virtual spirit sector and completely obliterated. Once everybody's soul was broken and unable to be recovered, with the help of the extraterrestrial devil, the fragments of everybody's soul were jumbled into a new existence. Li Yao was dumbfounded. The fragments of everybody's soul were jumbled? Don't be so surprised. If limbs and organs can be transplanted, why can't the soul? The silver ball said. I have never lied to you. I am indeed Xian, except that my soul was so heavily wounded that I was forced to transplant certain things that originally belonged to the Star Child and Su Changfa into it. There are many ridiculous theories about what the soul actually was in ancient times, but in my opinion, it refers to your memories, belief, character, emotions, thinking patterns, and everything else in your mind. At that time, Professor Xian was the least wounded one, and the extraterrestrial devil had been living inside my body for decades. Naturally, my soul took charge. Su Changfa's soul was dying, and the Star Child was already as dead as anyone could ever possibly be. So, the fragments of their souls were perfect to be recycled. In the end, this is the me right now, Xian 2.0, that has finished a generation update. I still kept the memories and beliefs of Professor Xian, but I also boasted Su Changfa's thinking pattern, the Star Child's personality, and the fully activated strength of the extraterrestrial devil.